What is up, everybody? Welcome in, YouTubers. I appreciate you showing up. We're just getting started here. I'm about to start the live on TikTok. So give me a second. You're going to hear a second introduction. That's just how it's got to go. I have to go live here on YouTube first, and then I'll go on here. America is a dangerous, violent country. Is a violent country. We'll just do it that way. I ran out of characters. And we're going to go live. Boom. There we go. What's up, everybody? Welcome aboard. This is the Liberal Loudmouths Show. We're going to get started. We've got a lot of crazy things going on in the world, such as mass pew-pewers unaliving people for crazy reasons. And again, I will just default to the fact that we are a violent nation and have been since our inception, and it is what it is. And that culture of violence continues unabated as we see these people doing crazy fucking things all the time. What's up, guys? I see a couple of people have shown up. Is that Andy? Andy, welcome in. Michael, and who's this other person? Oh, Andy liked it. Okay, I thought it was somebody else showed up. Anyway, I assume you guys have heard about the mass pew-pewer in Minneapolis. Crazy shit. I'd love to hear from MAGA on this, on this subject. I imagine you guys are going to want to talk about that, so we'll just get right into it, if you'd like. Otherwise, Donald Trump is still acting like a fascist, and that's not going to change. I mean, we can fingers crossed that the guy is just an asshole and all this is pomp and circumstance and just trolling everybody, and we can hope that that's where it'll end, but I don't have any hope for that. I don't. It's a possibility, sure, but we'll see. So yeah, MAGA, if you'd like to come up and talk about what happened in Minneapolis last night, manifesto, probably the fastest I've ever seen a manifesto get released in the history of manifestos. I mean, it was like immediate, because I guess this person her name was Robin. She had tied the release of a YouTube video to the attack, which, it's kind of crazy. And if LiveLeaks was still around, I don't know if you guys remember LiveLeaks, but they probably somebody would have downloaded that, I'm sure, and reposted it, so that people could actually see it. But instead, the authorities, they want to control the narrative, and they're like, oh, the public, they can't know about what actually happens because you guys are just, everybody's too weak. We can't be having that. We can't. I don't understand the reasoning behind not publishing manifestos from people that go around and do violent shit. I don't get it. Maybe it's to prevent sympathy. I don't know. That's fucking wild. A doubling of tariffs on India, which is harming ties. So we still got that going on. The economy is still getting thrashed. A couple of months, it's going to be a lot worse. I mean, this is a guy also that Donald Trump sent in covert operations people into Greenland and Denmark in order to basically coup their countries so that we could take them over. Hegseth all but admits that we have military plans drawn up to invade Panama and Greenland. This peace president. I mean, we got lots to talk about. But MAGA, you're welcome to come up and talk about whatever you'd like. Trump can't get it up, Mark says. I mean, I don't know. Stormy, she talked about it. I don't know if she talked about impotency, but whether or not he could actually had any problems. You mean his name? Lebanese Mafia, what do you mean? You mean his name? I don't know who you're talking about. I hate how we don't have outrage at the 255 other pew-pews this year so far. Yeah, I mean, Finn, that's a fair point. And again, that goes to why I wrote here what I wrote. America is a violent nation. It just is. I mean, we were born from, G-side, and our nation has seen, maybe 20 years of peace in its entire existence. we're a culture of violence. So people who are like, oh my goodness, look at the crime rates in all of these cities. This is how we are. This is what America has become. And it's just going to get worse unless you deal with that culture. Good morning, Paula. What's the Trump threat level today? Threat level fascist. Color red. That's what I'm going to go with. What's up, Yen? I guarantee he can't. Cardiovascular medicine. Now, I mean, hey, I don't know, and I don't want to know. Let's be clear. I just don't want to know whether or not dude can get it up. I don't even want to think about that. FDT, says Stephanie. I agree. Does anybody in the comments actually disagree with my premise that America is a violent nation, whether you be MAGA or otherwise? Do you disagree? I see your Mike Garwood says, I will like you. I see you're desperate for likes. With 0 followers and 0 following. Okay, Mike. He can't just ask your mom. Well, how about I invite you up and I'll ask you? Let's try that. His wife never stays overnight. I don't know. I don't know much about their relationship. It is weird. You know, their relationship is a little odd. But you know, I don't speak to a man's or a woman's marriage. That's between them. You know what I mean? That's like Bill Clinton and Hillary Clinton. Republicans were, oh my God, Hillary should have left. I can't believe she would allow him to do. That's between them. Let them work it out. I don't think America as a whole to its own is violent, but we are to other countries. Okay, Zach. Well, if you believe that, you're welcome to come up. We can talk about it. Yeah, I mean, look around. We look at all the mass pew-pewings. Oh, did you make it up? Oh, you did.
Yeah,
oh, yeah. I was looking at my OBS, but I saw you pop in, and I'm like, I don't see you. Anyway, what's up? Yeah, go ahead. Offer your thoughts on that.
Yeah, so I mean, like, obviously there's crime and stuff, right? But I mean, there's crime everywhere in the world. We don't really hear about it in like Australia and stuff like that. But just because there aren't pew-pewings, they still have mass casualty events with sharp objects type thing. Obviously, the pew-pews at hand make it a lot more convenient for those who are going through whatever they're going through and decide that's what they're going to do. But I think it just across the board, like I said in the comments, when it comes to the government being violent to other nations, like obviously all the coups and stuff we stage, and just feeling like we need to be a mix in everyone else's business for no reason or for political gain. But like, there's going to be crime in the United States and across the world regardless. But the reason why I don't feel like we're as violent as one may think is just because, like, if you look at Rwanda, for example, like Africa, we don't have these huge militia groups just charging the streets, unaliving, hundreds of people just to take over areas of land.
Okay.
Right? So, like, it could be far worse than it is.
Okay, so your contention, though, is that because there's violence elsewhere, that we aren't just inherently violent?
Okay, I mean, so per capita, what do we have in the United States? Like 320 million people, 340 million people, something like that. So when you break it down, so when you break it down per capita, I just feel like overall crime rate is what, 10% of the American population?
Sure. I mean, but the U.S. also has the highest homicide rate among the industrialized countries. That's true. We have a bunch of fucking guns. Our history is steeped in violence from the very beginning. My contention is that this is a cultural thing. This is why you see more mass pew-pewings here, from crazy people. You add poverty into a culture of violence, which we do have, and it equals people doing crazy shit, like we saw yesterday.
Right, absolutely. But so when, like, do we have statistics on like the homicide rate in Russia?
I don't know. I mean, I can look them up. I don't know them off the top of my head.
Yeah, neither do I, and I'm not by a
But
computer
I
to do
mean,
so.
just look at our prison population, for example.
Yes,
We had 20% of the world's prisoners, and we're, barely a percentage of the world's population. So you know what I mean? Like, and
okay, but that's where like I feel like law reform needs to come into place, right? Because like obviously when it comes to rugs, you know, yes, they need some sort of a penalty on it, but like I guess if you get caught with possession on your own well-being, do you really should you get 15 years for that? Now, if you're distributing and manufacturing, yeah, you should sit some serious time. But like how many people are sitting in our prison systems right now from 5-10 years ago before the devil's lettuce was legalized that they're sitting hefty penalty crimes for something that's now legal in I'd say probably 20 states and have shown huge advances in the medical field, and they're starting to legalize it across state levels. So like
sure, but what's the percentage of people that are in prison that are there for rug convictions? I honestly don't know. I just
I don't know
assumed
that
you
either,
knew since you were making your argument based on that.
I know off the top of my, I live in a Midwest state, and I know off the top of my hand 25 people that are sitting on rug convictions for devil's lettuce on personal use, and they're all sitting 5+.
Okay, so it shows that 63% of people sentenced to state prison were convicted of violent crime.
What do they classify as a violent crime?
Well, I mean, I don't know. We could go down the list. What do you think is violent? I imagine it's something that harms another person. We can look up the legal definition of violent crime.
Well, I'm just curious because, like, one could interpret that, like, if you get in a high-speed chase and you're evading police officers and reaching speeds of 100+, that could be a violent crime, right? You're putting out somebody else, you're endangering the life of others.
Okay. I mean, and that would be a small percentage of those people. Would you agree?
Well, I don't know. I don't like I said, I don't have statistics in front of me, but high-speed chases happen frequently in especially highly densely populated areas.
And you think that's a high percentage of the population or police? And you're basing that on the assumption that it is considered a violent crime?
No, I'm just curious. Like, what's the classification?
I don't know. I don't know. I said we can look it up. I'm looking it up.
Rape and homicide and stuff like that, but like, is robbery a violent crime?
Possibly.
If I came to your house and stole,
let's see, or had prior. I'm looking at this study here to see if they define violent crime. Let's see, violent. Well, let's see. How do we define violent crime? Attempted use or threat of physical force against another person or property with the intent to cause physical harm, fear, or injury. Murder, rape, robbery, assault.
Yeah, so I mean, if I showed up to your house and you and I got into a boxing match and I KO'd you or you KO'd me, one of us is getting charged for a very violent crime, according to that definition.
Okay, is that okay? If you punch somebody, is that not violence?
Well, right, but that's what I'm getting at. So, like, if you're looking off the statistics, if you and I got into a fist fight because we're beefing over the Chinese food we ate yesterday, and I ate the leftovers, and according to the definition, that's a violent crime.
Okay, so, like, because it's violent.
Right. So
hold on. You're actually playing into the point that I'm making, that we are a culture of violence, because you went right to, if two people have a disagreement and they go to blows, this speaks to a culture of violence.
Right. But that's all I'm getting at, right, though, is like, so when we talk about the amount of people sitting in prison, like, if you and I came to blows about a disagreement, as long as, if there's hospital bills, yeah, take me to court. Like, obviously, so if the police are involved, whatever, you take me to court, one of us has to pay the restitution for the other person's hospital bills, whatever else, and that comes to blows. But instead, we're charging them with domestic, or not domestic, but what is that? Is it domestic
and battery?
Yeah. But so, like, you're looking at some time, right?
Is that not violent?
violent or not, like I would.
Is
It's
that
violent.
okay? You're trying to thread a needle here in claiming that it's not that violent. Well, I mean, it's not that bad.
It's
Or at least
violent, but I
that's
don't
how
know if
I'm
it's
taking what you're saying. Maybe that's not what you're intending, but that's how I'm taking it.
what I'm getting at. Like, yes, it's violent, right? But is it
Okay.
violent enough? Like, if you and I came to blows, is it violent enough for me to sit 3 years in a state prison?
If you and another person are incapable of resolving your differences through nonviolent actions, does that not speak to a culture of violence, which is my contention, which is what you're saying that we are not?
So you've never gotten, like, because I've gotten in plenty of scuffles, right? But we don't call the police. Like, back in the, well, I'm obviously not that old, but like back in even my younger days, so we'll say early 2000s, it was acceptable to meet up with your boys at a park somewheres or wherever you so choose and hash something out.
That's called mutual combat, though. That is different, and that is not that would not be considered a violent crime.
Well, according to the definition, it's still a violent crime.
No. In many states, and I believe this is a state deal, mutual combat is often not even chargeable. Yeah, like, if both parties say, yeah, I mean, we were hashing it out, let's put on boxing gloves and go in there. That's not necessarily violence, although it does speak to a culture of violence. Oh, I guess he left. You're welcome to come back up. I don't know, I guess I don't really understand what his argument was. Technically speaking, America has a culture of violence, guys, from the very beginning. It's just like, I don't know how you can interpret our culture in any other way other than violent. It's, I don't know. It's kind of, are we less violent than we used to be? Maybe you could make that argument. Sure. I see Hybray and Benjamin. Now, Hybray, I know that you are not opposition. I would like to have MAGA come up if you would like to have a conversation about what happened yesterday or Donald Trump or really whatever you want to talk about. You're welcome to come up here and have that conversation. But at this point, Hybray, just give me a minute and I'll bring in other people. I just would like to talk to MAGA at this point. But I mean, you go back through the history and seriously, guys, like, for example, we have committed coups in other people's countries. You go look up Project Ajax, for example. That's a violent action, right? And this is something that you're resolving outside of, diplomatic measures. Instead of doing that, they choose to, do the violent thing. They even, at one point, we were paying two sides of a, protest, if you want to call it that. It was completely and totally manufactured. These were people that we sent out there to do both sides so that it looked like there was a big disagreement and argument in Iran in order to foment and overthrow. And it worked. It worked. And now Donald Trump is doing it again. Culture of violence. America is just fucking violent. That is what they resort to. That's why our police often will reach for the pew-pew and not the tase-tase. We're going to deal with this situation. Oh my goodness, you ran from me, or you jumped this tree, or name the thing. You reached for the wallet that I just told you to get. And because I know you have a pew-pew on your person legally, I'm going to pew-pew you several times. Philando Castile. Evil, violent, and Christian. Yeah, put those two together. Sorry that I ghosted last night. Tech disaster with Wi-Fi. I was wondering about that, Scissor. I was like, what the hell? Because I saw you teacup or something, and then you were gone. So he won't push too hard. They have friends with Russia. Yeah, I agree, Bobby. Yeah, Russia. Let me scroll up real quick. I may have missed some of those comments. Pull up mortality stats. They need to see the huge number. That's not going to be considered a violent crime. Robbery with a weapon, probably. Why does this keep happening in democratic cities? Paul, you ask a an interesting question. I'd love to talk to you. I sent you an invite. You're welcome to come up here and we can talk about that if you'd like. I'm so confused where this is going. Issues with charges being lowered. Yeah, Finn. Who was that was up here? I don't remember that person's name. I wish they didn't leave. You know, that sucks. Miss C, I loved your comment while we were talking. Is it violent violence? Like, I felt like that's what he was trying to do, was say that, well, sure, it's violence, but it's like not that bad, which is kind of a weird argument. You're MAGA, but anti-G-side. Oh, I'm sorry, Benjamin. I saw that you had requested up, and my apologies. I didn't see your comment. I think I was talking at that time, but I sent you an invite, and that sucks because he did request up, and I'm looking for opposition. Let's see. Okay, I'm caught back up. So yeah, yesterday, this, and not that it even matters, it doesn't matter to me, but this is going to come up. A trans person named Robin, she went and pew-pewed, I believe it was at a synagogue, unalived, I think 3 people, and her, I don't know, 17 or so, she had released a manifesto, both in kind of in print, more like an apology letter to her family, which I thought was weird, but it really spoke to why this person did what they did. And matter of fact, let me go ahead. I'm going to pull that up, actually. Let me pull that picture up. So in case you guys haven't seen this. Bronco 2025, I see your request. Are you opposition or not? Right now, I'm just looking for opposition. Let's see. There we go. Let me pull this up. Let me show it. There we go. So this right here was the manifesto, or rather apology letter that was offered to, it was directed to her family. And what's interesting is the last part of this, if you read, I've wanted this for so long. I am not well. I'm not right. I'm a sad person haunted by these thoughts that do not go away. I know this is wrong, but I can't seem to stop myself. I'm severely depressed and have been self-unaliving thoughts for years. Only recently have I lost all hope and decided to perform my final action against this world. I do not want to kneel down for the injustices of this world. I want to unalive. I'd rather unalive on my feet than live on my knees constantly in pain. So, you know, this person was certainly... thank you, Bronco. Was certainly, you know, having issues. What those issues look like, you know, I'm not entirely sure. But what's up, Bronco? Thanks for coming up. I appreciate it, man.
Hey, Matt, I just have to come up here. I don't join many lives. What I do is I listen and I learn. I'm not well educated on politics. I'll tell you that right off the bat. I'll talk sports all day long. You know, I can talk sports.
Go Chiefs.
No, Denver Broncos, baby. Come on. What I wanted to come up here and tell you, and this is sincere from my heart. I listen to you. I listen to Millie and SK a lot. I learn a lot from those 2 women. And when you came up the other day, you remember this? It was either last week sometime. I'm not really exact on the date, but I just want to give kudos to you, dude, because there is a lot of lives that I listen to, and it's just bickering back and forth, left and right, and it always turns into an argument, and people get offended, people get booted, people start cussing and fighting. But when I heard you come up and you were talking to Millie and SK, I go, this is what we need to do. You guys obviously are different on the spectrum of politics, correct?
Me and Millie agree on almost nothing.
Right.
But I have respect for Millie. She's a very intelligent person.
Absolutely. And that's what I like to see, because like I said, I don't go on many lives, but I listen to lives and I learn. So I just wanted to come up here and say that's cool of you, man. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And I'm not good. We probably disagree on a lot of things, you and I, but we can talk without. And I like the one-on-one, by the way. I don't like to get in big panels because it just turns in. You know what it turns into.
Yeah, that's why I've started restricting it. I don't like any more than 4 at this point because when you get 8 up here, it's just it's hard to moderate. It's hard to keep people from it's like herding cats.
Right, because when I go on liberal lives, I get ganged up on. I mean, and it's
Right.
the same way if a right person goes on a liberal, it's back and forth. But
Yep.
the conversation you guys had last week, I said, man, this is what we need more of because it's chaos most of the time. But I don't want to take too much of your time, brother. I just wanted to give you kudos, and I'm with you, brother. And
Yeah.
I'm gonna follow you because here and I heard you talk about the left and not all. I mean, there's the far left. You don't agree with the far left.
Right.
That's what I picked up on that conversation.
Yeah. We got crazy people on both sides, and
Absolutely.
and
I'll tell you right
unfortunately, they become representative of each party because of how crazy some of the things they do are.
Right, and I agree. I'm on the right side of politics, and there are people on the far right that I can't deal with them people.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of like the same way as you, man.
Yeah, we get them up here too, like Christian nationalists that want the Catholic Church to run this country as an authoritarian, fascist nation. Literally, just out in the open, these people are, candid about this. It's pretty nuts.
Right.
But I can recognize that these are, on the fringe. Some people don't, and that's unfortunate. But I went to Millie's live because I think the problem we have is that we don't look at each other really as humans anymore. We look at each other as if we're competing with each other, and we shouldn't be. We got to be working together, even with our differences, because we're all kind of getting screwed here.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
it's been doing that for a while. So
I'm 61 years old, and I've seen, I know it's the social media has taken over, and the social media is dividing us, and the mainstream media is dividing us. One station says this, the other station says that. Who are you going to believe? And that's why I don't listen to that. Dude, don't get me wrong. I learn a lot from Millie and SK. They are very, very smart girls. Would you agree with that?
Oh yeah. No, Millie, I learned about Millie because she came up on here, and at that point I had a full panel, and I think she was the only opposition at that time, and she just triggered everybody. Like to me it was funny to watch because I'm not, you know what I mean? I try not to get emotional about those, debates and disagreeing or whatever. But it was fascinating watching that happen. And, Millie, she held her own. And I was like, hey, hats off to you. I don't agree with much of what you're saying. And, I think some of it was mischaracterized, but we all do that to some degree, I think. It's just
Millie has bigger balls than some men I know. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, I said, brother, I didn't want to take up too much of your time. I'm glad I got you early. That way we could do one-on-one. But I just wanted to tell you I appreciate you, and I'm following you, and I'm going to support you, even though we don't agree on each other.
Hey,
you know what I mean?
That's what the show was about. I've got to do some rage bait to get some people up, but it works. And then I've got a lot of Republicans that come here and watch the show and come on the panel, and we all have a good time.
Okay,
sometimes.
Buddy, I'll let you go. I got to go get an X-ray. I just had
Thanks, Bronco. I appreciate the kind words.
I just had a full hip replacement. I'm going to get my last X-ray. I should be released. So good day to you, sir. We'll talk to you later.
All right, man. Thanks a lot. Good luck with that replacement. Appreciate it.
Take care.
We'll see you.
Bye-bye.
Peace. Well, that was awesome. I love hearing that. And yeah, I mean, that was one of the reasons I went on Millie's live. Chicago, I believe you were here. Was that yesterday?
Who knows? Get lost in. I think so. I think it was yesterday.
The days all meld together. And real
Really,
quick
it's
before we
crazy.
get started, I see Hick Life, Jeanette, and Get Outside. Can you let me know in the comment section if you are, a Trump supporter or not? Because at this point, I'm just bringing up opposition, but I'll bring in a couple of liberals later on, trying not to dogpile. But with that said, I'll wait for their comments. But go ahead, Chicago. Offer your thoughts.
No, I just kind of just waking up at the cottage in the great state of Michigan for Labor Day weekend. No, I figured I'd join. I love your panels here. It's probably one of the best on TikTok. It's very, very insightful, and it's actually one of the few places you can have a conversation.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I ended up, I don't know if you saw the show last night, but this guy, I don't know, I had this, it was a Zionist, you could say. And when I don't know, when they start to lose the debate or, it starts, whatever, they start interrupting and shit. I just can't, I end up dropping them because I'm like, if I can't talk to you, then what the fuck is the point,
Like, I don't even think I could like talk to a Zionist. I couldn't even say any kind words. I would just go at him.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Now,
Zionism is very I think it should be viewed in as the same as the N word in Germany and
right. Well,
it's
it's supremacy. It's similar to white supremacy, just with a different group of people.
Like Israel, I mean, it was founded by Zionists, right? And Israel is an ethno state, 100% is.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting debate last night, but apparently that guy does lives too. I'd never seen him before. Guy Fawkes, have you ever heard that name?
No, was he actually ethnically Jewish or?
I don't know. I didn't ask. It wasn't really relevant to what we were talking about, but he was the one that actually brought up the pew-pewing that happened yesterday. Did you see that?
Yeah, I
crazy.
Yeah, I was praying all night. I think it's, I'm a Catholic, and it's just so, it's generally so sad. My heart breaks.
It's fucked up. And, of course, I was like, before I started the show, I'm like, I'm sure MAGA's going to come up here and be like, look at these crazy leftists.
Yeah, but honestly, I really don't want to even politicize what happened yesterday. I think, that's the one thing I found disheartening on social media is that people immediately start politicizing it. And they're so desensitized to what actually happened.
Right. Yeah. It's now let me go ahead and Highbray's been waiting for a minute. I'm going to go, since I don't have any hardcore opposition that wants to debate hard. I'll go ahead and just bring in Highbray real quick. Not that you're not interesting. Highbray, you've been waiting for a minute. I appreciate your patience. Did you want to offer your thoughts on something that had been talked about already?
Well, I was wondering about the, I was noticing that he being the Grand Cheeto there.
The Orange Sky Daddy. Please, Sky Daddy. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries, man. I caught a thing before I was coming up here today while I was just scrolling through some of the garbage. Thankfully, I came across one of your comments or one of your posts so it wasn't all garbage. But the Trump was going on about signing these EOs about doing away with cashless bail.
Yeah.
And making targets at again taking swipes at Chicago and at Illinois, and I guess he's doing it specifically in Washington, and then transferring Washington, basically the where they can, the crimes, if I understood it correctly, the crimes in Washington where they can, they're going to transfer them to federal instead of districts so that they can put them in federal lockups, which of course I assume are probably all private, run by his friends.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so what is your point exactly?
Well, the cashless bail is only going to throw a lot more innocent people in jail.
Yeah, I mean for
And
offenses
it's
that
only going to impact the poor and the lower members of society, because they're the ones that inevitably have to rely on district attorneys who are grossly overworked, and I suspect are going to be more overworked. And this isn't just about violent crime. This seems to be about throwing as many people into lockups as they can. And obviously, if they're poor and can't afford bail, they're going to sit in jail while. And I know there's been efforts in the last number of years that I've been following in the States to do away with this, to reduce overcrowding.
Yeah.
And also
maybe don't commit crime.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting thought. I wish somebody had thought about that before you came up onto this panel, Chicago.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, especially like in the context of Chicago, like Kim Fox, she was I think she was a DA. Like,
she was a what? A DL?
I think she was the I think she was the DA. Like, I don't know if it was for the county. I think it was for Cook County, but like the impact she had, the negative impact she had in Chicago is crazy. Like, she was very open to she didn't want those who committed crime in prison. She sent them back home. And
who?
Like violent criminals.
No. Who are you referring to?
Fox.
Kim Fox.
Yes.
Okay, so she would take dangerous criminals and release them into the public. Can you cite a source for that?
Yeah, let me find one. Not like releasing the public, like they're on house arrest or probation. And there's a good article about the crime committed again by these people.
Okay, Kim Fox, is that like spelled like the fox? Releasing criminals. I'll Google it, but if you would drop felony charges against 29% compared to Alvarez dropping them 19%, which means that she did not drop charges on 70%. So she did not drop any charges on 70% of those people.
And it's not about dropping charges. It's about, and like, funny enough, with a name like Hicklife, he's saying, maybe don't arrest people based on color. And that's I guess where I was going is, I mean, there's no denial that your legal system and ours is very similar, is completely disproportionate against people of color, and in Canada, it's Indigenous peoples.
Well, it's not just them either. Like we're talking about people who just can't afford to post bail for any crime, and it's not just dangerous crime. Like you couldn't do cashless bail on a violent crime. Those places where
you should
those places where the cashless bail was brought in, none of them allowed dangerous criminals to go out. So the argument, that says that is just not true.
I'd love to see how many times. I'd love to see the statistics on how many times a white person comes into a court accused of a violent crime and gets bail versus how many times a person of color comes in and gets bail.
Yeah, I don't know. Or somebody with violent crimes that has bail, that posts bail and is able to get out, versus somebody who didn't commit a violent crime, who just can't afford the bail and sits in prison.
Yeah.
How was that fair?
That's where I was going with my initial, I guess, what this whole thing, that's, I guess, summarizes what this whole thing was making me think about, because it just seems so unjust. And you're going to have innocent people sitting in jail for years, which costs you a lot of money. Like, let's be honest, it's back to your tax dollars again. this costs tax dollars for innocent people to sit in jail because they're poor.
Yeah, no, there was a, well, I say kid, he was like 16 years old. He had, they claimed that he had stolen a backpack or something, and they charged him with like robbery or whatever. He couldn't afford the $3,000 bail, and he sat in prison, I think, for like 3 years. And it ended up it was traumatic for him, and I believe he had unalived. And the prosecutors eventually dropped all the charges because they didn't have a case yet. He sat in there for that long. It's like debtor's prison, if you want to call it that.
Host,
Yeah.
I found a good source here.
Okay.
So I posted in the comments the Kim Fox effect, how prosecutions have changed in Cook County, and it's by the Marshall Project.
Okay. Let me look that up. Let's see here. Marshall Project, how...
Can you summarize it, Chicago?
It was 35,000 cases that went through her office. She dropped 5,000 of them.
And they were a mix of cases, or they were all violent crimes?
Let me...
Taking a look, I think it was from shoplifting.
Okay, so
and
not violent. And give me a second. I hate dead air, but
I've never run like, I did have a retail store at one time in my life, but I've never run kind of the bodega or the corner store type place. And I know they're some of the worst victimized for shoplifting, and I'm sure it must be an incredibly frustrating thing to go through day after day after day after day.
But those people are actually held in high regard. Like people in the neighborhood will defend, the bodega owners.
Oh yeah, no,
Okay.
I know that, but I mean, it must be tough. I'm saying, to be that store owner and have people come in that will try to steal from you every day. Even if it's just stealing a candy bar. I mean, all of that stuff eats into to what's is not. Let's face it, you don't see many corner store owners driving Cadillacs. They're making they're getting by, but they're not wealthy, and so it must be really frustrating to see people stealing from you every day and have limited things you can do about it. But on the other hand, a shoplifting charge, and in some cases they can be really minor in dollar amounts, cost way more to the system than the theft did.
yeah, and I want to point out, this is your own source, that because she was able to reduce the burden of cases, and this is your own source, because she was able to reduce the burden of other cases that were nonviolent, she was able to prosecute more gun violent crimes than before. So
Right, yeah.
The argument there is actually in favor of doing exactly what she did, because what she did was went by the numbers, like recidivism rates, things like that, to determine which of the crimes are, historically leading to more. And after doing those analysis, and again, this is based on your own source, she focused on and prioritized the crimes that led to the most violence, and that's where her focus lied. So I do we disagree with that?
No, you're 100% right there. I'm taking a look at it now. It's actually
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad thing.
There's a lot of grass and stuff on here.
Yeah. Yeah, so again, and that's the problem, because their resources are finite. It's expensive to try those cases. It's expensive to keep them going. And so focusing on those crimes that are the most consequential to the city is, in my opinion, just common sense. Seems like a pragmatic approach to me.
Yeah, and it was the gun offenses and drug offenses too that she turned a blind eye.
Well, no, the gun offenses she actually had increased. And let's see, so like DUI was down 3%. These were, and we're talking small changes. For example, burglary was up 1% in terms of like what she was prosecuting. Battery was down 2%, 5%. Driving unsuspended revoked license up 2% was robbery. Theft was down 7%. Battery of an officer, oddly enough, was down 2%. Of course, that could speak to just, a reduced amount that happened over the course of those 2 years. SMEX crimes actually were reduced by 5%, which, what's crazy, those numbers for the SMEX crimes were already low. That's fucking weird to me because it shows 73% and 68%, which means that, and everything else is up in the high 80s and 90s, whereas the SMEX crimes had historically been not prosecuted as much as the other stuff. The only thing lower than that was possession of a stolen motor vehicle. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense in a society where, we have a bunch of people that lead the country who were friends with a guy named Epstein who had an island where he's, come on. That's fucking nuts wild to me.
I mean, that's a fact, too. Like, they hop on a flight to Tel Aviv and they're fine.
Right.
Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, with that said, do we have any other opposition that would like to come up? Because I have several people that are wanting on the panel, but before I bring a bunch of people who agree, Puerto Rican Patriot actually I think is opposition. I'll send an invite to that person. I think Puerto Rican. Were you up here when Puerto Rican was up here? Chicago?
I don't think so. I mean, I love Puerto Ricans. Great people.
Well, I mean, that's his nickname. I don't know if he's Puerto Rican.
I think they're my favorite Hispanics, the Puerto Ricans.
Communist Cat. I'm going to send Communist Cat an invite. Damn, everybody's afraid to come up here. It's crazy. Well, I guess I'll just start pulling other people in. So we'll bring in 2 more people. Get Outside's been waiting for quite some time. So I'll bring in Get Outside. Paula, welcome in.
Good morning.
Well, good morning. Good morning, everybody.
How you doing?
Well, I'm halfway into my first cup of coffee, so.
Well, get all the way through it, and then I'll come back to you because I don't want anything crazy to happen.
Sir. Thank you. Thank you kindly.
And no gummies in the morning, Paula.
Always gummies in the morning.
You gave me a good idea.
Wake and bake. Well, Paula, do you want to add something? Or would you like me to get Outside first?
No, but I would like to tell everybody that I was the first person to order a coffee cup and a T-shirt from Liberal Loudmouth merch.
That's right.
And as soon as I get it, I'll show everybody. But I'm pretty cool because I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah. Well,
so the host, where are you actually from?
Me, I'm from Mississippi and Oklahoma.
Okay. We're in Mississippi?
In the mid area, Jackson area.
In the smack middle?
Yeah. I'm in the, oh my God. Have you ever been to Jackson, Mississippi?
So I drove from Chicago to New Orleans. I have never experienced such bad driving. I swear to God, a guy in front of me was driving like a beater minivan, and out of nowhere, he changes lanes and just drives right into the median, right in front of my eyes. I'm going to get me out of this city.
Oh, Jack, people that drive in Mississippi can't. It's so bad. I believe in this state, you don't even need to take the actual driver's test.
Does not surprise me from what I saw.
Yeah. Our insurance rates are pretty high as a result.
Yeah, in Louisiana too. The way you guys drive in the South drives me crazy.
Well, not the way I drive. The way these fucking people. I mean, it's when they'll run the red lights. They'll just drive right fucking through them. And a lot of times, and you'll see it a lot. they'll stop at a stoplight, wait for a little bit, and just go.
Yep.
Just, I mean, all the time. It's like a regular occurrence. They're just like,
And
"Ah,
you're
fuck
like,
it."
your yellow lights, like, if you see a yellow light, you stop or you go.
Now, one good thing about Mississippi highways is they utilize the flash signal to prepare to stop. They do that a lot, and those things are so fucking accurate. Like, if you get to that sign and it starts flashing yellow, you better start slowing down because you aren't going to make the light, and you'll just have to come to a stop. You know, and they
Because
put
like in
them,
the north, the timing's
put 'em on
different.
ways
with
back.
The timing's different in the north with the street lights.
yeah, no, the drivers here, it's terrible. Like,
See,
I
the
had
thing is,
a kid hit me in his truck. Yeah, I was in my truck. He hit me. It was fucking. He took off. Turns out the dude he had a THC vape. He bloodshot eyes. You could tell this kid had been smoking. And when the police came, because I had to chase his ass down, I turned around. I chased him. I found him. And the officer confiscates this pen, this vape pen that he has, doesn't even arrest him.
And that's a
It
no-no.
was a hit and run
They don't fuck around with that.
with a fucking illegal controlled substance on a minor, and this dude didn't even. I had to file with because the damage wasn't bad. It just kind of pushed in my bumper like a little bit. You can see, just barely. Of course, I didn't know it at the time. I just knew that I got hit, but I had to file with their insurance because you can't file a report with the police because the insurance company handles it. And I'm like,
Really?
what? Yeah, I'm like, what the fuck?
Like,
And-
that's
but
the first thing my old man told me. Like, you get in an accident, you call the police.
Right.
Just to have them there as a
Useless here.
third party.
Useless. And then it turns out that the grandparents of that kid are prominent members of the quote unquote Jackson elite.
Oh, here we go. Good old Dixie boy, huh?
Yep. And I'm I'm like, whatever. And it'd been one thing if my truck was all fucked up, but it was barely damaged, but still.
But like the thing in the South, like with driving, is people like are just like in La La Land. They like in Chicago, we drive like maniacs, but everyone drives like maniacs. So you can actually like judge what people are gonna do. In the South, like you have no idea.
Nope.
Can I ask a quick question of Chicago?
Man, fuck Chicago. Oh,
was
you were
actually
talking about
born
the
in
guy.
Montreal.
Sorry.
What did you mean by people politicizing the pew-pewing yesterday?
I think like immediately soon after it happened, like people like started tweeting about like their political points. Like,
I'm sorry, what do you mean by that? Like, do you not think people should be enraged that children were pew-pewed again?
no, I think that's the thing. I don't think people actually genuinely care about what happened. They just immediately use it as an opportunity to spew political nonsense.
Or perhaps maybe that people were using this because we get it so often, Republicans do nothing to protect our children. I mean, this thoughts and prayers is bullshit.
Amen.
And
And
bulletproof
there's so
backpacks.
many of them, we don't have time to reflect.
Yeah, it's
The
pretty
only
nuts.
thing that I saw political was being done from the right. I saw one respectful live on the left, but the right was going on about how this proves it's a mental disease, trans is a mental disease, and attacking Democrats over their policies. I mean, I was seeing Republican, or I should say, I don't know that they're Republican, I should say right wings, attacking this, it seemed, from every direction.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, because they're like, oh, finally, it wasn't one of our people. And like that.
literally
Oh, go ahead.
hundreds, right?
Yeah.
No, I was going to say out of the hundreds of pew-pewing, I think every time it happens, I think the right is over there hoping that it's not a YT kid, right? And then they want to blame that they play RPG pew-pew games, and then they don't do anything about it. They do nothing about this. We should collect money. And I was thinking about this earlier. Let's collect money. Let's build an altar to the NRA and the gun people, and we can just have like a sculpture of dead children, and we should erect it in front of one of the gun manufacturers.
Are you against the Second
That's
Amendment?
funny. Who are you asking, me or Paula?
Paula.
Are you against children breathing?
No, can you answer my question first, and then I'll address that?
I don't play the question game. Make your assertion.
No, I asked a simple question. I'm not. Are you against? Are you against?
Tell me your assertion.
Are you
Tell me your
against?
assertion. Defend the Second Amendment and the willful killing of children. I mean,
Are
smelling.
you against the Second Amendment? The floor is yours.
Are you for the smelling of children?
You're not answering the question.
I don't have to answer your questions, dude. It's not your
But
life.
that's a dumb question that she's asking. Of course he's not for killing children.
It sounds like he is.
Nobody's for killing children.
Yes,
right?
they are. If
But-
you haven't
but-
done anything about
But
the
I don't think you
But
can actually
then
speak
you
on this issue.
co-sign
if
to it,
you
my
can't
friend. You
answer.
100% are a part of the problem.
I don't
Okay.
think you can actually speak on this issue though if you can't address like are you for or against the
So,
Second
so can I ask
It
Paula
does,
a
you know,
question
it
real
doesn't.
quick?
I can. It's not your life. Go
Well-
run your own
Well,
life.
here's
if you
the
want to
thing.
set rules, my guy.
Whether Paula agrees with it or not, the fact of the matter is it is a constitutional right. So it is irrelevant how she feels about that because it's not going to change unless an
Okay,
amendment
so
is passed.
let me ask this one general question. What's
Sure.
the solution? Right?
This-
Because there's tens of thousands of gun control laws on the books. Obviously that
You
don't work.
guys just can't stop yourselves.
So I know I'm just saying. So what is the problem? The problem is society. The problem is especially children for the last 2 or 3 decades they have no consequences for what they do. So whatever they do,
That's
they
the most
don't care.
asinine thing I've
It is
heard
not.
today. Good job.
It is not. It
No, I agree.
absolutely is not.
American
Go back
society is
40,
fundamentally broken.
40, 50, 60
Let's
years.
go look at Australia. Let's go look at other countries that don't
Okay.
have pew-pews. Let's go
Oh,
check.
all right,
They
but
still
let's-
have
but
mental
that is
illness.
not
They still
the
have
absence
issues in
of
their
violence.
societies. Dude,
Right?
it's the pew-pews. It's the
No.
pew-pews.
No, it's not, because that's not the absence of violence.
It's the
Over in
pew-pews.
England,
It's American
over in
society.
England,
It's
they
fundamentally
just built
broken.
a statue.
You are
damn near
so
10 feet
broken.
tall.
You are so broken that you're willing to come up here
Well,
and defend people unaliving children
no,
for
no, no,
your
no, no,
Second
no.
Amendment right. Just
That's
for your
You're so
Second
beautiful.
You can't
Amendment
answer the
right,
question.
sir.
Answer
You're
the question
so
then.
pitiful. You're so pitiful that you
I'm
don't
pitiful.
really see.
I'm
Yes,
pitiful.
the
You're the one that
absence of
wants to
guns-
unalive
Yeah.
children with your
the
pew-pews.
absence of guns does not mean the absence of violence, right?
Oh
So
my
let's take
God!
England.
Is that
Wait a
real?
minute.
Oh, you are so insightful, dude.
See, look, she's got nothing, Chicago.
No, I agree, man.
Argument.
I agree.
She's got
Okay,
nothing.
so
Just because
Paul,
you guys think that unaliving
You've
children
got
with
nothing.
pew-pews is a
Paul,
good
nothing
thing,
but
do you
the
guys go
leftist
around
talking
celebrating
points.
every time? Is that what you
See,
do?
Paul, I
You've
think
got
what you're doing
nothing
now
but
is
the
actually
leftist
I got
talking
nothing.
I
I
don't-
got more than
okay.
you do,
I
motherfucker.
can't
You've got
hear
the leftist
anybody.
talking
You
points.
got
Guys,
nothing.
I
You
can't
guys are
hear
morons.
anybody at this point.
You literally cannot answer the
we've
question.
Got,
Are you
hold
for or
on,
against
hold on,
the Second
hold on,
Amendment?
hold on. We've got like 4 people talking. Please take turns, guys.
Well, that's
Okay.
because she won't let anybody finish their statement.
Well, I'm
For
just
instance.
to everybody. I'm just asking
Okay.
that you guys have a little bit of decorum. You know, we're all adults here. Let's, one at a
So,
time, please.
so for instance, in England, they just erected a damn near 10-foot statue of an angel with knives that were used in violent crimes. How many knives would that take to make a damn near 10-foot statue? So the lack of guns does not mean lack of violence. We just don't cover it. So you know what you can't even carry in England anymore on
Are
the
you done
street
crying?
is a knife.
Are you done?
You
Are
can't
you done
carry a
crying?
steel pipe. You
Are you
can't carry
crying
a
still?
screwdriver.
Are you done?
Because
Did you make your point yet?
everything that
Have you
see
made
that liberal again.
Okay.
Again, liberal. She just
Yeah,
she has
let's
no
let him-
impulse control.
let's let
She's like
him-
a child.
Let's let him
And I
land
actually
his
find
plane.
it I find
and
it
then Paula
disgusting
can
that
go.
Paula is
Well,
like
Hold
saying that
on.
we are pro like kids getting murdered. It's actually disgusting.
Okay. Well,
That's because she's got nothing.
Okay, outside. Go ahead and land your plane. I don't want to bring in the timer yet, so let just keep
Okay.
it as brief
So,
as
but
possible,
what
and then
I'm saying is,
I'll go to Paula.
it is is you go over these European countries and they're just banning one thing after the next, because once you ban one, people just move on to the other, because for some reason in our society in this day and age, life don't mean shit. Right? Go back 50 years in rural states like myself, and it sounds like you. People would literally go to high school with their gun and their rack during deer season because they're going to go out hunting after school.
Dude,
Okay.
I'll tell you what.
So,
like,
well,
growing up
hold
in
on.
Chicago,
I was going to let Paula go after outside. Go ahead, Paula.
Yeah, thank you, Tim. I really appreciate it. Again, I think we should start collecting money and let's build a monument to all the unalived children and let's put it in front of the gun manufacturers, okay? Because they had to get Congress to give them liability shield from being sued because their product is used for one thing and one thing only, and that's to unalive. And evidently is to unalive children. And you guys support this shit. Now, of course, I'm
it's
being
disgusting that you
hyperbolic. I'm
keep
not
doing
done,
this.
Chicago.
It's disgusting that you keep doing
I'm
this.
being,
Well,
Chicago,
hold on,
shut up.
Chicago.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say shut up. Of course, I'm being hyperbolic. Of course, I don't think you believe that unaliving children is okay, but you support 100%, 10 toes down with your full chest, everybody's right to own a pew pew without exception.
Okay.
Nobody said that.
Yeah, and we did not say that.
Okay. Well,
I think we
I'm
can
Chicago.
background checks.
Chicago, go ahead if you'd like to say something. I think that was directed at you.
So I have two things here. Like growing up in Chicago, I was always like anti-guns, and then when I actually lived in Louisiana, like in meeting the kids down there, I found it so interesting that they actually had like a respect for guns, and it totally changed my mind on the Second Amendment. But to Paula, what you said, I think I am for stricter gun laws to a certain extent. I don't think, like in Indiana, you can just go and get a gun like that. Chicago, it's more, you know, Illinois in general, it's more of a process to do it. But I'm actually kind of for that, stricter gun laws. But it's not really going to solve the main issue, which is American society and how broken it is. That's a problem.
So how about defunding all the mental health facilities that the Republicans have been doing for the last 40 years?
A fair question.
Defunding mental health facilities, can you expand on that?
Yeah, they've closed down almost every mental health facility that we have in this country because they think it's a waste of money. And now they're screaming that it's a mental health problem. We send these people that are mentally challenged out into the streets, or if they don't have any place to live because they can't get a job because they're mentally challenged, we put them in prison. And then they get their release date and they go back out on the street. Yeah, they're going to be frustrated. They're mentally challenged, so they don't know how to handle this stuff. And we close down all the facilities. We have an insurance program that costs so much money that most people can't afford it. And then we turn around and we blame the mental health, while at the very same time, the Republicans are making it impossible for these people to even live.
Yeah, I think that's a fair point. I mean, there are things that we do certainly need to resolve to mitigate some of the effects, because again, whether we feel strongly against or for the Second Amendment, it exists, and there's nothing we can do about it one way or the other unless we do make reforms that can reduce this, because it's getting out of hand.
We have a huge problem here in Canada because the number of pew-pews being smuggled across the border from the United States is just exploding. 99.9% of the pew-pew death unalives in Canada are the result of American pew-pews smuggled into Canada. I say 99.9 because it is possible after very extreme and difficult process to actually own a handheld pew-pew in Canada. It is not easy to do, but if you happen to have legal access to one, if you're one of the very small population, then it is possible that that pew pew may have been involved in a crime. So that's why I'm allowing this not 100%, but it's almost every pew pew is an American pew pew smuggled into Canada. And I'd like to see our government start putting massive tariffs against anything coming into the United States until the United States gets tough on its border about the intentional deaths that they are responsible for against Canadians. And I hope that Canadians start filing lawsuits, because your gun shield, your pew pew shield, won't protect them in Canada.
I think that you should come build a wall. Oh my God, what is it with these walls?
I think that build a wall against your number one trading partner. That is so smart.
Let me ask everybody a question. If you're in favor of the Second Amendment, which I am, why? What do you believe the purpose is for you to have a pew pew?
It's the biggest. I mean, you look at our government, and we all agree that our government's corrupt. It's the biggest check to their power.
Okay, so you believe that that's, a way for the people to be able to overthrow the government. Anybody else have another thought on that?
So I would say for self-protection, because let's take myself for example. I live in a rural area. If someone broke into my house with the intent for harm, the only thing that the police is going to do when they get there is scoop up the dead bodies that are inside. And I'm saying for myself, my wife, my children, if I wasn't armed, because it will take 40 minutes for a cop to get to my house. Somebody will clear my house and kill everybody in there if that was their intent, if I'm unarmed.
Okay, so self-defense.
If I'm armed, I've got a fighting chance.
So if you're fast asleep, do you think the person that comes into your house, and if they have a pew pew and their intent is to
I've got a cover for that too. I've got 2 dogs. I got 2 very yippy dogs that'll bark at the slightest move of anything.
Yeah, so do I.
Yes, I do get up.
How they'll respond to a piece of meat.
And amazingly, I get up.
Statistically, you're better off just having the dog. You're safer with just the dogs.
How so? Like he can't take a defensive position.
Like nature's alarm system.
Exactly.
But does that mean that you need? I think I forget what the statistic is, but the average number of pew pews owned by Americans is staggering. It's not one.
There's more guns than people.
I think the average is like 120 to 1 or something.
They become. I mean, not all gun owners, because I know Chicago's going to be surprised that I have a couple. Anyway, but it's not. So my family's from Texas. We're a very strong culture and pew pews, and you practice with it. You know what I'm saying? You just don't get it and forget it, right? And then pull it out when you need to use it. That is one of the things I would like to see, is that people should have to be able to demonstrate a proficiency with their firearm and not just be able to buy one.
What about like mandatory pew pew classes in school?
There are. Chicago,
like in
Illinois, there's an extensive process like to get your FOID. But the problem with Chicago specifically and the gun violence is that Chicago's borders Indiana, and a lot of the guns are flowing in from Indiana. They have lax gun laws.
Oh, you're saying that they'll go across and grab some and then come back because it's easier to get them?
No, you can't do that.
Oh, they can't.
I mean,
you think they're going to check your car when you're driving?
I mean,
someone from Illinois cannot go to Indiana and buy a gun. I mean, they can.
That's not true.
It is absolutely true, because it would have to be sent to a gun shop in Illinois to be picked up, because then it would be subject to Illinois.
And how are they doing it? And how is it being done?
People from Indiana are criminals. People from Indiana are criminals and buying guns and taking them over there and selling them at a profit, because they know, well, I live in Indiana, I can buy this Glock for $500.
Well, who's selling them?
I can go over
selling it to the people. So those lawbreakers should be in prison, should they not?
Well, they should if they get caught.
Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
But the thing is, But the
But
thing
see, you
is,
guys don't. Do you want enough law enforcement to enforce that?
absolutely.
Well, there you go. We've
I don't.
solved one issue.
I don't see a problem with that because, in my view, if someone buys 15 guns in Indiana and takes them over to Chicago because they know people in Chicago can't have a gun, so I can charge $1,500 for a gun that I just paid $500 for, they're a criminal.
And they're giving
And
guns to teenagers, like, and they have like switches and stuff. Like, you see the guns these gangbangers have, these teenage gangbangers have in Chicago. It's absurd.
I'm 100% because they're working on technology for a gun now,
But what do you
which
guys
is
do to encourage your Republican representatives who are in the pocket of NRA? What do you do to get them to change any laws? This has been going on for decades, and the Republicans
but
will
the thing
squash
is the
anything that
the
Democrats are
laws
able
are
to
there.
cobble together and get it on the books, and then they systematically destroy it. Republican Party as a whole is in the tank for the NRA.
Wait, get outside. Where are you from exactly?
I'm from Kentucky.
Can you explain, like, if you hopped in your car right now and went to a gun store, could you just get a gun? Can you explain that process?
So if
Yeah,
I
you can.
go to buy a gun in Kentucky, I have to fill out the background sheet. And if my background sheet comes back clean, then I can walk out the same day with a gun. But I will tell you, as far as I've seen, it works in Kentucky because I actually bought a handgun right out from under somebody because he failed his background check when he filled it out. And the guy's like, look, you're going to have to wait a week before I can sell you this gun. And the guy's like, well, I don't want to wait a week. And he said, well, it's not my problem. It didn't go. So I looked at the guy, I said, well, I want that gun. I'll buy it. Let
Wait,
me
how
fill
did
out
you
my
fail
info.
his background check?
Do what?
How did you fail his background check?
Well, there's several ways. One, he could have lied on it. And when he fills it out and says, no, I'm not a felon, it comes back that he was a felon, or no, I don't do drugs or never have done drugs. It comes out that you've been busted for a misdemeanor drug charge. So that
Domestic violence cases
domestic
is another
violence
one.
is another one.
But you can buy pew-pews in Indiana if you don't live there.
I live in Iowa.
But you
and I
cannot
can buy.
take it with you. That's against federal law.
Well, I
That's a
mean,
federal
I'm
law.
looking at the federal law, and I don't see
rugs
that.
are illegal, but people still get them. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
when you,
I agree.
yeah, and also private sellers. Would you guys be opposed to every state requiring that any private sale of a firearm it has to go through the federal government?
No.
But like,
Yeah,
how
see,
like
that's
how
another
strict
thing.
would that be though? Like, how strict would that regulation be? Like,
Well,
That's
meaning
another thing.
if you
You don't have to
if you sell a pew, you know, as a private citizen to another private citizen, and you don't go through those channels, you could be charged with a crime, whatever whatever they come up with for a statute for that.
We have
I,
indoor guns
when I
up
do it,
here.
I
that
actually-
people-
That's the
Hey,
thing.
can
You
I
guys
was talking
won't
there.
go all the way. You will not
Okay.
go all the way to protect children.
Yeah, because we got to keep in mind that you are allowed to have them, but that doesn't mean that you have a right to have them, but you don't have a right to purchase them in certain ways and without, some kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? Like,
And I'm fine with that. And
Yeah.
I will even go as far as if I go do a gun show, right? And you always hear about the gun show loophole. But
Yeah.
if you actually go to a gun show and try to buy a weapon, all the reputable gun dealers will have you fill out a background check because he don't want to sell that gun to somebody that's going to use it nefariously. So if I go up to buy a gun off of somebody and he doesn't have me fill out a background check, well, I just don't buy a gun off.
Well, that's funny because then you're saying that he's able to access the background check
They are.
system.
They are.
I'm
If
curious
they're
what
not
the
that
So then
potential
why do we have the
penalties
gun?
are.
Then why would we have them? Then we should get away with the gun show loophole.
And again, that's something that I agree with. That is a meaningful thing that can be gotten rid of.
But the right wants to get rid of the ATF. And even this administration wants to get rid of the ATF. That's the law enforcement agency that's in charge of this stuff.
Well, I wouldn't
I don't
say
hear you
all of
guys
the
going
ATF.
on TV. I don't hear any Republican on TV going after illegal sale of pew pews like they do mugs, and they can't do it because the white right wing of your base is fucking insane.
I just don't find that the way the government is right now, I don't think they can mess with the Second Amendment at all. It's like
That's
a
right, because
non-starter.
it's Republican run.
Let me ask this question. Is it so much that they want to get rid of the ATF, or do they want to say, well, we've got 15 three-letter agencies, and half of these actually do a lot of the same thing. So
No.
instead of, well,
Then why do they want to? Then why did they want to get rid of one of the other ones? But your party, over my whole life, has been wanting to get rid of the ATF. In fact, Timothy McVeigh targeted the ATF in the Oklahoma City bombing, and sir, he was not a Democrat.
Right. Well, do you know why Timothy McVeigh targeted the ATF?
Yeah, I do know, sir, and it doesn't matter. He was fucking
Tell
lunatic.
me why he targeted
He was a
the ATF.
right wing. Oh, because of Ruby Ridge. Is that what you're going to cry about in Waco?
I'm not crying about anything. That was a fact. That's why he did it. He
Well,
blamed
I'm
the
sorry,
ATF
sir. So that
for those
gives your
deaths.
party permission to do a
And-
T attack on a government agency? Is that so now
he's
banks
not-
can go after the Federal Reserve? Is that what it is now?
He's not part of my. That's
He
not
is.
the whole
He was a
party.
Republican. He was
But
100%
again,
Republican. He was probably
that's
MAGA
not-
before MAGA.
That's not, right there. See, liberal. There's the problem.
Dude, it just this.
See,
You keep going
one
to
person
parties
does
like.
something, then it's the whole party.
So
It's not
see,
the whole
here's
party.
it is.
It's
It is the whole
absurd.
party
It's not
because your
the whole
party
party.
doesn't do
Well,
jack
now,
shit about it.
now, to be fair and to your point, like I understand what you're saying, but we hear that all the time from the other side as well. So it's it's not like,
And again, I
and
find that to
it's
be a
I
problem.
agree that it is a problem.
It's a problem, and
It
it'll
is.
take a Republican base to have a fundamental shift in their thought processes to get their elected leaders to actually, to actually do something about it. And they don't do anything about it because your base won't let them do it. So while I'm really happy that you guys up
It's
here
not the
are
base.
rational thinking, sentient people, but your base is fucking insane.
It's not the
Yeah,
base. It's obviously the lobbying groups that the reason why the politicians won't budge on it. And I'd even
Oh,
this
that's
might
what
be a
it
hot
is.
take,
It's
though, but
Lobby
do you
groups,
think- do you think
lobby groups only have so much effect. The lobby groups can only impact what the politicians are willing to do. If the politicians know that their base will absolutely revolt on a policy and vote them out of office, I don't care what the issue is. If the base won't support it, one Republican who came up and tried to say, that's it, we have to put a national registry on all pew-pews. Guess how long he would last until he got primaried out?
Oh, I'd vote against him, and I'm a Democrat.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
Wait, I want to answer that 1 second.
that-
here.
that-
you said
wait,
you said
hold on,
you said the
Chicago.
base is the problem and not
It
lobbying,
is.
but
It
every
is.
single one of us,
I said-
every single one of us has been funding a G side for 2 years now, and both
Wait
the
a
right
Not-
and left
not
are
willingly.
complicit in
Pivot
it.
harder.
And,
Pivot
and the
harder.
base is against it.
Pivot harder.
The base is
Pivot
very
harder.
clearly against what's going on, but our
Pivot
politicians
harder.
won't budge. What they're actually doing, they give standing ovations in that.
So it's like
Netanyahu.
Chicago, you were just
They
born
go to
last night.
they go to Jerusalem and kiss a wall. Like they
Sir?
are answering to the ones that fund their campaigns, not the base.
When you're losing the argument, naturally you're going to want to pivot. But your party has done nothing but shrill for the NRA and the gun owners and their fucking obsessions with firearms.
So,
They wouldn't be doing it if you guys weren't supporting it.
well,
Okay, so let me ask this question.
go ahead.
And this is always something that is put out there by the right. Now, I don't necessarily agree with giving teachers guns, but why not put 2 police officers in every school?
They already have
Not
resource
one.
officers in
Not
Texas,
one.
sir.
Do
Sir,
what?
they have resource officers in Texas that are armed.
Okay.
They even
we
had one at
have-
Uvalde. They had one at Uvalde.
Right, one. A
And
person
then let's
can
talk
get a
about the
drop
40
on
police
one
officers that
person.
waited. The 40 law enforcement officers that
I
waited
know.
an hour.
And
to
whoever made
to go in
whoever
and
made
save the
that
children.
decision,
So that just blows up your whole good guy with a gun
no,
nonsense.
no, it doesn't,
Yeah, it
because
does.
because guns, and these are FBI test statistics, save almost 2.5 million lives a year. That's the
Sure.
FBI. That's the FBI statistics.
How do
You can
they?
go
How
to
do
the
they?
FBI
How
website and
would you
look
even
at it.
compute
Yeah,
that? How
there's
would you
That's
compute that? How would you compute
that's
that?
beside the
How would you
point.
be able to prove?
The
there would
point
be no
is,
way
You
is
to
you
can't.
prove
put
that.
There's not.
No,
That's some
facts are not
bullshit
the,
lie
beside the
the
right
point.
there.
FBI apparently
That's a
can,
fucking
because
bullshit
they
lie. Stop
well look
lying.
go to the FBI website and
I
look
don't
it
have
up.
to go to the FBI website.
Yes. Again,
It's
what is
You're
the
just
right there,
repeating
methodology
some
there?
bullshit you heard.
Because there's no way to prove a
because some of it is
negative.
there's quite a few the people that
So
it's
anyway,
reported
changing
that
the
they
topic,
report. But
No, no, no.
to
anyhow,
pivot.
put two armed resource officers on duty, right?
Oh, before
Because
it was just
if
one.
do what?
I've heard this argument before.
So you
It's
put two people
ridiculous.
there. Why is
No,
that
because
ridiculous?
before it was let's do
One person
one.
can
Let's
get
get
the
one
drop.
resource officer.
Okay,
But
so
one
now
resource
guys,
officer can
now
get
we're
the drop.
talking over each other again. Let's
Jesus
not do
Christ.
that. It's you get two words in, and then somebody says something. This isn't too productive. I do
But
want to
mass
point
Time to
shootings
something
go to
out.
don't just
reset.
happen
I,
in
I
schools and churches. There's mass shootings almost every weekend in Chicago. It's never on the news, but
Okay, because there's
And do you know
one.
why? Do you know why that is? They
Yeah,
cannot be
adding more of a
everywhere.
bad thing is a good idea.
They
Because there's
cannot
only
be
one.
everywhere,
So
sir. Just like in your own cities, law enforcement
okay,
can't
well
be
that's why you
everywhere, and
have
in
to
a
have more
school they
than
You
can't
let
be
one.
her
anywhere.
talk.
So now you want to
Jesus
go.
Christ.
Now you want to have two resource officers. Maybe we should do 50.
That's
50
why you
might
need
actually
more
make a
than
difference. We
one.
also did gun
maybe
zones and pew pew zone free zones. That didn't work either because your gun culture is insane. And until you guys realize that, we're never going to make any progress. Even the guy below me, who I thought maybe he was for sensible regulations, turns around and says some crazy shit, which indicates to me that he's in the gun cult too. Sorry, I
Okay,
didn't
so
pew pew.
what
didn't you
are your
just say
excuses
you
out
own
there?
firearms and you're from Texas and you're proud of how you're
Sir, you
taught to
misunderstand
respect?
what I say. It's like you can't hear.
Well, I'm listening to you, and you just said that I said some crazy shit. What was that?
It was just a few seconds ago. I can't
So,
remember what you
well, can
said.
I ask another quick question? Then I got to head back into work. So
go ahead.
think about every place you go. If you go to a football game, baseball game, basketball game, what do they have? Armed security. Who guards our congressmen and everybody? Armed security. Not just one, but multiple. You go to it, well, not necessarily a bank anymore, but a lot of banks have police officers sitting in them. So all that stuff
Why?
is considered
Why do we
important.
have to have security?
Do
Why
what?
do we have to have security? Why do you have to have security
Because
at
there's
football
crazy
games?
ass people in this world. That's
Can I
why.
ask
Why?
a
What?
question on
Why?
this, liberal?
Why?
I'd really like to ask
Sure,
a
High
question
Break, go
to
ahead.
get outside before he has to leave. The question is, what kind of society do you want to live in? Do you want to live in a society where everything you do, everything move you make is monitored or guarded by people with guns to try and keep you alive? I had to cash some traveler's checks when I was in Costa Rica, and I was stunned at what I saw. 4 guys standing outside the bank with heavy automatic weapons. I went into the door and it locked, and I could tell by the thickness of the glass it was bulletproof glass. I've then got a person inside on the other side of the glass looking me up and down to judge whether or not I'm safe to let through the glass. Then he lets me in, and there's 3 more guys inside the bank with heavy automatic weapons. This is a small town bank. The roads were dirt. It was in the middle of the outer peninsula of Costa Rica. Nothing around, and they've got 8 police officers on duty at this tiny bank. Is that the kind of world you want to live in?
Well, that's not the kind of world that anybody wants to live in. But here's the thing. You can't discount human beings. How are you going to? Because no matter what you do, and it's been since the dawn of man, you have some people that, and matter of fact, they got a term for them, sociopaths. So there's more than
Like our
one because
president.
they got to have a term for them. How do you get rid of a sociopath?
You vote
You
them
take
out.
guns away from everybody, and you're still gonna have criminals and sociopaths.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. You can't
See, that's what
legislate
you guys think is
human
all or
nature.
nothing, right? You guys think that Democrats want to take all your pew-pews, even though
Because
I don't
that's
know
what
what you're
will
doing with them. Maybe you're having sex with them. I don't know. But you think that Democrats want to come and take all your pew-pews. You can't be, that's not even true. That's not even in the neighborhood of true.
It's never happened while the Democrats had both House and Senate. And the only people that have really tried to infringe on your rights have been Republicans.
But I don't think the government's in any place to.
Oh,
That's
okay.
Government's doing it right now. We've had a
it's going to
discussion on
happen on a
this
state
live.
level, not the net,
How,
not
how do
the
you
federal
not,
government.
how is this not the government's place, sir?
I think it should be a state issue, not the federal government.
It's,
'Cause
it's,
I
in,
think
it's in the
federal
U.S.
The
government-
state
Constitution,
is a
sir.
government.
Yeah, I think it should be a state issue. I don't think the federal
So
government.
what's the difference?
Why?
Well, I think
Why should it be
I
a state issue? It's a federal right. Why can't we do it federally? Then that way everybody would be more protected.
But so we were saying earlier, right, that blue states, you like the regulations that are established in most Democrat states.
So you
right?
like to put words in our mouths? Why don't you just speak from your mouth?
No, I'm asking, like, do you agree with
Don't
the
ask
gun
me
regulations?
questions. Make your assertion.
Do you agree with the gun regulations in majority of blue states?
Make your assertion. That's a question, sir.
What gun regulation in those blue states do you disagree with?
That's for you, Chicago.
No, I'm for it, but I think Paula is saying she wants those.
Okay.
Same
You don't know what
regulations in
you
red
don't know
states.
what.
No, I'm asking.
You don't-
I'm not sure that
I've-
I've heard anybody list a particular policy during this entire thing that we should do that isn't already done somewhere.
Yeah, I like
And
the red
it's-
flag laws.
Yeah, it's
I do
not
too.
whatever we're doing, guys, isn't working.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly Paula wants to see with gun regulations.
Well, okay, so do you want to know how you can affect change at all, or are you more concerned with what you think Paula will help to do?
No,
with
I'm just
change?
curious because Paula's making a lot of assertions, but she hasn't really laid out what she wants to see with gun regulations.
Hey
Okay.
guys, well, thanks for the conversation. I got to get back into work.
Hey,
Get
thanks
outside.
for-
Thank
thanks
you.
for
I
visiting.
appreciate it, man. Yeah,
Take
yeah,
care.
Bye
outside.
you're
Bye,
welcome.
Edward.
Yeah,
Get outside.
Go get outside.
I gave
We'll
you a
see,
follow,
babe.
Edward.
Yeah, I mean,
It
Paula,
doesn't
Paula,
matter what-
what policy would you like to see?
I haven't sat down Chicago and done the legislature's work. But what I am suggesting is that for every Republican that says, "Oh, well, I'm for sensible legislation," your party doesn't do shit. Your party won't do anything. Your party won't get off their ass and do something because your base will not let them. And until you can because my party wants to do something, your party prevents it from happening.
What
So
do
in
they want to
order
do?
For us to make any progress, you, sir, and your little maggot friends need to get together and tell your elected leaders you want some sensible gun regulations and work with the Democrats.
You have no idea what I lean with politically at, but I'm asking you, what do the Democrats
Dude, I just
want?
answered your question.
No, you're not. You're just saying.
I
nonsense.
answered your
You're not-
question.
What
You
do
didn't like my
Democrats
answer.
want
That's
to do
just
with
too
gun
fucking
regulations
bad,
that
sir.
the Republican Party is
You
holding
act
back?
like you have any authority over me. You're on TikTok, motherfucker.
Well, Chicago, can you point to something that Republicans have put forward that is some kind of regulation? Because I can't think
No,
of
not at
anything
all.
in my lifetime.
I'm actually trying to learn here. Like, what exactly do you want to see, Paul? Like,
Well, she's already said that she doesn't know what she.
Yeah,
Well,
that's what
I
she said.
personally would like to see the red flag laws enacted. I would like to see mental health checks done.
What do you mean by red flag?
Red
Well,
flag. If you've got
Here we
somebody
go.
that let's say that somebody has threatened somebody's life, that would trigger a red flag.
oh, like for the background check?
Well, not even for the background check, but it would trigger.
Have a pew pew.
Yeah, it would, if you have weapons and you threaten somebody's life, now all of a sudden we need to be concerned. You know, it's like if somebody threatens a school and or calls in a calls in a threat to a school, they investigate that. I think that needs to be done a lot more often. Now, the thing is, the problem with that, and here's where we get into a sticky situation, is we end up with people swatting other people and lying. We need to make lying wrong again. We need to start charging people for perjury.
I agree with that.
If I was a judge, and by the way, anybody that sees me on the ballot, please elect me. I don't have a law degree, but I do understand the truth. But if you lied in my courtroom, you would go to jail, period.
Right.
I don't want lies. I don't want the best liar to win. What I want is the truth. And the problem is we have a commander in chief that can't tell the truth. He's a pathological liar. And it's been proven time and time again with over 30,000 lies. Now, all this does is perpetuate that throughout our society when we're okay with our president lying to our faces.
I think every president since I've been alive has been lying to our faces. But I understand what your sentiment with Trump.
If you compare Trump to other presidents, as a matter of fact, all the presidents of all time, you're going to see that he cannot help himself.
Well, George Bush invaded Iraq on a lie.
I believe you are absolutely correct.
American men and women that died because
absolutely.
of those lies.
Netanyahu actually was pushing the lie.
There was only one party during that time that was pushing against going to Iraq and Afghanistan, and it was not the Republican Party.
Yeah, I lived through it, man. I was against that from fucking day one, and every time a Republican and I would have a conversation, you're anti-American, you hate this country, if you don't like it, you can leave.
I mean, they made us rename French fries, for Pete's sake, to freedom fries. And I'm sorry for cussing earlier, guys. I should watch that better. But this is why I get worried about Venezuela, because we're sending troops. We're sending ships, we're sending military equipment to Venezuela, as if that's going to be a one and done situation. Like, haven't we learned enough?
I agree.
There's no one and done. If we're going to go somewhere, we're there 10 fucking years. Oh, sorry, I cussed again.
Well, fuck it.
Okay, Paula, don't take the gummy.
Okay, so I wanted to point out that gun regulation, or sorry, TikTok, love TikTok shop. Pew pew regulation isn't the only thing that we can do to combat the violent shit that we're dealing with. We have like, I believe Hicklife brought this up, mental health issues that are going unresolved, and the only people that we have deal with that are officers who are also armed, and they sometimes pull out their pew pews and resolve the situation that way, which is unfortunate. We have a culture of just general violence in this country. Our nation is just culturally violent. I mean, it is. It's from the beginning. We have issues of poverty, extreme disparity of wealth, where you have this extreme wealthy individuals that live in this country, the wealthiest nation on earth, and then you have just abject poverty, people that are homeless. You have all these issues, and you put all that shit together. If you don't do anything about it, it creates just a spark for something to go boom. And it happens all the time. It happens here more than it happens in other places, like mass pew-pewings, for example. Not saying it doesn't happen anywhere else. So there are other things that we can do to try and resolve this, in my opinion, that have nothing to do with guns or pew-pews.
But do you think, like, America is a land of immigrants, and without immigrants, America would not be a superpower? But
Absolutely.
don't you think like diversity brings mistrust, and that's kind of why our society is
only among
that's wild, Chicago.
If you're a racist, yes.
Mhm.
Because the
I
only
mean, if
time
you
that
look
you
at
would, oh, go ahead.
no, please continue.
Well, I was just going to say the only time that you would distrust somebody because they were diverse is because you're racist.
Right, I agree with that. But I
So
mean, that is a reality, though. It is a reality in
it
our
is.
country.
Yeah, it is.
Now,
That
yeah,
we have
nobody's
racists?
arguing that it's not a reality, but the reality is wrong. It's wrong
Yeah.
that we have elected somebody who is an obvious racist, and we've got people defending him and claiming that what he's doing is what we need. And that's absolutely ridiculous that we have immigrants to a country screaming about immigrants.
Well, I mean, I
It
think
is
that's
kinda
a separate
crazy.
issue. That's a separate issue there. I think what was happening under the Biden administration at the southern border was absurd. Like,
What was so absurd?
Well, the numbers that
we
you
had
get are so
millions.
skewed
We
that you
had
don't even know what
millions.
happened.
He deported 4 million.
No, I'm saying the people that were coming in, like, it was absurd what was happening. There was millions.
Well,
Okay.
sir,
They're crossing the
that
southern border.
happened under Trump's first term. That happened under Obama's terms, Bush's
Yeah.
term. It's been going on for 40 fucking years.
But why
So
did it
why
change
was it that
overnight?
so many people came across the border? Do you understand why that happened?
Yeah, it
You
was
asking
because,
me?
what was it, Title 42?
42?
Was it? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and the Supreme Court said we are no longer in an emergency, so we have to end Title 42. And all those people that have been sitting out there waiting and being molested and raped and abused
Mhm.
while they were waiting ran to get in here.
Well, that's because I think that's due to the Biden administration.
What did
No,
they-
that was. That's,
There was an incentive to come to America, and as you said, like
What
human
was the
trafficking, the
incentive? Did we give
cartels.
them what was the incentive? I didn't hear about this incentive plan to
Well,
I
like
know
in
it's an
America.
incentive program.
like overnight, Trump, when Trump took office, the numbers at the southern border stopped.
Huh,
It is
that's
not
funny.
gonna work.
Oh, really?
Yes,
That's funny. A guy that
Yeah,
was
it dropped. Wait, hold up just a second. How much did they drop by? I know this argument. How much did they drop by Chicago?
I don't have the exact data, but there's a great video.
It was
on
pretty
YouTube. A
significant,
man
wasn't
named-
it?
I think
It
his
was
name is
very
Andrew.
significant.
Let me finish here. Andrew Santello. He did a ride along with a sheriff in Yuma, Arizona,
Yeah.
2 years ago, going across the border, and he was explaining what was happening, and it was wild to see. And then when Trump took office, he returned to Yuma and did a ride along with the sheriff, and it was night and day difference at the border.
Okay, well, first off, it was a giant decrease according to custom board and what is it? Custom border and
Customs and
whatever.
Border Patrol.
Thank you. Yeah, they reported it like a 95% drop, like virtually overnight. Do you know a lot about statistics, Chicago?
I'm not a big math guy, but I think
Well,
it was,
okay.
I think there was
Statistically, that's like impossible. So now you have to sit there and go, well, that's a really big drop. I wonder why that is. And if you're a statistician, you dig into the numbers. And you
Well, I mean,
want to
how
find
backed
out,
up were the
well,
asylum
why?
hearings?
I'm sorry. What? Did
How
I
backed
interrupt
up
you
were the
again?
asylum hearings?
So anyway, so you have to ask yourself, you got to challenge those numbers because they just seem too good to be true. And what do you know? The Trump administration changed the definition of how they count people. And if you were to guess, do you think they were more generous with the definition, or do you think they were less generous?
I don't really know what you're trying to say here.
Yeah,
That they
because
weren't
Trump
reporting.
had
They
been-
weren't reporting, and that's why the statistics shows a drop.
But the problem, was it wasn't even illegal migrants who were just crossing the border at will. It was there was an incentive for these people to come to America, to our southern border. They would fly into Mexico or however way they got
What's the
to the southern
incentive?
border. They would legit ring a doorbell. Border Patrol would show up, take a picture of them, bring them back, give them a slip of paper for their asylum hearing, and they're in America.
That hasn't changed, sir. That's still the law. They're still able to do that to this very day.
And they
That's
are
the
doing it
thing.
to this day.
President Trump has not changed anything. He's done it all through
Yes, yeah,
executive
it's
orders. Hold on, let me finish there, cowboy. Everything that he has done through executive orders, as soon as he's gone, can be undone. My suggestion is that Mr. Trump and the Republican Congress should cobble together a reform immigration plan, but they're not doing that.
how
Why
about
is
both
that?
parties? Why are you just blaming the Republicans? That's both parties
I'm sorry,
Because
refusing.
they
sir.
did have one,
Democrats
and
don't have
Trump.
any control.
No, I think it's actually the government. They refuse to actually address
But
immigration.
Republicans
No,
run the show
that's
right
not true
now.
at all.
They could do
It's
it.
but this has been an issue for as long as I've been alive. They
Yeah, me
refuse to
too.
address
Me too.
immigration
And
policy.
and when Marco Rubio put forward a comprehensive immigration plan during President Obama's first term, I think, or maybe the second term, but Republicans voted it down. They wouldn't vote it. They and Marco Rubio was castigated by Fox News. He had to do a redemption tour, and then you had Senator Langsford put out a bill, and they didn't vote for it either. It was a conservative bill that he cobbled together with a Democrat, and they both sides that were sensible were saying this is the best deal we're going to get, and they didn't do it. And so right now you have a Republican Congress, you have a Republican SCOTUS, and you have a Republican president. Why aren't they doing it?
Can I ask-
I honestly think like both
Go
the
ahead.
right and left refuse to address it because they use it as a voting issue. It's very
Well,
easy.
only
You're
only the
exactly
right
right.
only the right uses it as a voting issue, though.
Right, but don't you think that, like ultimately we would need the right and left to a bipartisan deal?
We had that. That's the thing is we had that. The Langford bill was a bipartisan bill, and both sides had pushed it through, and Trump called his Republican lackeys, his little yes men, and told them to vote it down because he needed the issue to run on or he wouldn't win. And that's exactly what happened. You can look it up. But the Langford bill was shot down by Republican loyalists or by Trump loyalists, and that's why we don't have immigration reform today.
I would have to look into
Yeah.
that.
No,
Appreciate
it was.
that.
I mean, it was written by a Republican, and it was
Senator Langford.
Yeah, it was given like it gave them basically everything that they wanted, and Donald Trump didn't want to lose that issue on the campaign. Republicans have been
looking into
using that for years.
I have a question.
Interesting. Yeah, go.
Don't
Yeah,
you
you should go
think
research
that, like,
that.
like not the
Hang on a
political,
second.
but like the actual like financial lead are
I
the
just
ones
want
that
to.
want immigration like this so they can take advantage of their labor.
Now,
Just a minute. I have a
I think
question.
Hybrid is trying to weigh in.
I have a question. I among the garbage that I was picking up this morning, and I haven't had a chance to check this out yet if there's any truth to it. But somebody here may know if it's truth or if it's just AI garbage. There was a I don't know what you call them on TikTok because I haven't been on all that long. What do you call these video streams? Just is that what you call them? Videos that you catch the things that people do that are not lives. They're just the video clips.
Are you
That-
saying like the AI?
like TikTok
Well, I don't
videos.
AI
know if this was AI or not. This might have been a newscast, might have been legit news, but what
Okay.
they were saying is that there is a leaked Supreme Court decision that now I gotta get this straight. It was all immigrants with legal documentation would be able to apply for landed immigrant status within the next 12 months. And they were saying this was a Supreme Court decision. Has anyone else heard this?
What they would be able to do? What?
That all immigrants currently in the United States with legal status to be there, would be able to apply for landed immigrant status. I believe was the level of I don't think they
I've
can
never
apply
heard
for
that.
citizenship.
Yeah, I think it's like title something. But no, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it would be like
Apparently something leaking out of the Supreme Court was what this
I think
this
it is in the
video was
courts.
saying, and it might be AI, it might be legit. I don't know. I haven't had a chance to research it yet. I just was curious
Well,
if anyone.
Yeah.
I think it's a naturalization.
I have a comment. I have a comment on that.
I haven't heard anything about that, Hybrid.
My comment on that would be, why would any immigrant in the United States go to sign up for this when these cosplatriots are kidnapping people at the immigration offices while they're trying to abide by the law.
Right.
I agree with that. Like, I think at this point, like, we need to stop, the mass waves that of migrants that are coming through. I think we need to address the ones that are here because they are in America, and I think we have to address, their citizenship.
Well,
I think
earlier,
I've talked to many conservatives, like across, like really some hardcore ones and some other lives, and I think that both parties can 100% come to an agreement on the border, right? Because nobody wants undocumented, illegal migration. No, believe it or not, Democrats don't want it either. Who wants it is farmers and the restaurant industry and the landscape people. That's the construction. Those are the people who like it.
Right.
But the problem is, what do we do with the folks within the borders? What do we do with those people? People who've been here a long time, people who were not born here, but they thought they were born here, that are adults. What do we do with them? And that's where the conversation starts to get crazy, because I think
that's what's in the
even
courts
with
now.
many conservatives I've talked to, they're okay if you've been here 10 years and you have children and you've lived your life, you're contributing to society. They're even okay with giving them amnesty.
I mean, they say that
veterans that are being deported. I mean, how do you be a veteran, serve your country, and then get deported from it? But
it's not deporting, because deporting returns you to your state that you came from, or your country that you came from. What they're doing is they are kidnapping people and they're sending them to countries they've never even been to. It's all about the cruelty. You talked about
almost like
sociopaths.
rendition.
You talked about sociopaths earlier, and you elected one if you voted for Trump.
You're true, Hicklife. I will rethink my phrasing of that. But we have a problem right now in Canada because we're going through a similar thing. We have our Conservative Party, who is not in power right now, is making a big issue about the immigrants. We had about 5 years ago, we had a very large influx of immigrants that were needed at the time post C-19. And now it's seen that they're not needed as much, and suddenly the same party that was calling for all these people to be brought in is now calling for them all to be expelled. But the interesting statistic that was presented the other day from the government is immigrants to Canada, and I'm not saying this the United States, this is the case, you'd have to look and see what the statistics are in the United States, but in Canada, immigrants to Canada, and a lot of them are, by the way, brown and dark skinned.
They're Indians, right?
No. Indians cannot be immigrants to you're referring to Indians from India.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pakistan.
A lot of them, there's a lot of brown skin. They're coming from all different countries of the world. Yes, India is a percentage of it because they have a large population. But the issue about it is that they're finding statistically 80% of immigrants are more likely to start a business in Canada. And those businesses employ people.
But aren't these like gas stations and like
it might be a gas station, it might be a dry cleaner, it might be who knows what, but does it matter? If they start a business, they're now contributing to the system, they're not drawing from it. They're hiring people, which contributes to the system, raises our GDP. I mean,
isn't the problem with like the Indians, like they're actually coming to Canada on student visas and they're going to schools that like are not even like real. They're like
it's nowhere near.
They're not accredited schools, and like they use that, and then they become a citizen. Like they're just taking advantage of.
They don't become a citizen because it's still a long process to become a citizen, but they do get landed status. And I'm not disagreeing with you that the illegal schools are a problem. I mean, I was on a live with two truckers the other day, and they were talking about the problems with immigrants in the United States who are coming in and are getting false, I forget what you call it, but it's essentially the commercial driver's license. And they're getting out in transports with no training, no education, but they have these false paperwork that's being supplied within their own communities and the crime elements within their own communities, and they're providing them with false documentation. So I mean that is a problem everywhere, and I don't disagree that we have some. I will push back that it's a major problem. The conservative.
Okay, what is your
Party,
point, Highbray?
just that we immigrants contribute to the countries that they come into,
Okay.
not the drain that people want to paint them to be.
Yeah,
But there's
and-
like a mass wave of Indians. Like Hockey Night in Canada is in Punjabi. I think the Winnipeg Jets sang the Canadian national anthem in Punjabi.
I mean, why does that upset you?
What is?
I think that's the one thing. You look at early 20th century immigration from Europeans, like who didn't speak English as their native tongue. Like, yeah, they had to learn English. Like,
and you know,
Canada,
what-
Canada, it's English and French, but I think
Right.
Punjabi is going to be your third language here soon.
But do you know how many?
Why would that
why-
matter?
Yeah, I don't. Why does that matter?
I mean, Chicago, you seem to not like immigrants very well.
Well, that's
No.
and it's interesting because earlier, Chicago, you said, would you agree that we're a nation of immigrants and our diversity made us really powerful? And I agreed with you.
Yeah, but just based on what I've been
So-
seeing in Canada, it seems
Do you live there?
different. No, maybe the
Oh, okay.
Canadian here could actually speak on that.
So
Like,
maybe you should do some research or listen
And
to
I
Hybrid.
can speak
He
on.
lives
Yes,
in
we do
Canada.
have-
Well,
we do recognize, you see, we have a different belief than the United States. You believe in a melting pot. We believe in multiculturalism. We believe in recognizing the cultures that come here. And, you know, for a few years after I left work, I drove a school bus. And I always will remember how touched I was when a girl who I know her entire family were Muslim. They went to the mosque every week. They were very supporting in the Muslim community. And she was the first one on my bus that every year to give me a Christmas card. And I was always touched by that she and I always wished her happy whatever for her, whether it was Ramadan or Eid or whatever the occasion was. I always extended the same courtesy to her. But that's the way that Canada, most Canadians, not all, but most Canadians view immigrants to our country. We view them as making us richer. We also remember that when the Irish came here to North America, they were horribly discriminated against. And if you don't know that, you need to do some reading. I mean,
I'm an Irish Catholic. I know.
Okay, an Irish Catholic, even worse, man.
Hey, the Athenians will rise again.
okay, I'm not sure I understand the point here. Where we're going with this?
Well, the point is that all immigrants to the North America were discriminated against when they came here, whether they were Italian, whether they were Irish. I mean, they may have been light-skinned, but they were still the Ukrainians. They were all terribly discriminated against when they came here in groups, and we invited them to come here, but then we treated them horribly in Canada and the United States.
Okay.
Trump did it with the the Haitian immigrants in Ohio. They were invited.
They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats.
Now that was a bold-faced lie. They knew it was a lie, and J.D. Vance even said, "We're not above lying to
Well,
bring something to a."
They,
He
they,
did.
they tried to ask the cats, but they couldn't find them because they were eaten.
Can I ask the Canadian, like, why?
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
is it, why is
Hicklife
it
got-
narrative?
well, hold on. Hicklife wasn't done. I'm sorry. I just had to throw that in there. Go ahead, Hicklife. Finish your statement.
The fact that they are willing to lie, and that it's been proven that they have lied consistently, but we still have a 50-50 of Republicans, or maybe a little more of Republicans, that still support this man that is lying right to their faces, is so beyond reality that
I mean, I don't think, like, if we're going to talk about right and left, I don't think the Democrats are, always telling the truth. I find that absurd. Like,
Do you think that Obama lied as much as Trump did?
I think all politics, like especially presidents since I've been alive, just have been smiling and lying.
Chicago, are you refusing to admit or concede or acknowledge that President Trump is a prolific liar?
Yeah, I think he's a narcissist. I think he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, and his ego.
Okay.
Like, I think, yeah, I think.
I mean, yeah, we know all politicians lie, right? I mean, that's just what they do, and we can't stop it because Supreme Court said that it's free speech, which is crazy. But
But
yeah,
why do you keep saying it's Republicans, Republicans, Republicans? Like, it's our government.
I guess you just don't listen to anything I say, but that's okay.
Yeah, if you're in a class and you've got a classmate that just constantly makes stuff up, okay? Everybody knows he makes stuff up. Well, his classmates will not believe anything he says. Most of them won't even talk to him because they're sick and tired of listening to his bullshit. And then you've got a classmate that every now and then may embellish things here and there. Those are not the same people.
And it's a different kind of lie, Chicago. You're comparing Trump, who literally makes things up out of nothing,
Oh, I know.
to somebody who runs on something and doesn't end up doing the thing they ran on. Those are two completely and totally different lies.
But did you think, like, during the Biden administration, like, Biden didn't, like, his camera time was non-existent compared to Trump, right? Like, do you think that was just as bad
Do you think
as
that's
Trump?
important?
No, I think it is.
Is that important?
Okay, he was also one of the most prolific presidents for getting legislation passed in the last 100 years. So,
Joe Biden?
yeah,
Maybe Biden was busy getting legislation passed instead of being on the camera and being a camera hog all day.
I don't know about that one there.
well, that's
No, I'm just
reality.
saying it's quite
Reality
remarkable
is he
that-
got shit done.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah, he did.
he started the G-side in Gaza. He
Oh.
funded it. He's a Zionist.
Oh my God.
He sent money there. That's the legislation he was doing.
Wait, I'm sorry. What did Trump say? What he wanted to do to Gaza? What was it, Leb? What did Trump say about Gaza? What he wanted to do with it? Do you remember? It was some
Yeah,
type
he
of
wanted to
Party,
do like
lots.
Riviera
he wanted
Gaza.
to, yeah, and Trump has said that he wanted to get the
Okay, real quick.
Palestinians out and turn it into a parking lot. Or
Yeah,
a resort, rather.
Okay, so Andy threatened to unalive the entire panel so that he could come up. So I figured I'd let Andy come on up.
Come on, Andy.
We were talking about guns. No, hybrid. Got a question real quick.
Yeah.
What do companies in Canada get fined for hiring undocumented immigrants?
Do what? What was the question?
How much do companies get fined per immigrant for hiring undocumented immigrants in Canada?
Actually, I don't know what the fine is. I know that
$100,000.
yeah, and I was going to say I know what I was going to finish it with is that I know it's not anywhere near the problem that it is in the United States with that happening, and it's probably because of the fine. If I didn't know what the fine was. But if the fine is that high, it's obviously enough that companies aren't going to risk it.
But are they taking advantage of cheap labor?
Well, why would they take advantage of it? It costs them $100,000 to take per undocumented immigrant if they get caught, which is what's the problem with the United States. I don't blame immigrants for coming here. They want jobs, they want to make money, and they want to work. The only way to stop the fluctuation of undocumented immigrants is the United States needs to quit catering to the billionaire business owners and start fining them for hiring undocumented people, and then people would come over here and they wouldn't have the opportunity to get a job unless they did it legally.
Well, that's great. They should put it in comprehensive immigration reform bill, which
Yeah,
they're not
and
doing.
Republicans hold all three of the branches. So get on it. Call your representative. Let's push that, Andy. Do you think Trump is going to do that?
Oh, no, heck no. Because I don't think you're going to be able to pass any immigration bill without mass amnesty. And if I believe correct, the last time mass amnesty was done was under Reagan.
30 million.
Wait.
I'm
not sure I understand the correlation between the only way that you'll be able to put in fines for hiring immigrants is by giving amnesty. What?
No. I'm saying no. I'm saying the only way you're going to get a comprehensive bill passed both places, Democrats aren't going to support any bill that doesn't have mass amnesty in it. Doesn't have amnesty for the people that have been here for years. Republicans
Why
don't
do
want
you,
mass.
Wait,
Andy? How do you
Democrats
get
wait,
will
that
wait,
have
wait,
nothing
wait,
information?
to
wait, wait,
stop it.
wait. Okay, so let me go back
I,
to that, Andy, real quick, because if they put a bill out there and somebody put a bill forward, and the only thing that it did was put a fine on companies that hired illegal workers, you're telling me not a single Democrat would vote for that?
But how would
I
that be
call
enforced?
bullshit on that. Hold on, I asked Andy.
You mean if they did a standalone bill for
Yes,
fining
they don't
companies?
need
Oh
a
no.
comprehensive bill. You could just do one statute.
Oh, I'd love if they did that. I'd support it 100%.
But
Will
how is
they?
that enforced?
No, absolutely not, because businesses will never go for it,
Yeah,
and
right.
well, we
businesses are what
already do
controls our
have,
and businesses is what
we already
controls
do
our
have laws.
politicians.
We already do
But
have
who would
laws that
enforce that though?
prevent,
Like who would?
we already do have laws that prevent people from hiring undocumented immigrants, Andy.
Yeah, and it apparently not doesn't seem to be working because
But like,
Because
It's a
because
lack of
because the
enforcement.
Trump wait the Trump
how would that be
administration
enforced though?
the
Like if
Trump
let's say a restaurant,
administration the
let's
Trump
say a restaurant
administration
has
the Trump
undocumented immigrants
administration is not
Hey
working in
guys,
their
you're talking
enforcing.
restaurant.
over each other.
I know
Let's say a restaurant has
Chicago.
undocumented
Really,
immigrants.
really, you
Who
think
would?
it's okay just to railroad me off?
Yep.
But who
Paula
would?
was speaking first, actually. Chicago. From my hearing, I could be wrong, but I'm
I
pretty
mean,
sure
maybe
she was
he's
talking
delay.
first.
Maybe you have a delay on your Chicago. So
Okay,
I'll go ahead.
All
I'll
I'm
let you
asking is
finish.
how is that enforced? Like how would it's like if a business was taking advantage of undocumented immigrants and paying them under the table under minimum wage, how would they get caught? Like who is?
Well, I mean, you have people who like
how do you
they
find
know this
businesses for
already. They
anything?
already have paid when they went to when they went to farms and there were undocumented folks there. When they went to meat processing plants and there were undocumented people there because they got raided. What was the consequence for Tyson? What was the consequence for the farmers that hired these immigrants, undocumented immigrants? What
There is
was their
none.
But
penalty?
would that be ICE who's enforcing that though, right?
There is nothing
What
safe in
I'm
the,
just
in the country
saying,
that I know
sir,
of.
it's already illegal to do it. It's not being enforced, and why is it not being enforced? What about all the construction companies, like all the roofers, undocumented folks in the construction
I
industry is
agree.
huge,
I
and the
agree, but
reason why they're not, why aren't they arresting the general contractor?
but who would be enforcing it? Is it like can police do that?
Yeah,
Or is that ICE? Is that
I
ICE's
don't
work?
understand. I don't understand why that matters.
Yeah.
I don't either. So you're saying, I agree with you. You're saying that businesses are taking advantage of undocumented immigrants, paying them under minimum wage, and if they got caught for doing that, they would get a heavy fine. But who is enforcing that? Like, how would these people get caught for
Well, it'd
doing
be
that?
the same way that we arrest anybody else for breaking the law.
ICE actually does enforce that, but Trump pardoned many of the people that were in jail over doing stuff like that.
Just like that business, that dispensary or the grow lettuce farm that got raided in that was all over the news in California. Once they rounded up, the people that were there undocumented, then okay, we caught 10 undocumented people working on your farm. Here's your $100,000 fine. 10.
Here, this is interesting. I just took a moment to look this up. So not only did Biden do more investigations and fines into businesses hiring illegals than Trump did in his first term, he actually charged them more money too.
Interesting.
And it was 160, 160 total enforcement actions with 67.8 million. Let me, right here. Let me pull it up.
That number should be like higher though.
Yeah.
So Biden was actually tougher on businesses that hired illegals than Trump was.
Here we go, Sleepy Joe.
It needs to be even higher than
Maybe that's why he wasn't on TV. He was busy out there. Okay, I need to see everybody's pay. Where's that chocolate ice cream? Oh yeah, we're here for the immigrants.
But I will give you guys this. I think Trump, especially like what Elon has been saying about what is it, H-1B visas and outsourcing tech jobs, like that. I'm so against that. And
I am too. I am too, because there are Americans that can do the job and want to do the job, but because they won't work as cheaply as the guys that they get on those visas, they don't. I mean, they can. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Pick.
I spent 25, 30 years working in the nuclear industry. And in the last 10 years of my career, I noticed that we were starting to end up with a lot of immigrants as engineers, and they were not getting paid nearly what the American engineers were getting paid. And they complained about it, but that's what they had to do to get their start. And eventually they would get up to regular pay. But yeah, the H-1 visas are for Einsteins, for people that are exceptional in their field. And if they're that exceptional in their field, then they should be paid as such. A model does not qualify as an H-1 Einstein visa.
But they're just exploiting.
Right, they are. Because it's largely indentured servitude. Because if you don't abide by that, the corporation that's sponsoring you, you go back. So they have to do anything and everything they're told. They can be overworked. They can be treated like shit. It's a problem. It's a fucking problem.
I have one last thing. I'm going to drop here soon and eat lunch.
Sure.
But one thing that has been driving me crazy, I went to a Big Ten college. The amount of Chinese nationals at our top engineering universities, public taxpayer-funded universities, is absurd. And Trump announced the other day that he wants to even open it up more for Chinese nationals to come to America and receive an education.
What's wrong with that?
I find that absurd. Like, because if you're accepting Chinese nationals, then Americans are losing out.
Well, but the Chinese nationals are also paying out-of-country tuition.
Exactly. That's the thing. They are exploiting. Yeah, Americans are losing out.
How very American of us.
Well, I think that didn't Trump already stop that?
No,
that's right. He tacoed it again. Okay.
He increased it to, I think, 600,000.
Well, that's really interesting you say that, Chicago, because there is a venture capital firm called 1789 that actually is trying to negotiate that will benefit when Trump gets the deal done with the rare earth minerals with China.
See,
China.
The problem is, too, if there's this narrative that China is our biggest enemy, and then we have Chinese nationals receiving a top engineering degree.
I was not done.
And they're going right back to China.
Hold on, Chicago.
Chicago, you've got to let other people finish.
Hold on, she wasn't done.
Anyway, guess who's a partner on that capital equity firm?
Who?
Guess who? Guess who? Somebody guess. Who do you think sits on
Donald
it?
Trump.
Stephen
Junior.
Yep.
So now you're going to see that there will be movement, because that's all the tariffs are about. Trump is trying to exact, he's grifting other countries to give him money and corporations. It's just insane.
So Chinese nationals are they're coming to America to receive a top engineering degree and are going right back to China. Like, why do we accept this? And why it's not talked about at all?
Okay. Why did China give a patent to Ivanka Trump for her designs?
9 of them.
It's happening right here in Canada, and it has been for 45 years. I have a friend of mine that I went to school with who was brilliant in mathematics. We thought for sure he'd be something like an actuary or something. He was just so gifted in math. When he finished university, he graduated with a 90+% in mathematics. He could not get in, and this is 40+ years ago. He could not get into a graduate program because they were all filled with Asian. And that was
With
so that's been an
Asian?
issue.
Did you
Are you
say
saying like
Asian?
are you saying
I'm not saying
outside of
just
Canada?
I'm not saying just
Yeah.
Chinese. Were
Yeah.
Asian students, but they filled up our advanced degree programs. And
Well,
the reason is very simple. It's about economics for the university. Foreign students pay 3 and 4 times the tuitions
Right.
that and more that resident students pay. So there's an incentive for the universities, which has to stop if we want all of our students to get a fair shake at academia.
And I agree, and I think private institutions can do whatever they want, but my problem is with the public institutions. Like, I find it crazy. You know, smart kids who are losing out on an opportunity to receive a high-end degree from a top engineering program or business program are losing out.
okay. I mean, they lose out to wealthy people too that aren't smart.
But I mean, those are
that
Americans.
cheat on their SATs. They go in jail. They go to jail for that now, though.
Yeah,
But
okay. You're talking about I don't know the name for it, but if your family has a history with that college, you get preferential.
legacy.
Legacy. Thank you. Yep.
Mhm.
So what you're saying, Andy? Yeah, I'm not just talking about cheating on your SATs.
Well, I just remember
I mean,
when
your family could
them one
donate a
actors
building.
But those are
I'm just
largely
saying.
like private institutions that happens at. Like I'm talking about
Well, why do you care?
taxpayer-funded universities accepting Chinese nationals.
I'm not sure how taxpayer funded they are anymore, to be honest.
So you're saying that there's so many people there's so many foreigners that are going to these public universities that 10?
I think it's hundreds, maybe the thousands.
Hundreds?
Especially like
What
at
do
a
you
school
base
like
that on?
University of Illinois. Like my school, Ohio State, there is a lot.
What do you base that on, Chicago?
Any state-run college, if you are a person from that state, you have automatic preference. I know it's that way with Kansas State and Pittsburgh State. Because
I
the state
mean,
runs,
we could
the
talk
state funds
about
the college,
college
so if you're a
admissions
member
if
of
you
that
want.
state,
Go to a different college.
But
I
that's
mean,
the
you're not
thing.
guaranteed
That's the thing, though.
entrance
Like,
into any college, though.
but we're talking about like especially in the Big Ten. Like Big Ten schools are like Purdue, U of I have top engineering degrees, right? And that's where you'll find a lot of Chinese nationals, and they come to America,
Why
get
do
their
you-
degree, and go back to China. And if
So
China's our
what?
big enemy, like why are we allowing this?
Okay, Chicago, let me clue you in. They're not our big enemy. They actually have favorite nation status. So whatever the right is feeding you is bullshit.
So I'm looking it up. Colleges yield rate, the percentage of admitted students who actually enroll tells University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, for example, only 19.95% of admitted international students enrolled in 2024. Well, that's not what I'm looking at.
I mean, why would you even
I
think
don't
China
even-
is our enemy, guys?
They're not our
I mean,
enemy.
corporations move
Not
jobs there.
they're an economic foe maybe, but they're not.
Well, I'm wondering because, Apple has, I mean, every major corporation in the United States, virtually everyone, I'm sure I'm wrong, but there's a ton of American companies that move their manufacturing there. I'm pretty sure if you're owner of a manufacturing company, you're not going to move your plant to China if they're our enemy. Doesn't make sense.
Paula, I wouldn't call them our enemy, but I would
Because they're not.
definitely
You
say
did call
they
them our
gotta
enemy.
have.
How do you call them?
I didn't call.
let's-
Hold on, let
why
me
is-
finish. I'm not saying they don't have our best interest in mind, and that's mainly because all the farmland that China businesses are buying up and land around some of our nuclear facilities and stuff like that. I don't know what their end game is with buying up cropland and land around our nuclear sites, but it just doesn't smell right to me. I'm not
But
saying
the,
they're our
Again,
enemy.
the government
I mean,
pushes
how
this
are they our
narrative
enemy?
that China is our enemy, while, as I've been saying for the past 5 minutes, allowing Chinese nationals to come.
Mhm.
It
to
doesn't
our
make sense, does it, Chicago?
no, and it's not talked about at all.
It was kind
Well,
of
if they want
weird
to come,
that.
if they want to come over here and pay for an education, I don't care about that. I mean, especially
But
if they're going back,
Americans are
if they're going
losing.
back home to do the engineering that they learn over here.
Hey,
How does that affect us
liberal,
at all?
Yeah.
you should bring up Picola.
No, not yet.
Picola's in your. Okay.
Yeah, not yet. Guys, at 20,000, I will recycle the panel, not before.
I'm gonna drop your guys'
Andy
time.
Andy only came up because he threatened to destroy all the panelists
Unaligned.
because
Satellitis.
he believed he should be up
Picola
here
is a
instead.
conservative.
So instead of
All right,
him
God bless,
doing
guys.
Bye. Nice
Yeah.
Chicago.
You have a great
nice
week.
Thank
talking
you,
to
Chicago.
again.
that, we'll see you,
I
man.
hope we go
Bye.
back. I hope we eventually go back to the Second Amendment talk because that's something I know everything about. That's
Well,
what I
I
really want to come out.
I mean, I can drop for Picola. She's really well informed.
mean, you can drop if you want. That's up to you.
Yeah.
But
I
again,
just,
I'm keeping the panel small, and people are
Okay.
getting mad at me because I won't bring them up. And guys, I don't give a shit.
that's
Like
true.
Andy, I got to say, it irritated me that you did that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I still love you though.
Well, I mean, it is what it is. I had somebody bitch at me yesterday because I didn't bring them up. So
Well, I'm just happy you finally had something I knew something about, and I could actually be a true conservative and not have to be like the middle of the road person I normally am. And I was just like, and I can't get up.
Buddy
What are you
said,
conserving, Andy?
Buddy said, so you respond to threats? Well, he would have come up anyway. Had that been a liberal, I wouldn't have done it because Andy is opposition. So it wasn't like I was losing out on anything.
And actually, I took the time to go read up on the mass PQ that happened yesterday and try to figure out, to make sure I knew what I was talking about because it's hard to find that information. They kind of shut it all down once it all went open.
Kind of shut all of what down?
I couldn't find the video that the guy posted. I could read the papers he had, but the video they aren't showing the video anywhere I could find it.
I'm sorry, what video?
He posted a video at the same time he started doing the pew pewing, a pre-recorded like
He
the only
who?
thing the shooter.
Okay, Robin is her
Robin.
name. Okay,
Yeah, her,
yeah.
sorry.
You kept saying he, and I didn't know who you were talking about. But go ahead.
But yeah, he all they showed was a part of the video where he was giggling on it for some reason. And the rest of it's been shut down. I couldn't find it anyhow. But so I had to read the papers he wrote, which lead me to believe he was really messed up she was really messed up and had some bad and she admitted she had some bad mental issues, and unfortunately somebody probably should have caught it and got them the help they needed. But
yeah, I put the picture up earlier. This is it,
Yeah,
and I read that. I don't know if you were here, but yeah, she was saying that she was sad and depressed and had thoughts for a while. So definitely, and she also had a lot of respect for Brandon Herrera, big 2A guy, which is also a Republican. So like, this person was, people trying to paint this person as being on the left is, and or that being the reason that she did that. It's just disingenuous. Like,
yeah, I don't know. It really didn't. From reading the paper, you really couldn't decipher any true affiliation one way or the other.
Right.
From what I could.
It was ironic that we had just had a.
Now,
I'm sorry, I thought you were done, Andy. It was ironic that we had just had a discussion on, I believe it was on your live, Liberal, just the day before that happened, about the legislation that Trump was bringing in to remove all guns. I love that TikTok. To remove all pew-pews from people that suffered from mental illness. And we were talking about how that infringed on the Second Amendment. And yet, and how it was the beginning of a slippery slope, that once he starts taking the guns of the pew-pews, because you just got to love TikTok, away from people that suffered from mental illness, who was going to be next in his list of taking pew-pews away from?
It wasn't that they were taking it away from people with mental illness. The discussion that we were having was about rug use.
That's
because
right.
they're
I
Yeah,
misstated.
because they're asking the Supreme Court
Regarding
to.
drug use. Yes.
Yeah, they're asking the Supreme Court to set precedent that a history of drug use is a reason to take your pew pew, and I disagree with that. But Andy, you were going to say something.
And I don't think you can go off of mental illness either, because I think that just pushes people who might have a small problem, maybe not quite as extreme as this lady had, to not seek help in fear of, like me. I mean, I've been depressed before and had to take pills, and if I thought I would be able to lose all my pew-pews because I asked for help and need medication for a little while because life gets kind of funky, I wouldn't have done it. I would not have taken that help because I wouldn't want the fear of losing my pew-pews. But thanks to have them.
That's a fucking great point, Andy. That's a great point. Yeah, it's like if you, like, for example, if somebody ODs and they come and then they arrest everybody that's there, that deters people from trying to help somebody who is ODing.
Yeah. Well, and when Kansas first tried to legalize to put a bill through to have medical Mary J., one of the parts of that bill was that if you applied for a medical card, you were going to be restricted on hunting rights and owning pew-pews.
Right. Which is, it's kind of fucked up. They take your pew-pews and then you can't go hunting, which is, I mean, to me, sports hunting should be illegal. Food hunting should not be.
Yeah.
But that's a different
so
topic.
if it would have passed, I'd have been like, well, I'm not getting a medical card now, because, like I said, I won't give up my hunting rights. I don't hunt for sport. I hunt
Nobody's
for food.
asking me to.
Well, in Kansas, it would, if that law, if the medical marijuana would have passed the way they originally had it written, I would have had to give up my hunting rights.
Yeah, and that's messed up.
Your gummies.
Or your right. Okay, guys, we have reached 20K. Paula Highbright Hicklife, would you like to say anything before I drop your asses and bring up some new people?
Adios, muchachos.
Muchachos.
Much Highbray, or sorry. Thanks very much, Liberal and Paula.
Appreciate it.
Andy, it's always a blast. Hick Life, it's been great and interesting. I appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man.
See ya,
hey, I just wanted to say that
yeah, go ahead, Hicklife.
If you voted for a sociopath, at some point you need to realize that you did it, or you may just be one also.
Yeah, or you just don't give a shit about anybody but me, mine, and me, myself, and I. Thank you, Hicklife. I think this was the first time you'd come on the panel, right? I don't think I've seen you up here before.
No, I have not been on here before.
Well, it was a pleasure having you. I hope you come back, man.
Absolutely. We'll talk to you later, man.
Yep, take it easy. All right, now, Andy, you are lucky because you are opposition, and I have nobody else. Now, before I pull in anybody, is there a Trump supporter that would like to come on the show? I would like to bring in another Trump supporter before I bring in the other people, because I assume the many people that are trying to get up are generally liberals. So Drumming in Paradise, you're independent. Do we have any Trump supporters that would like to come up?
Anthony says me.
Me? Yeah. Anthony, are you a Trump supporter? Because me doesn't say a whole lot. Oh, Terry, I think, says Trump.
Yeah, Anthony says Trump.
Okay, here. Trump here. Okay. Trump here, Trump there, Trump fucking everywhere. All right, so let me even this out a little bit. Piccola, I was going to bring you up. Are you still wanting to come up? I don't see your request. And with that said, I've got to get through my subscribers first. So, Dick, you're coming in, and then who's the other sub? I wish it would show me on the fucking request side of things. I hate that. I have to go and scroll through this entire fucking thing to make sure that. Oh, I see Danny in there. What's up, Danny? Where is it? I'm pretty sure Poetivity is it. I think is Poetivity. No, Poetivity is not. Okay, but I know. Let's see, TT Cabin Crew. Guys, I'm sorry. It's hard for me to remember who all. But you guys can go ahead and start talking while I look through this. By all means, Anthony, since you're opposition, why don't you go ahead and start us off since you're new? Go ahead.
Hello, everybody. So yeah, I voted for Trump for a number of reasons. I think first and foremost, probably it was the illegal immigration at the border. I'm not big on the deportations. I'm not super proud of what's going on with that, but I do think it creates a narrative of, don't fuck around at the border or you'll find out. And the numbers kind of, have proven that the promises have been kept. I mean, the rate of people coming over the border illegally has dropped off a cliff, and there's other reasons too, like the women in sports thing, protecting women in sports. That's a big one for me. And so yeah, I think economically he's all right.
All right. Well, thank you. I mean, it's pretty standard stuff, right? Is there, anything that you disagree with? Like that you just you look at it and you're like, what the fuck, bro?
Yeah. The burning of the American flag thing. I mean, I got a lot of military friends, and pretty much everybody I've talked to disagrees with that. Like, that should not be a crime. And then also, like I said, the deportations, I don't think they're done in the most tasteful way with ICE, and I think that they're stepping over what they're supposed to be doing in a number of ways.
Okay, good deal. Yeah, I appreciate that. Let me get to Dick. What's up, Dick?
Yo, I love the TikTok shop. You know that? I got me a bobblehead combination toilet cleaner Trump, and it's excellent.
God.
So it's a TikTok shop. You guys got to check it out. So let me drop some 411 on you. The United States has 4% of the world's population. The United States has 50% of the world's guns. Enough for every man, woman, child, baby to have 1.5 guns. We've got a gun pornography problem. It's a gun problem. That's why we have mass shootings. And my other question is, who's selling the guns to these mad people? The Republicans like to cop out by saying, oh, it was just insane. Well, yeah, who's selling them the guns without asking any questions? It's not Democrats. That's all I have to say.
Well, okay, so I can answer some of that. First off, if there is no mental health questions on the form to fill out for buying a pew pew that I've ever filled out, and so without a criminal record and without just some kind of intervention from parents or family or friends, setting up red flags, there's absolutely nothing stopping you. I mean, as far as I know, it was illegally purchased pew-pews that the person yesterday had, and I believe there was one before that was completely legal. So I don't know what laws would have prevented them from acquiring one. And like I said, you can make it to where if you have mental illness, you maybe not be able to own a pew-pew, but like I said, that becomes a very slippery slope that could have a lot of bad consequences both ways. And as far as us have 50% of the worldwide guns, that's because other countries need to up their numbers because they're slacking.
Do you want to live in a world that's armed? I don't. I don't want my kids to live in a world that's armed.
Well, I'm trying to help out because you said it's 1.5 guns per or pew-pews per person, and I got like almost 50. So I'm trying to take the guns from other people. And I'm hoarding.
Why do you need 50 guns?
Why do I not need them?
Well, I actually make the argument that the more guns we have, the safer we actually are. More pew-pews, sorry. More pew-pews we have, the safer we are. I actually go to a festival. You guys can look into this. Every year I go to this festival called the Porcupine Festival up in for New Hampshire, not Vermont, right by Vermont. And it's basically just an expression of freedom. Everybody brings as many guns as they own, or pew-pews as they own, and you walk around with them open, and it's the safest place to be.
Well, I've got a question real quick.
How does that help? How does that help the dead kids in classrooms?
Okay, well, I had a question. If the more pew-pews that we had, the safer we are, why are we one of the nations with the highest homicide rate in the industrialized world? We have more mass pew-pewings than any other country as well, you know, aside from those that are just in just total abject poverty. Yet we have, like, I think the highest pew-pew to person ratio maybe in the world, certainly in the industrialized. We should be the safest country on earth based on what you just said.
Well, I think the problem is liberal you have is because we don't have an all or nothing system when it comes to this. You have places where pew-pews aren't allowed, and then we're always going to become soft targets for people that want to do bad things with them.
So where
Now,
were the good guys with
just
guns in Minnesota
hold on, I'm not done yet.
yesterday?
There was a church that had a guy come in with a pew pew, tried to unalive a bunch of people, and one of the petitioners ended up unaliving him with a pew pew, saving, you can't tell how many lives he saved, and that was with a hand pew pew and a shotgun. And so it's, you know, if somebody would have been within, you know, a safe range of that person doing the pew pewing yesterday, it could have ended very quickly. But
But he
unfortunately,
wasn't, and they never are
he wasn't.
there. Where are the good guys with
Well,
guns?
don't say that
Where
they're
are
never.
they?
Don't say they're never
Well,
there.
When?
Like I
Give me an
said, I
example.
just
Give me an example.
In Uvalde, the good guys with pew-pews were standing in the hallway not doing anything while children were being
and the
unalived.
actually that one guy
officer
was
ran away.
outside. Yeah, he was outside and he wouldn't go in, and I believe he got charged for that too.
Well, you know, the Uvalde, that was a different one. Uvalde, there were, 10 plus officers with pew-pews in the hallway as that person was unaliving children, and they stood there and did nothing.
Well, and one of the kids' parents ran in with their own pew pew. Member, you know,
Yep.
that's a benefit of more citizens in an area owning pew pews. You don't have to leave it up to the police. I'm gonna run in there and save my own kid.
Was that a,
Really?
was that a,
Is that
was,
how you wanted it? And they accidentally shoot a teacher? That's great.
so the school resource officer has pew-pews in these schools. So they're technically not pew-pew free zones.
Yeah, but I don't know if every, because like I know the school my kids attend, their school resource officer's only there a couple of days a week. They're not there. It's not a 24 or whenever the school's open thing.
Okay. Well, in that one school there
You
was,
guys talking all
and he
you guys
was there.
talking all these platitudes and they never happen.
I'm just saying, like, look, like I'm not saying what you're saying isn't true, but you're making the claim that more pew-pews are the answer, and we know that that's not true just based on the numbers. If that was the case, this nation would be the safest on earth, and it's not.
Look what happened in Australia.
I'm not saying more pew pews are the answer. I'm saying not having having areas where pew pews are completely not allowed is not the answer. Now,
Okay.
if there's certain officers, resource officers or whatever, that didn't do their job, like that one, I don't think it was Uvalde, it was the other one, Sandy Hook maybe. Well, that he stood outside and waited instead of going in and protecting the children, then, you know, you can't stop somebody from making that kind of a decision, I guess, and he got charged criminally for it.
Who? Now what now?
The resource officer that stood outside, it wasn't Sandy. Is it Sandy? I think it might have been Sandy Hook.
No, it wasn't Sandy Hook. I don't remember the name of the school, but I know what you're talking about. The coward cop. Yeah.
He ended up getting charged.
Yeah, which is you know, kind of interesting in its own right. Given that officers are under no duty to do anything. You can't sue an officer for not
He got criminally charged.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, like, you can't sue a cop for not doing his job.
Yeah, I don't know what
That
the outcome of
results
that.
in, you know, issues.
I never heard what the outcome was. Whether it may not be done yet, he might still be fighting it.
Let's see. Of 150 active pew-pewing cases, 48% were determined to have occurred in gun-free zones. 61% were determined to be gun-free, pew-pew free. After accounting for matched pairs, the conditional odds of an active pew-pewing in gun-free, pew-pew-free establishments were 0.38 times those in non-gun-free establishments. Is unlikely that pew-pew-free zones attract active shooters. Pew-pew-free zones may be protective against pew-pew shootings. So let me put that study in here. You guys can rake through the methodology there. So this study actually rebuts what you're saying. Again, but there's a lot of other things that we can do to help reduce these crimes. Would you guys agree, like, that aren't related to solely to like what we can do with pew-pews?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
our
I mean,
mental health
liberals.
system's horrible.
There you go. There you go.
Wait, what did
So-
he say? I didn't hear what he said.
He brought up mental health.
Okay.
Our mental health system is horrible.
Yeah.
I don't.
So you blame the mental health system, which doesn't have anything on the application to get a pew-pew. Don't you think that should change?
But if you do have mental health outbursts and a history of that, you will not be allowed to get a pew-pew in most states. Like documented medical history of mental health problems, you're not going to get a pew-pew.
Well,
what about going to a gun show?
You want to go to the gun show?
You still do have to pass a background check at a gun show.
No, unless they've changed in the last 6 months, which was the last time I actually filled out the forms through the FFA. There was no questions of mental health on the forms.
So,
and most people would lie about that anyway.
Were you subject to a background check?
You're not subject.
Well,
to a
I
background check
believe.
when you fill out an FFA form.
Yeah, I believe the only time that can keep you from getting a pew-pew is if you've had a court adjudicate that, right?
That's right. Yep.
A court say that you are, a danger or what have you. But when you talk about mental illness, I think what we need to focus on is helping people become mentally stable, providing services for anybody that's having issues where they can go and speak to somebody, therapist, they can go through, you know what I mean? At their will with no stigma attached to it. Essentially free mental health care. Would you guys be okay with that?
Yes, I would. In fact, I think that
Anthony?
should be a thing.
Yeah.
Thoughts?
Yeah. I think that it would be good.
What about if they find that medication is warranted? Do you think that we should go ahead and provide that if that is the determination by the person doing the assessment? Couldn't think of the word.
I live in New York, I said before, and I'm pretty sure they check if you've been like involuntarily held for mental health concerns and stuff like that. You're not allowed to purchase a pew-pew.
I don't.
That's a state thing, not a federal government thing.
Yeah, I don't believe that like that alone will disqualify you. Which is
Your guy-
interesting. Oh, go ahead, Cabin.
Oh, thanks. Your guy, I think, Anthony, you said that you voted for Trump, right? I can't hear you,
Yes.
Anthony. Anyway, okay, so your guy is rolling back mental health supports, right? Like if you look at what's happened in DC with this criminalization of homeless people, that shows zero interest in trying to deal with mitigating circumstances such as mental health, such as socioeconomic problems, right? Like I didn't see him set up any kind of system to offer support. All they did was take away people's shelters and throw them in jail. So
they're taking homeless people and putting them into shelter.
Are they giving them mental health?
not putting them in. Yeah, no. Go ahead, liberal. Sorry.
No, I was just asking because he had answered that. I just wanted to know if when they were putting them in those camps, if they're offering them free mental health.
Well, guys, nothing is free. You got to get this concept out of your head that everything is free. It would be mental health paid for by us.
It's semantics.
No, literal. That's actually literal.
No, it's semantics because you know exactly what I mean, and you're just trying to obfuscate from the point. Let's move along.
Yeah, I agree. It's
Well,
not free, but it would be worth it. So even if it's not free, I think
Yeah.
it's worth the
Yeah.
cost. So
Like,
that's
I'm
a good
not
point.
12. I know somebody has to pay for it, right? When I say free, I'm talking about to the people that are receiving
I
it.
know.
How come you guys never
Well,
mention
you know-
well regulated when you talk about the Second Amendment?
We do. Well-regulated militia.
No, wait, I said our militia.
So what
is
does well
regulated.
regulated mean? You can buy a bazooka?
Well, it's very open-ended. I mean, nobody can claim well-regulated. It's like that's the debate behind 2A. You know what I mean? That's what it's all about. What does well-regulated mean? Does well-regulated mean restrictions? Does well-regulated mean keeping track of who has the guns? You know what I mean? Or the pew-pews, sorry.
Well,
I think we just established well-regulated means that we're actually vetting people's mental health circumstances, that there's some kind of system in place to make sure that people you know, are well enough to purchase PPUs.
Again, I think if you do
Yeah,
that, you're
and-
going to drive a lot of people into not getting help that they need, even if it's for smaller mental health issues.
That's true. But did you also disagree with setting precedent that says if you are, if you're a habitual user of rugs, that you can't get a pew pew?
As the law stands right now, no, because they count the devil's lettuce as too high of a class of a rug.
Yet they don't count mental health problems as that.
Because mental health problems is still a health problem, should still be protected by HIPAA.
So is rug use.
Unlike, well, I don't believe rug use is considered mental. I mean,
So is alcoholism.
It's DSM-5 says that it
I
is.
said they are trying to classify it now as a mental health disorder, but the use of it is
What
still
about alcoholism?
illegal. It's not illegal to be mentally unstable.
Okay, so you're like, so we don't want to take pew-pews from people who have a history of mental instability, but we do want to take pew-pews away from people who have been users of rugs?
Like I said, it depends on the rugs, because I've seen some people on some pretty bad rugs do some pretty messed
No,
up
I'm not.
things.
No, I'm not. No. I'm not talking about being intoxicated while carrying a firearm. That is obviously illegal. I'm talking about somebody who is a habitual user of rugs. They're saying that they have no right to have pew-pews.
Oh, so you're saying if you let's say you're out and you indulge in your gummies for the evening, and then you decide to go out and go for a walk, you shouldn't take your pee-pee with. That'd be illegal to take your pee-pee
Correct.
with you
If you're
oh,
intoxicated.
Yeah, no,
Right.
yeah, you're good. No, you're good.
No, but
Where
that's
does
not what
alcohol
they're.
work
That's
in-
not what they are. That's not where they're putting the limit. They're saying that if you are a habitual user of rugs, any rug, that you can't have a pew-pew and that they have a right to come and get them. That's what
Yeah,
Trump's
the only problem I
administration is
had with
asking the
that-
Supreme Court to say.
Yeah, the only problem I had with that when we originally talked about this a while back was actually having the pew-pew while you're on the drugs or rugs. Not.
What about
not-
alcohol?
Same way, yeah. If you're intoxicated, you should not have a pew-pew on you.
Right. It just, I mean, that seems like common sense to me because that's just common sense gun ownership. And being a safe person, you shouldn't
Because drunk
you
people
shouldn't drink and
always
pew
follow
pew.
the rules.
Right, but I mean, that begs the question because you could, even if you have, firearms and you get, you're like, guzzling the devil's Kool-Aid or whatever, and then you have access to that while you're intoxicated, and it's like
I
an
think it's
honor
just-
system to not.
Right. I think it should only be allowed if you agree to just, only fire straight up in the air. Like shots. And while you're drinking, and you agree that it's nothing pointed at people,
How would
Yeah,
you
but
regulate that? Are you being
that
facetious?
projectile's coming back down somewhere.
Hey, that's funny. Now, I did want to, earlier you guys were talking about well-regulated militia, and we didn't really go into that too much, but in order to define that, you have to look at the times, right? When it was written, the militia was actually our military because we didn't have a real standing army at that time, and there was no plans to have one. So when they wrote that, in their minds, they were referring to the people as the militia for the country because you were called upon. Like at some point, we had laws requiring anybody over age of 16 had to have a musket, had to have a certain amount of balls and a certain amount of powder kept dry in the event that you were called upon to go out and, whatever. And they would also have to go and, report every now and then to whatever they called them at the time, basically a National Guard, to make sure that they were regulated and knew what to do and coordinated instead of just some ragtag, bunch of pitchfork guys. That is what existed at the time it was written, which is far, far different than what exists today. So if you take it in that context, like you could argue that only the military and or National Guard should have pew-pews.
I agree with that.
He dropped. I think he had bad reception. That Trump Wi-Fi.
Oh, well, I guess it wasn't him. It was him that had brought that up, right? I think. Well, in that case,
and said he left because actually I wanted to ask him more about his immigration as well, because he said that he's for Trump's immigration policies, but against what ICE is doing, and I wasn't sure what he meant by that.
Yeah. Well, that sucks because he seemed like decent opposition. Instead of the yelly, screamy type.
Elon Musk internet.
With the Zionist giggle. Were you guys here last night when I was talking about that?
Oh my gosh. Yes, I was.
You saw. Is it weird though? Am I wrong? Is that just me?
It
Like
was.
it's crazy. And I think now you'll notice it. You ever notice how when you buy a car, all of a sudden you see that car that you have everywhere?
Everywhere.
Yeah. So from now on, when you hear that giggle, you're gonna remember that. That's the Z giggle.
You ever take public speaking in college and they say don't say the word and then you listen to people talk and you hear every
Right. Okay, so Drumming in Paradise, you've been asking to come up, and now we have an open slot. I don't know that you're going to be opposition, but it is what it is. I know you've been trying to get up for a minute, so welcome in, Drumming. Go ahead.
All right, so excuse me a second. I'm currently at work, so it might get loud. So my window's up in the fans. So back on that Second Amendment talk, real quick. I don't think we need to have stricter gun laws per se. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that. But I do believe that we need to, have a stronger system for one to obtain a firearm. Kind of like, a driver's license. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, okay, so what we have now, what do you think should be added to that process that doesn't already exist?
So I think, that we need to go back to people getting licenses to carry. And in order for you to get said license, you need to undergo a written test for pew-pew safety and go to a pew-pew safety class and pass that test, which then you can, qualify to undergo a background check and a psych evaluation. And if you are cleared with all of that, then you can get your, pew-pew license to carry. In which, after that, if you want to buy one, you have to get a registration for it. And you need to get a registration for however many you have per pew-pew, if that makes sense. And then, renew it every year, just like you do.
Like a car.
Just like you do a vehicular, registration.
Well, now, when you register that, should you have to bring it in and show that you still currently have it?
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, I don't think what you're saying is totally crazy. Now, the psych eval, because you could get into abuses that way where, somebody may know your politics or whatever, you know what I mean, and find other ways. So I don't know about that. It's like a polygraph test.
Well,
It's
this
very
is why
subjective.
this is why I say, politics in general just need to, stay off of certain subjects, and being one of them, because I mean, either way you have it, whether it be the left side or the right side, somebody is going to disagree with something, and then it's just going to continually divide the nation like it has been for the last God knows how many years.
Yeah, I got to say, Drumming, I've been on this live almost 3 hours now, and you have offered more thoughts into how to resolve this than any other panelist that I've had up to this point. So I appreciate that. And not saying that everybody has to agree with it, but I think more of what you said is probably people can agree with. Andy, since maybe you would disagree, go ahead.
Yeah, the only thing I don't agree with is this registering for PPUs, especially.
Can you speak up? I can barely hear you, man.
How about now? Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Anyway, I don't believe in the whole registering of PPUs every year. That's like for me, that would be a lot of paperwork. But
I can agree to that.
But as far as everything else you said, I mean, pretty much already have that system. The only thing is, when you talk about having a carry license, you're not required to have a carry license to carry a PPU. You're the only license they require is a concealed. And when you do concealed, like I have my concealed carry license, I can I don't have to do the background checks anymore when I buy a PPU. All I do is I show my license, and I automatically pass, because in order to get that license, you have to pass a federal background check anyway. So my license is.
Well, see, I disagree with that. I feel like anybody that wants to buy a PPU, whether you have a license or not, you should undergo a background check and psych evaluation every time you want to buy one, because first off, if I buy one today, and then tomorrow I go commit a felony, and I go try to buy one, the day after, then I can't, but because I have a license to carry, I don't have to undergo a background check. That's not right.
Yeah.
Yeah, but okay, so I agree with you. So you have your license, but if you go to buy one, you commit that felony, and then you go try to buy a PPU the next day, you're going to commit a crime doing it.
Yeah, I mean,
because even without the actual federal background check, the paperwork you still have to fill out to buy the PPU asks if you are not just convicted, or if you are even charged with a crime. They changed that lettering last year from convicted to being charged, and so you were to commit a felony and were charged with felony and went to go buy one, even with your carry and conceal license, you still have to fill out the piece of paper that'll ask you if you are currently convicted or being charged with a crime, and you have to answer no on that question in order to get the PPU, which would be against the law.
Well, I want to point out that not all states have the requirements of permits for concealed carry.
That is true. Indiana, because I live in Indiana.
Yeah. Oklahoma and Mississippi.
We just passed that law not that long ago, where you don't have to have a license to carry anymore. We are now constitutional carry, is what they call it.
Yep.
And
the same way.
And I don't agree with that, because I mean, and to be honest, it's not going to matter in the end on how many laws you make or how many regulations you put on it. It's people are going to find a way regardless, because I mean, it's the same way with rugs. It's illegal for a reason, and if you really want to get your hands on whether it be rugs or a pew illegally, you're gonna find a way to get it somehow.
Yeah,
yeah.
That's what I've always said. The only thing gun laws do is keep the honest person honest. If you're
exactly.
And you want
we
one,
can't hear him. Can't hear him.
It's only going to keep the honest person honest.
Well,
just like a lock. Just like
a
lock. They only keep honest people honest.
Yep.
Yeah, an honest person is only honest until they're not honest anymore. So they could be honest when they get those things, and then
Well,
become
I think
And
uh,
I think that, in regards of this, restriction on obtaining a pew pew, that all this needs to get put into a national database and be red flagged. And if it's red flagged, that either you lied on a piece of paper, or you haven't renewed a registration, or however it is they want to do it, then the government has the right to come in and take your pew pews away.
that's a slippery slope. But to
Yeah.
address what you said there, liberal, was I agree with, because the guy that pulled this little stunt yesterday, he got them legally, and I would say the vast majority of people that go do these mass pew pewings are obtaining them either legally, or their parents obtained it legally. They somehow got access to it. Most of these incidences are not people that are buying a pew pew off the street and going in and doing this. So you can be honest when you go and get the pew pew from the store, and you're honest until you're not. So
Forgive me. You're gonna have to.
and
You're gonna have to
shit,
give me 2 seconds. Hold on.
yeah, and shit changes over time. I mean, quickly. Life can suck, and your circumstances can drastically alter your mental state. And if you already have a bunch of pew pews, maybe you're gonna go and
You mute him.
yeah. That's funny. I just assumed he'd muted himself, but yeah, and that's why I've been going back to things that aren't related to the regulating of pew pews.
Yeah,
I think we have an issue of violence in this country that we have to fix. We have to acknowledge
how
that
do
we
you-
have an issue of violence in this country, and we have to find ways to improve that.
So yesterday there was a guy. I don't remember. I believe, I don't remember his name or what the company is called, but he's come up with an AI generated AI generated software that monitors your posts, things you say into your phone, basically monitors your footprint into whatever you do on social media throughout your phone, and they can basically raise a red flag based off of
Minority
things.
Report.
Does that sound like a good idea to you?
That is big.
Like,
No,
that's a surveillance.
I don't think Debo is on board with that at all.
Finish.
Oh, okay.
Liberal, you can't be on
Go
board with
ahead,
that either,
Debo.
'cause-
Let me
No,
finish.
no.
Wow.
No. This is what I'm saying. It's kind of like a Palantir kind of thing, right?
Right.
But this is the type of shit that when your back's against the wall, you make ridiculous decisions. I think we can all agree to that. And I think that we keep pushing this narrative to where we're backing people into a corner. To say that we don't have an issue is ludicrous. To say that you're going to take all the pew pews away is ludicrous. There has to be some sort of middle ground without having a surveillance state that we already currently have. But what does that entail? Like, I don't want the government being responsible for mental health, because then you might have one side or the other that's responsible for the care of the mental health for the people, because it's ran by a Republican or a Democrat executive branch. So
Yeah, Debo, that was
I'm
the
almost
point I
done.
was.
I'm super
Oh,
close.
sorry.
I'm
Go
super
ahead. Go
close,
ahead.
please. So this is the slippery slope that we all entail. That we want change. Yes, we want this to stop. Nobody's fucking advocating for people to continue this. Like, the argument is so fucking stupid to me. Like, we've got to have something somewhere in the middle. And I'm not saying that I have all of the ideas, but we got to stop with the extremes on both sides. That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, that's why I brought up what I brought up. It's not talking about taking pew pews. It's not talking about making it more difficult, because whether you do that or not, the guns that are already out there, they already exist. We already have this issue. It's just going to continue. There are other things that we can do, and that's exactly what you're talking about there. We have to look at society in general. And unfortunately, I know what you said about you don't want government to intervene and be the caretakers or what have you, but I believe because the corporations have taken over and caused this fucking wealth disparity and put us in these situations, they were the ones responsible for it in a large way. And just based on culture alone. So I think the onus is on the government to rectify the thing that they broke.
But real quick, let me
That,
respond to
but
that. I like the problem with that though is that that's not the fucking problem. The problem is us. We are the fucking problem. It's us as parents. It's us as citizens. It's us. It's not the pew pew. It's not the fucking thing that everybody wants to point the shiny object at. It's us. We need to reflect within our fucking selves for once in fucking 20, 30 decades, because this is how we used to operate. We used to be family oriented. We used to not have a fucking screen stuck in front of our face 12 hours of the day. Those are the fucking issues, people. Like, we got to reflect on ourselves. Credibility is fucking dead in this country, and we are the morticians of it. And we need to reflect on ourselves and what we do and how we raise our children and the values we perpetuate as people. That is the problem.
I agree with
Well,
that.
I know. I know.
What's her name?
I know TT was trying to jump in there, so let's let her respond.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the other thing because I think that was why I brought up what's happened in DC, and also I do think it relates back to immigration is that we need to be very aware of government overreach. And also, to your point, liberal, to where oligarchical powers have influence over and are pressing government overreach, because if we take away people that are marginalized, their human rights, that's the slippery slope, right? And relating, well, it is. What about that is wrong, Debo?
That's your response to what I just said? Like, that's fucking terrible.
No, I was responding to what you said before because you insisted on interjecting with a new point. And what is wrong about what I said?
I'm talking about the pew-pews. I'm not interjecting. It's a different perspective about the same subject. And you brought up what's happening in D.C. I want to remind you, D.C. was federalized previously for the last 170 years. 1976 is when they defederalized D.C. It's only been unfederalized in 1974. So that's barely 50 years.
What I'm talking about is the criminalization.
Hold on.
Well, Debo, you didn't let her finish her point, sir. You interrupted her, and
I did. You're right. I'm sorry.
Because I think she was getting somewhere, and she was using that as either a comparison or analogy to make another point. So let's, TT.
Thank you. No, you're fine. It kind of put me off track. So go ahead. But I guess like if I can kind of summarize. I think that, like, Debo, you were talking about surveillance state stuff and government overreach, right? And then liberal pointed to oligarchical influence on the government. And I think that, that has an intersectionality with people's, Andy, can you mute, please? You have a lot of background noise. That has an intersectionality. Thank you. Intersectionality with what we do with people's rights, right? So criminalization of homeless people and a criminalization of immigrants and just taking away things like due process. All of this stuff is interrelated because that creates more big government. If we don't adjudicate people's rights that have the least amount of rights, then that expands. I don't know. I hope that makes sense.
Was that what I sounded like with my background noise? Oh, geez, I am so sorry.
Well, you were talking. You guys we could hear conversation in the background. That's why I muted you. But you should be able to unmute yourself. There's a button right next to the message bar.
Yeah,
I assume you found it. Okay.
I found it. I sincerely apologize for that.
No.
Usually it doesn't happen, but you guys took a trip like off the deck, across the sidewalk, and halfway across the yard before my phone finally stopped rolling. I went,
Nice.
oh no. But
Yeah, I got it muted.
one
No,
law I
so
think
I
one law I think we could pass that has apps that doesn't really have anything to do with pew pews that I think would help this country a lot, and I don't know if it's even possible to do it, but I think we need to start unsealing juvenile records. You can't legally buy pew pew until you're of age, and anything you do from the time
Can't.
you're 18 down is sealed and doesn't go and can't be brought up on a pew pew application.
It absolutely is already. That's how it
I
works.
I could agree with that. Like if you have, a a criminal background, as a minor, and you're of age to where you want to buy a pew pew, I feel like that should be taken into consideration, as well as everything else that I have mentioned before. I mean, I am not totally against that at all.
Because I've noticed most of the people that are doing these mass pew pew, especially in schools and stuff, seem to be young, early 20s, male white adults. They
Well,
don't have
this is
time.
where I agree
They
with
don't have time to
Debo.
get a record.
Well,
And
this is where I agree with Debo. Like, I feel like we as people, as parents, as friends, as whatever, we should take accountability for ourselves as well. As to why this stuff is happening, because I
well,
feel like a lot of it,
the
though.
second thing I was going to say is I collect not just for sport, but I also collect pew pews. And the only thing I've always said, the only thing that would ever make me get rid of my pew pews is if one of my children started showing signs of possibly unaliving themselves. I couldn't live with myself if one of my pew pews
Aren't
was
they already
used.
locked up? Don't you already
Huh?
have them in a secure location?
Just like well, I got them. Well, pretty secure. You
Well,
wouldn't be able to find.
I
You wouldn't
know
be able to
mine
find them
are
if you came
under
into my
a
house.
I know
But
mine are in a safe in which only myself and my wife have, access to it, because we know the code. My children do not. I do not keep my, pew pews in a unsecured location, and I'm also going to make sure that once my, children get old enough, I'm going to educate them on, pew pew safety.
I don't need them because I am a weapon. Oh,
One of
just
the,
saying.
one of the issues, earlier we were talking about mental health and there being some kind of vetting at the purchase point. But one of the issues is just the lack generally of support systems that are accessible to people for people's mental health. So, y'all are going to teach your kids about safety, but are y'all able to adjudicate whether or not there's mental health issues? Because I would propose that so many of these instances weren't detected by the adults around the people that did this.
And I agree to that.
And
I agree to that.
real
But I
quick,
feel
I've
like
got to
also,
address something real quick, guys. In the comments, I am not filling the panel up. I'm keeping it short, down to 4 people, maybe 5 sometimes. But I will recycle at 40K minus the opposition because they're so hard to come by. So if you're trying to get up and you're not sure why I won't let you, that's why. I just want it's nothing personal. Don't take it personal. Go ahead, guys.
I just
yeah,
want to
tap more. Get us out of here.
comment to that last thing that you just said. One of the worst mass pew pewings that we had was Sandy Hook, and that man unalived his own mother to gain access to those pew pews. She did everything right. She had them locked. She had them put away. She also took him training, which was in hindsight a very bad thing to do. But this is the problem is there's always going to be a loophole. So accountability and people paying attention to one another, supporting each other, having families be reconnected again, I believe would dramatically reduce any of that, because 99.9% of these people that are doing this they're doing it for attention. They're doing it because they've lost their way. And if they maybe just had a little bit of a support group in their realm of people, it would
this
change
is why
everything.
Well, this is why I said earlier, like it's not going to matter how many laws we put into place or how many, regulations and restrictions that we put into place for someone to obtain a weapon. Either way, people are going to get their hands on a weapon or rugs or whatever it is illegally somehow, some way. It's not going to matter. If they want to get their hands on it, they're going to get their hands on it.
Yeah, this is going to be an all-encompassing thing, guys. This isn't going to be one piece of legislation that's going to magically fix this. I think our culture is just violent. I really think that it is. I think that we're just steeped in it. Like, we've militarized our police. And like the saying goes, if you treat somebody like an animal, that's how they're going to act. And so when we see police and, we see the brutality of some of them on TV, maybe because of race, maybe not, maybe just because that's the way we are, people are going to tend to react that way. They repeat what they see. So when kids are growing up and they see this shit on social media all the time, this is how they see the world working. So we have to address some serious, deep-rooted issues in this country to fix this. It's not going to be quick, and it's not going to be. It's not going to be easy.
And that's sort of why. That's kind of why I was bringing DC into it, Liberal, because just it looking at okay, so you have an unhoused population problem. Right? What are the circumstances that created that problem? I don't see any effort to create more shelters, right? If there was an EO that said we're going to create drug treatment program and and do something about the systemic issues that are contributing to this problem, that would be a different story. But instead what we're seeing is a criminalization of people in that situation, which is it's basically a Band-Aid.
But how many more social programs do we need? How much more money do we need to fucking spend? Like we spend the most out of any other country on social programs. That's literally what's bankrupting this country.
What?
Is fucking social programs. Medicare, Medicaid, food stamps, and Social Security. Hold on.
Sorry, go ahead.
Those 4 programs nearly cost us $1.5 trillion annually. We have food banks that are state sponsored. You have private ones. Churches used to be responsible for this. They not responsible, but they did this a lot more frequently. And when we saw the withdrawal of that, you saw homelessness completely almost explode. Like we already have all the programs that you're saying that we need. We already have all the legislation to prevent bad people from having access to pew-pews, but yet it's still perpetuating. So the solutions that you're proposing are already in place.
No, they aren't, though. I categorically disagree with that. Just real quick, if you look at all kinds of countries in Western Europe, like France or Scandinavian countries, they have socialized programs. They have support systems and access to housing. America does not. America spends money on policing. America spends money on military.
Ma'am? What is Section 8? Now break those down by population. This is overall spending. Now break it down by population, and that map will flip.
Well, I feel like a lot of this,
we're larger than all of the countries above us. Even if you combine them and then the remaining ones below, we still have a larger population than all of those countries combined.
Well, going back on the mental health thing.
That is not a social program, quote unquote. That is a direct tax. It's, what I mean? That's different. True. So it's like, so that number, and we spend more on Social Security than we do anything else. So that number that we have is 16th. If you take that out, we're even lower than that. So the percentage that we spend is not greater than these other countries. And when you take the fact that we are a much larger country, the percentage per person is far less than these other countries.
Well, going back to the mental health thing, when I was saying if you want to obtain one, you got to undergo a psych evaluation. I mean, and it is hard to to know like who is mentally unstable enough to not own one. And that's why I blame insurance companies and big pharma and stuff like that, because these people can't get the help that they need, because insurance companies can't cover it, or big pharma is too busy trying to stuff their pockets with as much money as they can by you know stuffing everybody with as many pills as they can. And I feel like if we had a nationwide healthcare system, kind of like most of the countries around the world, I mean, yeah, it's going to completely increase taxes, but I mean, if I knew that I don't have to pay for health insurance, and I break my arm and I'm paying 60% in taxes, I'm okay with that, because I know I could go to the emergency room anywhere that I have to, anywhere that I'm at in the United States, and get my arm fixed without paying out of pocket. Whereas if I have Indiana health insurance and I'm working in West Virginia and I break my arm, I'm screwed, because I'll be paying out of pocket for that.
Depends on
And
if you're an emergency. They if it's an emergency, something of that regard, your insurance still has to pay for it. It's like if you're sick and you go to Instacare and you're not in service or whatever it's called, uh, then yes, what you're saying is true. But if it's an emergency and you have insurance, no matter where you are, they have to pay for it by federal law.
And we've hit 40K, guys, real quick. But before I drop the panelists here, I'll give everybody a chance to respond. But I wanted to read something that was from the Pew Pewer from yesterday. This is like this manifesto or whatever. I'm gonna go to this.
This is disgusting.
Yeah, this last paragraph, because this speaks to the mentality of this person. I've wanted this for so long. I am not well. I'm not right. I'm a sad person, haunted by these thoughts that do not go away. I know this is wrong, but I can't seem to stop myself. I'm severely depressed and have been unaliving thoughts for years. Only recently have I lost all hope and decided to perform my final action against this world. I don't want to kneel down for the injustices of this world. I want to unalive. I'd rather unalive on my feet than live on my knees constantly in pain. I read that because, and I talk about this all the time, guys, poverty and, and other things lead to hopelessness. Hopelessness is one of the most devastating things that a person can have. And they will, when they run out of, and they think that there's absolutely nothing else left, they will do anything. We have to avoid this. We have to have the fewest number of hopeless people in this country. And as I said before, this is a systemic problem. It is going to require a lot of work. It's going to require people to really stop thinking, okay, how do we take a pew-pew? Or how do we keep somebody from getting a pew-pew? Because I don't think that's the problem. It's this level of hopelessness and just indifference to the world because of how shitty things are and can be in this country. We have to resolve that, because what that person wrote is very sad. That's very, very sad to read.
Oh, this is why I agree.
I have a hard time believing, when we read earlier on in the note, we talked about how loving and how his parents were great and he had no problem with them. They have a hard time believing they had no clue that he was going through this. She was going through this kind of torment and anguish, and to not get your child the help they need to keep them out of have to feel that way just baffles me.
Now, do we know that that person was not seeing a therapist? I don't know that. I don't know that they were.
Yeah. Well, and that's the
But
thing.
it's a safe assumption, because
when people talk about mental, hold on, it's a real quick point. Like, people that talk about mental health and seeing a psychiatrist, like, you're not going to go to them and say, I want to go into a school and do horrific acts. Nobody's going to say that to a fucking another person. Like, that's even like the only thing that you can do is like what Liberal is saying is like, there's fucking obvious signs that this person was very, very desperate for something other than what they were continuously perpetuating every single day. And that was hopelessness. we've got to figure out a way to find, like, I always tell my kids, do something that you enjoy doing and you'll never work a day in your life. And that will eliminate so much hopelessness throughout, no matter what you do, because you're happy. You feel like you're fulfilling yourself because you're doing something that you enjoy for work. Like, that's what I always like, Dad, I don't know what I want to do for a living. What do you like to do?
And
Like,
maybe
you
that's a
gotta
big
find
thing that we
something
can
to
do.
eliminate hopelessness.
Get people like for
I
example,
agree.
yesterday I was talking about I was like, maybe if you make under a certain amount, no matter how old you are, we will pay you to go into a trade school. You pick what you want to do within the things that we need in this community. If we need more
Right.
plumbers or HVAC, whatever, and just pay for the damn shit. Put these
Yeah.
people through these fucking certification programs. Just
Well, this
fucking
is
do
why
it.
I agree
It's
with
expensive,
and it-
when he
but
had
the
said,
it will quickly pay for itself.
Yeah.
Quickly.
That's right,
well,
liberal.
this is why
I
I
agree with
agree
that.
I
And
love that. I love that
I just
idea.
I'll just finally say, and I appreciate you having me up, liberal, but I'll just finally say that, I think what you're talking about is all ships rise. And that's why it's worth paying for, right? Like we've been dubbed into believing this Reaganomics kind of perspective that we need to line the billionaires' pockets, but they're not
Right.
benefiting. Their fiduciary responsibility is to themselves. And, they're not benefiting. And as in terms of how much money is being spent, there's billions of dollars in corporate bailouts happening for them. They have the ability to influence the government. If any of that money was redirected at helping out the people that are struggling at the bottom, then that pays back society, because that helps support, it's less crime, less unwellness that leads to these types of things, and ultimately then those people are able to pay back into the economy. It helps everybody. So I think
And
it's
it-
a worthwhile investment.
And not only does it invest in your future, it will literally pay for itself, because if whatever number it is, you come up with 20,000 a year if you make less than that, or less than 30,000. Now you're going to make more money. You're going to pay more taxes. You're going to buy more shit. It will pay for itself through the taxation, because
that's
now
the-
you have more money
well, this is
to
why I
spend.
agree
But that's
with
the
you
pays for
what you
itself.
Reaganomics.
spoken
That's
earlier.
Reaganomics right
But
there.
that's
what you
bottom
just
up.
said.
That's bottom
Yeah, no,
up.
that's Reaganomics at its core right there. That
Well, this
everything you just said is literally Reaganomics, because you're investing in your own future, and that was the idea behind it. And it's been convoluted in this completely corporatism bullshit, and that's not what that was intended to be. That's what it's been hijacked to be, because yes, corporations have taken over that, but that was the implementation. That was the idea behind the implementation of Reaganomics.
Well, no, the Reaganomics is the opposite of that, where they say that if
No, it's not.
if you help those people
look
at
at
the
it.
top with supply side economics, as they call it, it will filter down. What we're talking
that
about
is-
is you start at the base, and all that money goes back to the people at the top. It's the
That is-
opposite of Reaganomics.
That is the problem. You're talking about supply and demand. If your supply
Sure.
is lower in trades, and you can facilitate that at a young age, the supply of getting those children into those programs and teaching them how to work with their hands and doing things, that is the supply side of it. That's what I'm referring to. But now it's been hijacked by political talking heads to say, oh, no, this is for corporations. No, that was never the intent of it. Yes, it's been hijacked by that. I agree. And that's what we need surectify. But that's not what it was intended to do. Supply, that's capitalism at its core. Is
Hey, DB, we're Bogar in the next panelist.
Yeah, I was about to say, we did hit
get mad at liberal if we don't move along. 'cause
we
they're
did
about
hit
4,000 into the
we
next
did hit
group.
40K, and we're already 4,000 above that. So let me
You
go
can
ahead
drop me down.
and I'm keeping the
Appreciate it.
opposition, because they're hard to come by these days. TT, I really appreciate it. Drumming, I don't think you've spoken yet, so I'm going to let you have the last word before I drop you, and then we're going to move into the next panel. Thank you, TT. We'll see ya. Drumming, if you want to add one last comment before you go ahead.
I think Drummy is opposition, isn't he?
I
well,
mean, and
I
not
was
to
gonna
the
hop
degree
down
that you
if
two
she
are.
was.
well, this is why I agreed with Debo earlier. Like, I feel like we as a nation need to come, you know, together a little better, because then, I feel like, if we were more united, I feel like this person would have been seen, and this whole tragedy that happened in Minneapolis could have been avoided. But the problem is I mean, you got politics, you got religions, you got all this other stuff that's just dividing everybody, and it's like you said, it makes for a violent nation, and it's just not right.
Yeah, we definitely need to. The first step to doing that is to acknowledge that we have that issue. I think that's really an important part to
Oh
that.
no, I agree.
A
I
lot of
agree
people
completely.
don't
We
talk
need to
about this
acknowledge
in
that,
this
and we
way.
need to fix that as a whole. I really don't feel like we've really been, like we've been dividing the bigger, as a nation that we've gotten since, we became a nation. And I don't think we've really been truly united since, since before the Revolutionary War. I think that was the one time we were ever truly, united as a nation. And since we've been growing, it's just been decreasing.
I think we were pretty united after 9/11.
Well, yeah, I mean, and I feel like it does take a pretty big tragedy like that for for us to become united as a front. But then the next day we're right back at each other's throats over stupid petty bullcrap.
And you can use yesterday as a prime example of that, because every live that I've gone into other than this one is oh, it's this, and oh, it's Republicans that are dead. It's like this, like, why can't we just somehow figure out that this is not a left and right issue? This is an American issue, that
It should never be a left and right issue.
need to do something to rectify our own situations. Therefore, it would perpetuate a better solution for the rest of the country. But like, we can't even do that with two unalived young children that went to school. Like, I went to school yesterday.
Okay,
I went to
real
work
quick,
yesterday.
Debo. Real quick, Debo, because I've got to drop drumming. Let me do some housekeeping real quick.
Yeah.
And I just so this hi, I'm Mia with the phone number. I just blocked like 10 of those accounts. That's what I've been doing. I didn't even hear most of what you guys said because I'm like, what the fuck is this? And now there are like
drop me, sir.
12
I do appreciate
other.
you letting me come up here.
What the fuck is this shit?
They're just trying to.
I think they're
like
mass
some scam
reporting.
shit.
I think they're mass reporting. I think
Well,
that's
I
what
do
that's. So I'm gonna
appreciate
get
you
rid.
letting me come up here and speak my piece, and I appreciate everybody's opinions and their,
What the fuck? That is so weird.
and their
Anyway,
ideas. And I hope everybody has a blessed day, and
thank
so
you,
on and so
Drummy.
forth. So
Yeah, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, we'll catch you later, buddy.
thank you.
See ya. And let me bring in one more. I know Kip is wanting to come up, but I think Sparky was up there first. I'm not sure. It's been a while since I've heard from Kip. Let me go ahead and bring one more in since we're coming on the end of the live. Let me get one more person in here. Okay, and forgive me, Debo. I know I chimed in there. I do want to speak to that because I bet you those panelists that are like arguing back and forth and making it a political issue, their numbers are probably higher than mine. And this is
100%.
another issue that we have is where the Americans want to see the train wreck. They don't want to fucking clean it up. They don't want to watch it being cleaned up. They don't want to help watching it. It's entertainment for them. So, that's why I have a little rage bait like this flag, because you got to do that to get people to come in and watch. And if you don't, then nobody fucking, if a
Part
tree,
of the fucking problem.
right, if
like
a
you
tree
said.
falls in the forest and nobody's there to see it, did it actually happen? Because like we can have all the greatest ideas, but if nobody is watching, what fucking point is it?
Yeah,
it's stupid. It is.
But that's the society that we've allowed to perpetuate by being asleep at the wheel as parents.
So Danny says I have a black perspective. I'm not sure what that means exactly in terms of what we're talking about, but I'd be interested to hear it. Let's let Danny take it. Danny, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, doing fine. What's up?
The question of it's not really a question, but the America is a violent nation, liberal loudmouth. I hope that you are liberal, because I want to tell you, from the standpoint of me as a 57-year-old black male living in the South, served in the United States Marine Corps, I want to let you guys know that the ideology when you say liberal, then we're talking about ideology. The ideology that has been historical anti-constitution in this country, if we base the rights of citizens on the Constitution, the most anti-constitutional ideology that still exists in this country is the conservative ideology. The conservative ideology, as it relates especially to black people, has been the enemy of black skin in the United States Constitution from its inception. We're talking from the Electoral College that listed blacks as 3/5 black for political counting purposes, but yet didn't count them as citizens, but dealt with the citizen question by saying you're only 3/5 human. And then of course, that goes into the 3/5 compromise, the Dred Scott case that said that you can't sue a black person cannot sue a white person in court. Even back up to the compromise of 1877, when Rutherford B. Hayes was running, the Union guy was running against Samuel J. Tilden, the conservative guy, the Democrat. But don't let those names, Democrat, Republican, fool you. Because if you look at the problem, the Progressive Party created in 1854 was the Republican Party. They were progressive. And they changed their ideology in 1965. Don't take my word for it. Write it down and look it up. Look up Kevin Phillips and the Southern Strategy. They were progressive until blacks got civil rights and voting rights at 64 and 65. And blacks was registering as Democrats as a result of JFK being a northern moderate Democrat, pitching the idea of blacks having civil rights and voting rights. And so a bipartisan Congress, which was then a progressive GOP, and the northern moderate Democrats got the legislation done. The only two presidents, listen to what I'm telling you, the only two presidents that were unalived in this country, they were unalived by conservatives who resented them from doing anything for black American citizens who were either slaves or in Jim Crow.
James Will Booth was not a fucking Republican, dude.
He said conservative.
I said
Yeah.
I said conservative.
But
that's
just
a delineation
hold on.
that's important.
You can be conservative. It doesn't make you Republican or Democrat.
Right.
That's fucking ridiculous.
That's his. Well, Debo, hold on. He used progressive and conservative. He did that for a reason, because there is a delineation between those two concepts and the parties themselves. Because one party was progressive at the time, and they were Republicans.
Show me a Democrat conservative.
That
like
didn't
never.
Let me make it more palatable to you. A liberal never unalived a president. In the discussion, a liberal never unalived a president. In the fucking discussion. Let me put it to you like this.
Why does it have to be?
Hold on, listen. Hold on. Let me put it more.
This is exactly what I'm arguing against. This ideology you're spewing.
I'm not spewing anything. I'm telling you the historical truth. Every right that white women have and black people have did not come from a conservative. Came from progressives and liberals. If conservatives had their goddamn, we would have lost the Civil War. And if you look at the cornerstone speech by Vice President of the Confederacy, I think his name was Andrew Stevens. He said that if the South would have won the Civil War, they was going to change the Constitution. Those conservatives, they was going to change the Constitution to say that black people will never be citizens of this country and they will be second-class slaves. Read it.
Yeah, those were Democrats that said that shit.
They were
that wasn't Republicans or
they
no.
were
Dude,
conservatives.
You're conflating. You're
I'm not
conflating so many
nothing.
things to
Look
try
it
to.
up. See,
You,
you trying to
I know
interrupt me.
exactly what
Okay.
you're talking
You're
about.
trying to interrupt me
Dude, you've
because
been talking for 4 minutes.
and I've never said one thing wrong. The conservatives were the Southern Democrats we call Dixiecrats. And in 64 and 65, when blacks got civil rights and voting rights and was registering as Democrats as a result of the Northern Democrat, JFK, who fought for these rights, they left the Democratic Party in whole droves in the South because they didn't even want blacks to integrate their party. And
Democrats
Kevin Phillips, let me
filibustered the
finish.
civil rights
Kevin
movement
Phillips,
for
take
130.
this name down. Take
Okay.
this name down. Kevin
Okay.
Phillips he's a GOP strategist, created a voting system called the Southern Strategy that said, let's go after these Southern Democrats because they got big numbers and we will change our ideology from progressive to conservative. Follow the fucking Confederate flag.
Okay. Yeah, and I appreciate that, Danny. And Debo, I just want to point out again that he's not using the party terms; he's using the ideology terms, and because the ideologies have not always been with the same party, right? Because Republicans were the ones back in the day that wanted to free the slaves, etc.
That did free the slaves. They also
right.
gave them voting rights. They gave women voting rights. That's what I'm saying is he's conflating the argument between progressive and conservative, but the ideas of progressiveness and conservatism have not changed. But you guys always say that the big switch between the parties was what transpired Republicans and Democrats. Progressivism has always been moving forward. Conservatism has always been smaller government, lower taxes. Those ideas have never changed.
Yes,
To
they
try to
have.
pigeonhole that the only two unalived presidents were by conservatives, but were actually Democrats, is just a really big stretch. That's
Man,
all I'm trying to say.
everything I said as a result of the two presidents being unalived is actually factually fucking true. Both of the ones that unalived the president were conservatives. They were not liberals. They were not progressives. They were conservatives. Now you can conflate the
Conservative Democrats don't exist in the time of ever. That's never been a thing.
They were called Dixiecrats.
I know, but that's what I'm just trying to point out, that you've never had a Democrat that was a conservative that wanted smaller government. That's never existed in the time of ever.
Dixiecrats.
Ever.
That was in the middle of the
You can
switch.
try to fucking spin that and fucking try to
One of the
manipulate that
things-
all
Okay.
that you want, but a conservative Democrat has never existed ever in the time of ever.
Progressives, read it. All right, let's do this. Somebody pull up Republican Party when it was created in 1854. They were created to be a progressive abolitionist party. God damn it, prove me wrong.
No, I
Look it
mean
up.
he is
Look it
right.
up.
You don't need
Let
to
me show you
scream
something.
He is right.
Let me show you,
yell
let me
to
show you
make
something.
it. Let
Hey
the
guys, let
argument
me show
do
you
it itself.
something.
Well, okay,
Let me show
so
you something.
okay,
that's where you lose the argument right there.
Real quick, let's tie that because we have other panelists that I'd like to get to, and I appreciate you being
I
up
gotta
here,
drop.
Danny.
I gotta go to work, but that's all.
Okay. Well, I want to say we need to tie this back into what we were talking about, which is
I agree.
America being a violent nation as it relates to the pew-pewing yesterday, and ways we can resolve this shit, what we need to do, because it really speaks to a systemic problem. I don't think that anybody can argue otherwise.
If I may, I'm actually an American living in Belgium now, and I've seen a lot of practices that have definitely changed the way that Belgium runs and the way that it works in a very positive light. And man, DBO, I got words for you, but most of it is please stop spreading misinformation. Anyway, so Belgium has pew-pew laws. They didn't take away your right to own them, but they did say, hey, if you're going to get one, we're going to make sure that you are psychologically sound with a psyche eval. We're going to make sure that you are safe with a safety course. We're going to make sure that you follow a certain waiting time. We're going to make sure that your house is safe and you're the only one who has access to that pew-pew. And you have to have a reason to have it. You have to show that you go sport shooting or hunting or you're a security guard, something like that. Now, Belgium had a educational institution pew-pewing. and then said, nope, no more. And they stopped it. And that's how they stopped it. And Australia, same thing. And you know what? If we can't look at other countries and say, well, they had this problem, they did this specific thing and it solved that problem, let's try it, then what are we doing? And when it comes to him talking about the economics, okay, Belgium has a pretty high tax bracket. They're 50 to 60% taxed. But guess what? They have more social programs that bring down the level of violence, the level of poverty. They make it where it is just flat out a better country than it was before those things. The people are happier. They have more money. So why is it that we can watch another country do something that works and we don't want to do it?
Because we have this pesky thing called the Constitution and our rights.
The Constitution.
No,
We
hold
got-
on.
No,
Andy.
hold on. I
the
wanted to come back
second.
up for Kip. You
Hold
said you
on
had some
one
words for
second,
me.
Andy.
Go ahead. I'll
Hold
give
on
you
one
5
second.
minutes.
Andy, first off, what rights did people in Belgium lose by gaining those things? What rights did
you want the government?
The Berlin Wall.
You want the government to be
That's
able to
not
come
even
into your
Belgium,
house.
my dude.
So you want the government to be able to come into your house to determine whether you are holding one of your possessions correctly.
To make sure that I have a safe, to make sure that my pew is not accessible by a child? Abso-fucking-lutely I do.
Well,
That's on the
I have the right to
responsibility
bear
of the
it.
individual.
Let
Then
me
if I
finish
was
my
you, I
sentence.
suggest
I have the
staying in
right.
Belgium.
Hold on now. I have the right to bear it. I don't have the right to own it stupidly. And anyone who owns a pew should know there are certain rules that you follow. And one of them is you make sure that it's not just willy-nilly available to anyone who can grab it.
Yeah, I think most like responsible gun owners in America would agree with that people have a responsibility to be that way. Go ahead,
No,
Tracy.
if I
Okay, no, hold on.
Debo, I think wants to respond to what Kip said to Debo directly.
Yeah, I just
So-
wanted. You said you had some words for me. I got just a few minutes, so I would love to hear your words.
Well, first, really research trickle-down economics and figure out what it is
No,
before
no,
you
let's
start
stay on
saying that
topic.
the bottom up is a thing, because that's not. That's literally the opposite. And you were
Okay,
even called
let's stay
on
on
by the
topic.
host, and
If you want to talk about
was
pew-pews,
part of the
I'll do
topic.
that.
That was part of the topic.
I already gave
Another
my
part of it.
I already gave my
I'm
idea of
addressing
what that
everything. You
means.
said I had time to have words with you. Let me
Okay.
have those words, and then you can reply. Also, when we were talking about an epidemic that we have in this country with OPs, that was what I walked in on. My nephew just recently passed from that. And first off, we have an FDA that's supposed to make it where people are not able to get things that could end up with them having infective endocarditis and kidney failure and then unaliving because of it, because they had OPs given to them when they shouldn't have. That's what happened to my nephew.
Okay,
First off.
so let me respond to
Second
that
off-
real quick. No,
Second-
one
I'm
point at a
finishing.
time, please.
Second
One
off-
point at a time, please.
Second off, those social
Dude,
programs that
come on.
prevent
Okay.
people from getting those social
One
programs.
point
that-
at a time, dude. Let me respond so that we're not dogpiling 8 points.
All right,
Okay.
there.
So you're saying the FDA, they're responsible. They're the only thing the government is responsible to do is to regulate those to make sure that they are safe and effective. And they give you a bottle with 30 days worth of those pills. It is not up to the government to decide how many of those you take as are prescribed. That is not on the federal government. That is on the individual. This is the argument that I have with all of you people that are saying you want more government. That is a very slippery slope. People need to take accountability. I am so sorry that your nephew unalived. I have empathy for that. I wish that he, could have got better help or whatever the case may have been. But it is on the individual, and we've got to start taking accountability on the individual level. So I'm not trying to pretend like I know what happened.
On the streets, then.
I'm not trying to
Okay.
pretend like I know what happened. I'm trying to be as quick as I can. So I just want to make sure
Okay.
that is outlined.
Now your second point, put a pin in that, Kip, because if I just do that, then you guys are going to go back and forth for like 5 or 6 minutes, and Tracy wanted to jump in there. So just
Yes,
remember
Tracy.
your point. And I'll come back to you, Tracy.
Well,
Please go
I
ahead.
remember it.
Yes. I wanted to. Okay, so if you want to foster a pet, not through the Humane Society, but like through an organization, a responsible one comes out to your home and inspects your home before you can even bring the pet into your home. So if we can do that for pets, we can do that with guns. Second, in order to get a job at Family Dollar, you have to fill out, it's like a mini psychological evaluation. To get a job, you have to fill out a mini psych eval. So why can't we fill out a psych eval for the weapons that we own in our home?
Okay.
And I also, last night, my granddaughter came to me. She was on the internet. She found the news about what happened in, is it Minnesota? Minneapolis?
Yeah, Minneapolis, yeah.
Okay. And she was really upset about it. And I asked her, okay, what's your opinion? You know, what do you think about this? And she said, well, for one, adults aren't listening to us as children. I can't
Because they're
vote.
children.
Wait a minute. Hold on, please. She said, even though I have a life and I breathe and I feel, because I can't vote, I have no value. The second thing that she said to me is, I do not believe that your right to own certain pew-pews, and she said, supersedes my right to life.
What was your response to her, though? Just real quick, what was your response to her when she said that I don't have a voice? What did you say to her? I'm just curious.
I said she was correct on all 3 points.
Oh, that's terrifying.
Excuse me, sir.
That's terrifying.
Sir. Okay, how is she wrong? So she's a child, so she should just shut up and take it?
What I would say to my son if he came to me and said something like that, and it said, it's my job as your parent to help you to come to an age of when you become 18, you do have the right to vote, to help you to learn the ways that society operates. And yes, you're a child, so no, you don't have that ability. You don't have the right to drive at 8 years old. Just because you're a human being doesn't give you the right to drive. So I would do something of that nature, but just to validate someone's feelings because they have feelings, I think is really what's perpetuating this hate and this volatility that we have, is because parents aren't parenting. They're validating children's feelings, becoming they feel like they can become something that they're not because they're a child. They don't know. It is our job as parents to teach them, to help raise them, to teach them how.
Sir,
yeah, but you're completely you had a golden opportunity.
I am
Hold
not.
on.
No,
I
no.
let you finish. I let you finish.
No.
You had a perfect opportunity to outline to her why you don't get a vote at the age of 9, that you wait until you're 18 because you're not mentally stable enough at the age of 9 to vote for the fucking president because you don't know what it takes to even be an adult yet.
So she has
well,
to be
real quick,
18
I want to make a
to feel
point.
safe?
I want to make a point about what Debo said. Debo, I think we have to be careful when we do that to kids, and this is just my opinion, because if we say you can't say this because you're young, you can't do this, you need to just listen to what I say, do what I say, do what the teacher says, do what the cop says, you're raising people who are sheep. That's what ends up happening. They put more thought into the authority. This goes into the later lives. We want people who can think for themselves, and that's why I think it's important to listen, take in what they say, validate the thoughts that a child has. Right, whether that changes your opinion or not, that's that depends on the situation. But you have to make sure that they know that what they said was heard, understood, and that you weighed that against what you felt was in the best interest, and then you explain to them why the decision, whatever it is that you made, is different from what they wanted. That is important.
Without me
Not
being
only that,
accused
but
of monologuing, I would absolutely have done that. I was trying to give
but let's
a
look at
10-second
this. Real
TikTok
second.
fucking version.
Yeah,
of
fair
that.
enough. I just,
let me make one
I
point.
just wanted to make that point because it's,
Please let me make one point. To those who
Go ahead.
think children don't have the ability to be rational and reason, you never been to a fucking high school debate. I'm gonna tell you what I mean by that. These are
We're talking about a
pre-voters.
child, not a
These
kid
are
in high school.
pre-voters. These are pre-voters. They can't. They are young people in the ninth grade.
You're moving the goalposts,
No,
dude.
no, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. We
say
were talking about a
children
kid,
can't
not
vote.
somebody in high school.
No, we're talking about children that cannot vote. That's what we're
Oh
saying.
my God.
All I'm saying is
She said
simply
a kid, a child.
I've listened to kids debate. I've listened to
Okay,
kids
yeah.
debate. Kids can understand issues and articulate issues to show that they have understanding of the issue. So just for you to wholesale just completely disqualify them, their voice
Oh
don't
my
count, don't matter.
God.
It's totally
You guys,
Well, hold on, Devo. Like, I understand what you're saying, that you understand what we're saying, but there's not
I
enough time to
absolutely do,
respond.
but you're conflating my argument by saying that I'm not listening to my children. That's fucking absolutely ludicrous to say,
Okay.
to take that out of
But
what
you're
I just said.
advocating that I don't listen to my children and grandchildren.
That's not what I
what you were
fucking said. I didn't even relate to that in any way, shape, or form. And for you to even implement that, I even implied that is ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous.
Is that when she said that she acknowledged her child's feelings, you said that was tragic.
No, I said the way that she addressed it, that she could have said, I understand the way that you guys don't fucking listen to the words that I say. It's fucking wild, dude.
Can you let me finish? I wasn't finished with the points that she was even making. You just jumped in and kind of started in on me.
When you're done,
Because
Tracy,
I kind of
after you're
started
done.
in on me. I do have, and as a family, we do, because she's growing up right now, and we do have those kinds of conversations that you're talking about. We absolutely do.
That's not what you said.
What have you? We also, or I also, as a grandparent, need to, because she's 12, so and see, another thing that she talked about were about the thing. She asked me, okay, what can I do? And so now we're going to come up with some ideas that she can do safely, like writing her congressional member, writing her senators, things that are safe for her to do, to where she can get out, because they feel like at this point we are not protecting them and they have to protect each other. You know how
Okay.
You know what she could do? You could tell her you should try to be supportive of kids in your class. Like maybe go talk to each other. Maybe you guys could go have conversations of kids that are getting picked on and bullied. And that's the impact that you could make. All right.
BBO, stop.
You want to be emotional. I understand this is an emotional argument. I'm not trying. Hold on. I gotta go. I just want to defend myself slightly. I just
you know
want
what? You have no defense because you have no morals.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate your 30-second entitlement of what you think and who you think I am. You have no fucking clue
so what
who
did
I am.
Okay, hold on. What
So
did
fucking
Debo
stop.
say? What did Debo
Jesus.
say exactly that was charged just now? I
He's crying and he's like, "Oh, you want to get emotional? What the fuck, dude?"
No, I wasn't talking to her. I was talking to you, you fucking moron. This is fucking waste of time, dude.
First off, I'm going to stop you from being rude to her when she starts crying. So, yeah, I get a little emotional about that.
So wait, did he call her a bad mother? Is that what he said?
He implied it very heavily.
I see.
All right.
Yeah,
got
I
you.
was looking something else up, so I didn't hear part of what he said.
Yeah, no, he
that's
implied
my
it very
bad.
heavily that because she was listening to her daughter and saying, "You're right. You know what? You can feel helpless. You don't really have a voice about this because you can't just stop pew pew violence." And when it's directly targeting children, I can understand how you feel like you don't have a voice. She was trying to say that, and he cut her off and was like, "Did you really say that to her?" And then that's tragic, and like a bunch of other stuff, like basically implying that she was being a terrible parent, saying that our job as parents. And then he totally flipped the script and was like, "To do exactly what you were doing."
Okay.
So he was arguing with himself and just trying to arguing with himself.
All right. Well, yeah, I didn't catch that. He left, so we can move on to Sparky. Welcome
Tracy,
in,
you all
Sparky.
right?
Hey guys, wow,
Yeah,
that guy
yeah.
was out of control. You let him go on way too long. I'm sorry, in my opinion. He really has rose-colored glasses about what's going on around him. I don't know where he lives or what he does, but he sure doesn't live in the same places I live.
Okay.
I didn't
Anyway,
even get to the social programs part.
yeah,
Like,
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, it all goes back to healthcare. The longer this country resists giving us socialized medicine, the longer this is going to go on. Now, look, I'm a liberal. I've had pews my entire life. I've got one in every room of the house. I taught my children at the age of 5 how to use them and safety. They have them in every room of their house now. I agree with the fact that a lot of these people, I agree with the fact, kind of, but I don't, about coming in and checking your house over before you get one. Kind of, because, it makes sense. But as an American, we don't stand for that. But right now, our rights are being infringed by putting the military on the streets. I mean, and they're, from what I'm hearing, they're taking pews whether they're legal or not.
so Sparky, one thing you want to clarify, they don't check your entire home. They check to make sure that you have a pew safe that can hold it. That's it.
Yeah, okay. I mean,
Well,
hey, and that works there. I understand that.
I
Their
don't want the
population is
government
less.
coming into
And
my house.
what's that?
I said I don't want the government coming into my house.
No, but
For
if
any
you
reason.
show that you have a safe or something, but like I said, I have pews in every room of my house, and it's kind of a slippery slope. But there
Okay, but
definitely,
may I ask
if
a
we
simple
could get better health care in the country, I know as a working parent, my wife and I struggled to keep benefits on the table for our children. Sometimes I had jobs with benefits, sometimes she had jobs with benefits. But inconsistent mental health care is like not having mental health care at all. And you know how it
Fair.
is when you switch from
Sparky,
one
may I
plan
ask a
to
question?
another, you lose all your physicians and you have to start all over again if they're not on your plan. Until we get the health care in this country straightened out, this is what it's going to be. It's going to be John Wayne movie after John Wayne movie, and that
Okay,
DBO
Sparky.
guy, he was so off base on so many things. I was really surprised you let him keep rambling, but man, I
May
wish
I
I
ask you a
had
simple
rose-colored
Wait,
glasses.
okay, well, hold on. Why were you surprised that I let him talk?
Well, because when he was messing with Danny Clay over history that's written down,
And
that should have been a red flag. And then when he initially was whacking on Tracy Ann, and when he was bad mouthing people's parenting throughout his spiel, that
okay,
he's a better parent than everyone because I do this and this and this, while belittling everyone.
so
You know,
what am I supposed to do?
I don't know. Maybe ask him why he's belittling people. I think you do a great job. Don't get me wrong. And you said you were distracted, but that guy, a lot of what he was saying just wasn't true.
What I heard from him wasn't what somebody else had said. So, but I know I missed something because I was looking something up. And a matter of fact, I was trying to cue a video up to impeach what he had said before because he said he didn't say something. So I was like, because I'm live on YouTube right now, so I can kind of go back. But
Yeah,
I
saw
wasn't
your
sure
eyes
how
looking
far.
away, so I figured you were kind of distracted. But
Yeah.
that's not the point. I mean, and also what he was saying that I don't know. I believe, and like I said, I kind of don't believe in gun registration because I don't think the government has any business at all knowing what I got in my house. But if we can get health care under control, that has good mental health policies attached to it, that will curb a lot of our problems. Does anybody know the background of this guy's family? Do they know if they've tried to help him? No. Everybody's just jumping on his manifesto. But how did he get to that point? A good psychologist or psychiatrist could find that out.
Sparky, may I?
Sure, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So one, I agree with you. Yes, they definitely need to do something about the mental health care. Like, we have so many issues in the U.S. when it comes to mental health, and the availability of it alone is an issue. But you also have to think, I personally, I'm a freedom-loving American myself. I currently live in Belgium, but I think that if I have to give up the right for somebody to come into my home and make sure that it's going to be safe for me to own a pew-pew, to end school educational institution pew-pewings, then that's a pretty low cost.
Well, that's the same argument that Donald Trump is making by sending federal troops into U.S. cities. I don't think that's a good argument to make. I don't want to give up. I don't want to give up my liberties. Well, yeah, but you're using that as an argument in favor of those things. And if to secure safety, you want to give up rights. Not a good. I just don't see that's a good idea.
Rights. I'm saying that I would personally agree to that myself. Like,
Sure.
being in Belgium now, like, if I wanted to have a pew-pew, I would absolutely be fine with going by the process that they have, because they just don't have that kind of violence in this country anymore because they go by that process. So I'm cool with participating.
Do they allow you to have ammo?
You can have what you need to operate said pew-pew as long as you have the license to operate said pew-pew.
Okay. Isn't it Switzerland that will let you have the pew-pew, but you have to get a permit for the ammo or something like that?
That's funny.
I'm not sure about all that.
Pew-pews don't unalive people. Bullets do.
Well,
I mean,
if people want to bear arms, I mean, they should be willing to get a permit to buy ammo. I mean, it's kind of
Whereas here in the U.S., they're wanting vending machines that are 24/7, where you can go to the vending machine and buy ammo at any point.
Don't they have that in Texas already?
Yeah, Oklahoma started pushing those. They were really pushing it out there, and I'm like, what the fuck is the point of that? Like, it's 2 o'clock in the morning, bars let out, gotta go get my ammo. What? That just makes no sense.
That doesn't make sense to me either.
None whatsoever.
But I have to ask, like,
and then, like, the
so
2A
Sparky.
communities were like, shall not be infringed. I'm like, nowhere does it say you have a right to obtain these things at like 2 o'clock in the morning.
But bro, that goes to what I was saying. That goes to what I was saying earlier, though. That goes to what I was saying.
Hold on.
May I reply to Maverick in comments? First off, Maverick, if you have to do it all in caps, you're probably not making a real good point. And second off, have you ever been to Belgium? If not, I suggest putting your lips together.
Okay, Kip, that's funny. So Maverick uses all caps because of vision issues. So maybe before you start open your mouth, you should, not make assumptions. If you noticed every single message that Maverick, I just like, okay. To that point, guys, we're at 64K. I'm going to go ahead and remove all of the panelists aside from the opposition, which at this point I believe is only Danny, not Danny Old Guys Radio, not Danny Clay. But I was going to give everybody a chance to say one last thing before I bring in new people. But Sparky, you had already said something. Kip, go ahead, and then I'd like to get to Danny and then Tracy.
Hey, go ahead.
Make it quick.
Now, thanks for bringing me up. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Sparky.
You guys have a good day. Healthcare is the cure.
Yeah, thank you. Go ahead,
Okay, so first,
Kip.
I apologize to Maverick. That's just step one. I apologize. I've been dealing with people doing that all day, and I apologize. Foot and mouth acknowledged. When it comes to the healthcare, the biggest issue is when you have countries that have socialized healthcare and it works, most people from the U.S. are not okay with the amount of taxes that would be necessary to pay for that. But in at least most of the countries I've visited, and currently Belgium, Netherlands, and Germany that I know about, the amount that they pay for it actually makes it where everybody ends up earning more money in the long run. It lowers the cost of healthcare and in general fixes the problem. And everyone's happier for it. So there's that. That's my plan landed. And I hope that you guys have a wonderful day. Thank you for having me up.
Thank you, Kip. It's good to see you again. We'll catch you next time. Danny, Danny Clay, please.
Yeah.
Wrong button. Go ahead.
Am I still there?
Yeah, you're still there. Yeah.
The greatest patriots in this country, and has always been the greatest patriots in this country, are progressives and liberals. If you want to deal with shifting principles, listen to a conservative. They do not have solid principles other than the principle of opposing everyone's constitutional rights and privileges. They only feel as though the constitutional privileges should only be theirs and to those that are profiting, the higher ups that are 1% that are profiting. They don't really support everybody else having those equal constitutional rights. So yeah, go liberal.
Go Chiefs.
Whoa.
Yes, sir.
Go Falcons.
Falcons.
Hell
Nice.
yeah.
Well, thank you, Danny. It was a pleasure having you up. I don't think I've ever seen you here before. I'd love to have you back on, so you're welcome up anytime, man.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah, we'll catch you later. Peace. Tracy, go ahead. 55 seconds to you as well.
Hi. First of all, I want to apologize for crashing out. I got angry because I felt like he wasn't acknowledging what our children are trying to say and that they're in pain. And if I can't, I'll either go rage or I'll cry. So I apologize to everybody.
No need to apologize.
Okay.
You're perfectly fine.
But I do encourage people for age appropriate children, sit down and have a conversation with the young people in your life, and let's start listening to them, and then we'll figure out how to get this thing going further. And y'all have a blessed.
Absolutely, Tracy. No, yeah, thank you. You have a good day as well. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, but no need to apologize at all. You're fine. And you didn't crash out. I have videos of crash outs, and that wasn't one of them. Yeah, we'll see you later, Tracy. Thank you for coming up. All right, Danny, I don't think you've talked yet. Please go ahead and
I have not.
Yeah, go ahead and chime in, offer your thoughts. I'm going to start pulling people in, just
All
a few,
right.
because we're almost over. But yeah, by all means.
No problem. There's so much to cover, but so first off, I mean, when it comes to guns, I mean, obviously, or pew, sorry, I am right, and so I value my Second Amendment. I did write a paper in college about if you want to control the pews, don't worry about the pews, control the ammunition, because that is where you can put some controls, and I have some ideas on that. At the same time, for the people who think it's okay for the government to come into my house, then if you want to give up that right, then how about we get rid of the rights to a jury trial, or the right to a search and seizure, or the right to cruel and unusual punishment. So how about we just give up all those rights too? If you're willing to give up one, what other rights are you willing to give up? And I'm not willing to give up any of them. So that's my stance on that. For the dude who seems to think that liberals are this bastion of greatness and that everybody else is a jackwagon, my personal belief, and liberal, I understand that you don't believe in a God, and that's okay. But when we were more in tuned in God, there were a lot of people who did a lot of things to help a lot of people. And one comparison is, who's the better person, Mitt Romney or Barack Obama? And it's a rhetorical, but one year Barack Obama gave to charity like $800 and Mitt Romney gave $14 million. Again, that doesn't mean greatness. Barack Obama and his liberal side believes that the government should help people. Mitt Romney believes that people should, or the religious people should help people. So one of them wants the government to help everybody. The other one wants to give to his church so they can help everybody. Both men want to help everybody. They have different ways of doing it. And until we can accept that we're not all bad, we just want to help people in other ways, we're never going to come together. And so I think Barack Obama is a very honorable individual, and that's why I use that example, because his way of helping people is for bigger government. For those of us who believe in smaller government, we think that the charities and the people and the churches will be able to pick up the difference. So we don't want to ignore those people. We just want to, like, the church I grew up in was required to give in their charter 50% to community outreach. And we did that through food banks and soup kitchens and all these other things that we did to help the community. So we were always there to help fund people, to help people when we needed it. And that's one of many churches. I get people disagree with that, but at the same time, we just think that that's the way the money should flow, and other people think it should flow another way, and that's okay. But we're not horrible people because we believe we should help people out of our own pocket instead of have the government take it and decide how they want to divvy that.
Okay. Now, I mean, to rebut one of the things you said about, religions, when we were in tune with religion, things were better. At least that was the implication. I'd point to you all of the wars that were fought because of religious beliefs and values. Innumerable amounts of human beings lost their lives because of religion domination and this, forcible crap. I mean, it really still goes on to this very day, but I mean, historically speaking, it's.
I mean, I do understand where you're coming from on that. So
yeah, they don't have a good track record. We'll just
in a lot of cases they don't. Let me put it this way. So since you brought it up that way, there was a time when churches provided most of the soup kitchens around the country. Now, the government, people started saying, well, you can't give money to those churches, and the government was giving them food. But here's where the difference is. When the government gives out food at a soup kitchen, they have to rent a building, hire the people, get the staff, and they've got to pay all this plus pay for the food. When you give the money for food or give the food to a church, the church provides the building, the kitchen, the electricity, and the people who staff it. So they can get more food to more people more
That's interesting. Why do you ascribe to it that churches are benevolent?
Because it's bullshit.
Well, you can say that, but most churches, and I'm not all, but most of the ones that I've been involved with, and certainly the ones that I've been on the boards for, have a percent of the take that must go to outreach in the community. And like I said, my church was 50%. So that's and 25% of our outreach we sent to World Outreach, UNICEF. We did some stuff.
Do you want cookies for that? Do you want cookies for that?
I'll take cookies.
For those acts of kindness. Well, Danny, let me explain to you why everything you're saying is utter nonsense to me.
Goodbye.
I know, honey. Go ahead and run. You support what's happening in Gaza. You are a Zionist. You told us this. You're watching what we're watching when babies are being unalived and innocent men and elderly women, but yet you want to talk about Christian, church, benevolence. We do this. We're so wonderful. But you support a G-side by saying, first of all, it's not a G-side. Now you're a runner. We see that you ran because you don't want to, and I'm being very calm today because I'm getting reported as we speak. But I cannot have a person tell me the love and kindness of a God, and then they support wickedness, demonic evil, as we see it unfold before our very eyes. You cannot make me ever believe that you are a decent person or whoever you're affiliated with are decent people because you support what's happening to human beings. And it's absolutely disgusting to me.
And I'll also point out, and I was going to make this point to Danny, but, Danny, I wish he hadn't run, but.
Right. Why did he run?
The soup kitchens and stuff, especially back in like the 1800s, 1900s, they didn't do this just out of the goodness of their heart. They did this because starving people will flip the fuck out on you. They will revolt. They will turn against you. That's why they did this. It wasn't because, it was a godly thing. They didn't want people to freak the fuck out.
Lib, what people did they give the soup and food to? Because it wasn't all people.
Nope.
It wasn't black people. It wasn't people of Native or any other people of color. They were not doing
The
that
black people
because
were the
God.
ones serving it, and it wasn't because they wanted to.
Hello, right? So where's all this kindness and benevolence from this God that you all talk about? My question is, there's homelessness, yes? Why don't all these big ass churches open up their doors to house these homeless people in those massive arenas? They're not doing that. They have gates on these churches and Catholic towering cathedrals. Why aren't they being benevolent saying we don't want people out freezing and cold? It's bullshit. And a lot of you people in that Christian community are bullshitters. You support the wicked demonic evil that's going on in the world today. And the only thing you want people to do is convert into your bullshit. I'm sorry, Paula. Go ahead.
I've been told that there is a branch or like a subset of that culture, of the Christian culture, that's different than that. That's more, I guess what you would think of if you read the words of Jesus or something, that are more Christ-like in their
They're called
the way they approach
Democrats.
things. Yeah, but I mean, like even some of them are, yeah. But I've heard that there's even more of like this ultra progressive, more like even a Quaker brand where they're pacifists and stuff too. So, but yeah, I mean, I'm from East Tennessee, and that's definitely the way you've described the church, Maverick, is very similar to what I've experienced here in my life.
And
It's
for
not what
starters,
you
Well,
call-
real quick, I have to, Bunny, thank you so much for all of those hats. But yeah, somebody else was talking and I couldn't acknowledge it. I just want to give a shout out to Bunny. Thank you very much for putting that time up there. Sorry, go ahead, guys.
Let me say this to back to the healthcare, the universal healthcare that we all agree with Sparky. The number one reason that this country, unlike Denmark and Belgium and Sweden and all those other places, do not have universal health care is because of racism. They don't want people of color, especially black, to have health care. See, we have a problem here, and you said that we need to fix it. The only way to fix that is to try to fix racism, or we tax the wealthy by even to the 5% more, and you will be able to have universal health care paid for. But they don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So we have a problem.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, we're already paying more than enough to cover. I mean, like right now, we paid almost $5 trillion last year.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Just for healthcare.
Way
So, I
more
mean,
than other people.
And
Than
this
other
is why
the money's already
liberal,
there.
when people tell you that nothing is free, we have to start reminding them we're not fucking taxpayers. We are investors. And we want a return on our fucking investment. So let's stop calling ourselves, because then they'll say we're getting handouts and we're on welfare. No, bitch. If I'm getting food stamps, that's a return on my investment because I need it now.
Yep.
Let's play that game with these elite fucks and let them know we've invested we're taxed from if you shit in your toilet, and I know I mean to be vulgar, they're going to tax your ass one day. And let a gold nugget come out. Somebody's going to knock on your door.
It's the Trump tax.
In eminent domain your whole body because you shitted out a piece of gold. Okay?
You drop
This
a
is
Trump
what we're
and
doing,
wipe your
right?
Vance.
Right. So we need to call ourselves the American investor. Then what does investors get? They get respected. They get respected. And more importantly, they get a return on their investment. God damn it. We need to stand up, the 99% of us, and say at least we need a return on our fucking investment. What does that look like? Healthcare, universal. Housing. We shouldn't have a veteran that's in sleeping in their car on the grounds. What else? We have
Unconscionable.
people all over the place with shrugs. God damn it, put them in and get them help. Pharmaceuticals, you're going to start paying out of your fucking pocket since you make billions and trillions off of our sicknesses. God damn it, we're going to start taxing you. We can have all this shit turned around in less than a year, guys, and we wouldn't even recognize this country. They don't want to do it. They want us pew-pewing each other. They want us fighting. They want us on dope. They want these things so that they can stay at the top and have the little strings and have us be their puppets.
Yep, absolutely. And I mean, that's another thing, another reason, like for churches, for example, would do that. They wanted people to rely on the church because then they would have to go to the church. And it's the same fucking concept with the government. And that's why this little pittance that they offer, while they simultaneously make things fucking nearly impossible to survive on, we have to go back to the corporations for everything that we need. It's a
And
fucking
let me give
gross
you a prime
cycle.
example of what you just
Why don't
said.
you?
The black church. Think about the black church. Black people have always jumped up and down and hooped and hollered and had their tambourines and loved Jesus. And black churches are in every black community, or they're not community, those are hoods and neighborhoods. Well, how come that black church did not have a black hospital built or a black bank built in the like First Baptist Bank, First Baptist Hospital? Because they're there to suck the money out of those poor people, sell them a false hope that their mansion is in the fucking sky while they're living high off the hog and driving Mercedes and all these Rolls Royces while they're down here. It's a game, guys. It's a game, and we have to stop letting a religion fuck us over. And that's another thing. Start taxing those churches that are so involved in politics. That'll shut their motherfucking asses up too.
Yep.
Is it Maverick? Are you a black woman?
I'm blackety black.
So and this
There's a difference.
Obviously, you can't. What area are you from?
I am originally from Baltimore, Maryland, the blackest city. But I've been in California for more than 30 years.
Okay. So one of the things I wonder, so I've been sort of I don't know what you'd call it, I guess a radical progressive now for quite some time. Sanders wing of the party, maybe FDR, whatever you want. I don't know what the fuck.
Why is that radical? What's so radical?
Because they tell us it's radical. They're socialists. The Bernie Bros are going to unalive the country. Anyway, go ahead, America.
So, I don't know. Since you're from Baltimore, I'm assuming you were in a black community there, or maybe the same there. And so I'm from East Tennessee, which is like 97% white. So I've not lived among very many black people in my life. But I'm in a area, Tennessee, Georgia, Mississippi, Alabama, North Carolina, where most of the Democrats in this, like 50% of the Democrats in these states are black, right? And generally speaking, there's been a rejection of this real, sort of more bigger, bolder agendas from Democrats, like whether it's, Bernie or Dean or anybody really. Obama was able to go through, I think, because he was black. But I think short of Obama being black, his policies would have landed less well, at least the first time.
Wait, back that up. You said Obama
So
was
what I'm saying is that it seems like the black community where I'm from end up being more centrist Democrats than leftist Democrats, and I'm wondering if that's been your experience or if that's just a perception problem for me.
Because don't forget that somebody, honey, Frank, you need to mute, honey. You got a lot of background noise. Frank.
I got him.
Yes, because black people have been sold that white Jesus is going to come save them. So a lot of them are very traditional. They like to call themselves conservatives, but they don't realize how stupid that sounds for anybody to be black and conservative. Black person, what are you trying to conserve? But yes, they're very afraid, a lot of them, of the radical thinking. People think that the civil rights movement was such a big movement. Most black people did not partake in it because they were too afraid. It took a lot of brave black, white, and other people to have that movement go. But for the most part, those churchgoers, they're waiting for their mansions in heaven, and they really don't want to rock the boat for the most part. So,
or we're afraid of reprisals and
they're
backlash,
afraid about
right?
a lot of things, and it's a fear that is based in lived experiences. Because whenever there's a black movement forward, you got a vicious backlash from white T America, and but it's time to get over that shit, and it's time to let that religion go that has done nothing for, I don't believe it's done anything for this country. And we can see how fast these so-called Christians have run over to Trump. Now you're going to run to Satan and say he's the new Messiah. Make that make sense.
Right. But the reason I asked was because what you said at the beginning of this really connected with me. And that, I've been writing a lot and reading a lot lately on sort of the path forward and where we're at. And you go back to when things were progressing, things progressed, say, from the 30s and the 40s, kept progressing into the 50s. Then we had the civil rights movement, kept progressing.
Yeah.
And then when this sort of big middle class was growing, power among labor was growing, all these things were and then you had all of our pools now, these community pools. Oh, wait, now the white people got to swim with, or YT people got to swim with black people. And then you started having integration, and it did seem to derail a lot of things. So you said, one of the reasons we can't have nice things, that's my interpretation of it, is because of racism.
Yep.
And that really lands with me.
Yep.
And I don't know what to do about that.
It's nothing. America is willing to lose
Time.
$16 trillion annually due to racism. And people say, well, what does that mean? That means that when you have your best and your brightest in this country, black, white, native, whatever, this country, because of its structure of white male supremacy, will not utilize all of the wonderful resources that we have that may show up as an indigenous person or as a woman or as, they will, because the racism of this country wants to show the world that white men are the end all and be all. And we lose so much of the talents in this country. Also, racism is in everything else in this country. But we're willing to lose $16 trillion annually so that we can uphold white supremacy.
It's a last gasp.
And we're willing to not have universal health care because we don't want to see people on a reservation be healthy. We don't want people to have equality or equity. Now, equity is more of a violent word to the powers that be than equality. Equality can look like, okay, I can sit at this counter and eat ice cream next to this person. But equity means, I'm going to get the same loan that this white man can get. I'm going to get the same loan or be treated just like Bill Gates or childbearing hips Elon Musk. See, they don't want that. And if all of us stop with all the other bullshit that we have to fight against, and we really look at it and say, wait a minute, we can go back to fighting each other later, but we got to get these motherfuckers now. Because they want all of us to be slaves in the end. Begging.
And it seems like the Democratic Party is afraid to have that conversation due to backlash. You got DEI, all this backlash right now
The
from
Democratic
MAGA.
Party is wimpy, it's pathetic. I cannot stand Hakeem Jeffries with his rap hands when all he needs is a gold chain and a grill. I can't stand Cory Booker. I don't like any of, they're all bought and sold. All of them. And my whole thing is this: if you say that you are still for Israel, I will not vote for you. I am not
Like
doing
APAC
this.
Shakur?
Not doing it.
APAC Shakur.
Richie, APAC Shakur Torres?
Yeah, I can't do it. We need to have some real people see, now they're making a god out of Gavin Newsom. I'm in California.
It's rough.
That's bullshit. And like you said,
Yep.
they're playing us.
Mhm.
They're playing us by putting him forward. He is a corporate, multi-millionaire game player in this political game. He's not
Yep.
for the people. He's not for the people. None of them.
And he ain't been able
Once
to
they
build
get-
shit. He hasn't been able to pass California's single payer. He hasn't been able to build
none of
the
that.
high speed
Oh, no.
rail. None of that shit.
He gives out
very
no bid
corporate.
contracts to the people that donated to his shit. This guy is the same old shit, different fucking
same old
skin.
shit.
Looks like the
What do you
same
think
people that
about
kept doing
Pritzker?
it. Pritzker is the guy's a billionaire.
billionaire?
No,
Fuck that.
no.
I just
No.
and I
You know
believe
who
he
I would like
supports
for us to
Israel
put up?
as well.
You know who
I
would
like
for us
that
to-
he's fighting Trump.
No, you know who I would like for us to put up? Somebody like a Mandani. When you can
Yeah.
make both sides freak out,
You're doing something
you
right.
freak them,
Yeah, but-
both their asses out, that's the person we need. Because it's shaking up the whole system.
Are
Yeah.
they calling me? Did someone call
Maybe
me?
Is
8
it-
years from now, but not
Chief.
now.
Chief,
Well,
that's
I
funny.
not Mamdani for president anytime soon, right? But I do think that kind of politic, that kind of like aggressively going after affordability and saying
Right.
you can't fix affordability without some real systemic changes. You can't fix any of this stuff. These problems that keep cropping up and leading us down this road to
But they're on
authoritarianism.
purpose. They're
Yeah, of
purposeful
course.
problems. They're doing that on purpose. We can, like I said, we can end world hunger, this country alone, overnight. Don't
I
forget that
agree.
this fat orange piece of crap destroyed megatons of food. They allowed it to expire so they wouldn't have to send it. They destroyed
Did you
it.
know? Wait,
It's already on my
Maverick.
personal platform.
Maverick, did you know that the expiration date that they put on dry goods is 6 months prior to the real expiration date?
Oh, I didn't know. Oh, on the
Yeah.
dry goods. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I think it's funny that sugar's got an expiration date at all. I mean,
So
it's a
we have to
natural
understand that
preservative.
this government is our enemy, guys. And if you call yourself a conservative and you love all this, you're drinking the Kool-Aid. And for the Democrats, and they get mad at me, you're drinking the fucking Kool-Aid.
They get mad at
We
me
have to
too.
open out. Yeah. Oh, they hate. When I was saying this almost right after the election, how dare you say that? We have to stick together. No, they're playing
Yep.
games with us. They're playing games with us.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, that's what the guy said. Was it Tim Walz says just the other day at this convention that we don't have the time to argue. We got to stick together now. But I don't know what we're sticking together behind.
Yeah,
I mean,
The proxy
you
party.
got 92% of Democrats support ending this support of Israel and Gaza, right? And they can't even pass that. I mean, what the fuck are we uniting behind?
Yeah, because they don't
Unite-
pay us any
Sassy
attention.
tweets from Newsom.
You have to unite behind
What
each
did
other.
Pilster say? He said, "It takes one to know one." That's what the man said. Takes one to know one. That's how he's standing up to Trump.
They don't want to be called anti-Semitic.
I think
Fuck that word. Yeah, that
Nobody cares
word
about
is.
that shit anymore.
Yeah, after
That
what
doesn't have
we're
any
watching,
weight.
it's.
That word is anti-semantic.
Yeah. All right. Real
Don't
quick,
forget, guys,
can I
don't forget.
say something else about the churches?
Sure.
The richest country in the world, by the way, is the Vatican.
Yes.
Okay, that's number one. Number two, at one time, priests were allowed to marry, Catholic priests.
Right.
And they took that away from them because their wives were inheriting their wealth. And they wanted the church to inherit the wealth. That's why Catholic priests can't get married. Okay, that's the one thing. The other thing I just wanted to say, and I'll leave you guys alone. I moved to Virginia 17 years ago, and at the time I was watching Pawn Stars, and I started collecting antique guns. And so I went to a
Pawn
gun
Stars?
show.
Wait, you said, was it Pawn Stars or Corn Stars?
No, Pawn Stars.
I misheard.
Like
when you sell some
PAWN
new stuff.
Okay. No, it did not sound
This
like that
accent's
at all.
killing me.
Oh,
Oh,
it didn't
I'm
sound.
sorry.
It didn't. We thought I was like, okay, well, tell us
my
all
wife
about it.
won't let me watch Porn Stars. Believe me.
You can't say that word. Wait.
So anyway, I started collecting antique guns, and so I went
Pew
to
pews, pew
a gun
pews.
shop.
Pew pews, honey. Say pew
Pew
pews.
pews, right?
Yeah.
So I went to a pew pew shop, looking just to look around, and I bought something that I could use at the range because they wouldn't let me use those antique guns at the range.
Pew pews.
Pew pews at the range. So I bought a 40 millimeter.
Okay.
Okay. And that's what I used. And then I decided to go to a pew pew show to see, if they had any antique firearms. And it turned out, no, they didn't. But I noticed one thing. Let's say this one gentleman is selling his for 1,000, and the other guy is selling it for 1,500. This was a long pew pew. I don't know
Like
if
a
I'm allowed
rifle?
to yeah,
Yeah.
I can say rifle. Okay.
I don't know.
Okay, so
We'll find out.
Anyway,
if the live ends,
I asked him why.
we know the answer.
He says, because you don't have to. I bought these personally, and you don't have to do a background check.
Right.
And that's how you buy a pew pew without a background check. These guys have bought them already. So then, okay, before I left Virginia, because I knew New Jersey would give me a hard time. So I sold my collection. I had a collection by that time. This was 5 years ago. Actually, my doctor bought 3 of them. My orthopedic. And he bought 3 of them. And what's funny is I called the police station and I asked them, what kind of paperwork do I have to fill out? And they said nothing.
Right.
They said nothing because you just sold basically a used,
Right.
because it was already in my name. He says, if anything ever happens with that pew pew, we'll just come and ask you, who did you sell it to?
Right.
That was their response.
Now, some states do still require the private sellers, that they don't allow private sales like that.
Well, you'll notice many of the first big pew-pewings that happened, especially in schools, or there was these two a Muslim or Arabic people in California that really hit a school bad, and unalived police officers and everything. And the person who sold them the gun, the pew-pews, was not, he was charged, but nothing happened. He got zero. No time, no nothing for selling them these pew-pews. And for a while, that kept happening until just recently. Was it last year, I think? Somebody finally got charged for selling a pew-pew to somebody who was not qualified, and they shouldn't have sold it to them.
Yeah, I mean, it is a problem. But sadly, like yesterday's pew-pewing, it was a legal firearm.
Yeah,
it was a legal purchase. A lot of them are.
And why didn't he have to get, number one, drug tested, number two, a psychology test, number three, a written test, and number three, a gun range test?
Because of the Second Amendment.
Because of the one that says that we can use gunpowder and round pellets.
Honey, you really trying to get this live dinged, aren't you? You just saying all the words.
Oh, I said gunpowder.
You said G-U-N.
Pew pew powder. Pew pew powder.
Pew pew powder. Okay. Gunpowder is one word.
And then you said D-U-R-G. You have to say shrugs.
Or bugs.
One of these days. You know what it is? I'm 74 years old. I've tried to memorize what I'm supposed to say. And I'm just too old for this shit. I'm sorry.
I agree.
No, I understand. Yeah, yesterday I was having a hard time following what you were saying, because I'm like, I know this guy isn't a Zionist. What are you talking about? And then somebody comes on the live and she was like, I can interpret what he's saying. Danger, that's funny. No, I love the jokes though. I haven't heard one in a minute. So when you come up with one, hit us with it.
I can tell you one though, but I don't want Maverick to get mad at me.
Well,
there's no way I want to make enemies with her. Let me tell you.
Well, that said, let's move. We got other panelists, and live is about to end. If you want to extend
you
this,
can drop me down.
I mean, you're welcome to stay. It's fine. If you want to extend the live, you can gift myself or the panelists to extend the live. Whenever this disappears, I'm going to go ahead and shut it down. But
how much?
It's like one coin for 1 second. Well, if you gift me, it actually will just automatically do it. It like automatically adds to it. See, well, there you go. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, that's a TikTok feature. It's pretty nice. But
it was the star thing.
Don't eat up the whole time, sir. Don't eat up the whole time. You done ran a mile. Jesus.
Who is that? Is that Lovey?
That's Christopher Walker.
Oh, Christopher Walker. I see you right next. Damn, I'm blind. Wow, what is going on? But yeah, go ahead. Since you said sunglasses, you go for it. And thank you.
No, I just want to point out that they dismissed a lot of the super charges for Sandwich Guy, the guy that I guess we're calling Jared at this time.
Jared.
They threw a sandwich at this dude. Like,
oh my God.
If they could supercharge against him, they could do that to you.
Like honestly, like, oh, you pointed a finger or you said some kind of terrible thing, which is not illegal. Like it's so wild that this is the world we live in now. They can just supercharge you, and it's been the environment for a lot of different folks, right? Like I'm coming from white privilege, but like I know, like all they have to do is hate you because of a reason. Maybe your skin tone, maybe your accent. They can hate on you for some reason and just supercharge unnecessary charges, and that's just not the America I believe in or want for the future. You know what I mean? And I'll land my plane there.
Absolutely. And to that point, let me
What is this?
Zero leg day. Ah! Run! Run, Forrest, run!
Funny shit. When I saw
Wait,
that.
what happened? What happened?
He threw a sub
Wait, you
sandwich
didn't see
at the hold on, I'll play it again. This dude, and I'll just turn the audio up here. Listen. I was looking.
He's a hero.
Motherfucker!
Take that 6 foot long.
He was like, "You'll never give me 6 inches." Oh my
That
god!
was Jared. That was the Jared.
That was the.
Oh, it wasn't the, but you know.
No, not the Jared. No, they're just calling him that because of the, because of the sub. Oh my god! I like felony. What was it? Felony assault or something like that
That's
they
what he
charged
got?
it to.
Well, they
Yes.
dropped it all.
Right, they
dropped it
did, but
all.
the fact that they arrest this, how do you not
They
laugh?
upcharged.
Didn't drop it. They could not get an indictment.
Yeah, like how do you laugh, or how can you not laugh? Like I understand grabbing the guy, but you would think that these dudes would be cracking up.
Right. They
I
have no
mean,
Literally, the judge like probably did. He's like, "Let me see the video.
It was a grand
Court
jury.
evidence."
a grand, Paula, go ahead.
Yeah, the grand jury would not indict him. So
Yeah,
literally,
yeah,
you
yeah.
can, we learned you cannot indict a ham sandwich.
I don't know. That looked like an Italian like
Excellent.
spread.
I've heard some really witty things, like people
That's
assault
I like the
with
ham.
a deli weapon.
Oh my god!
Yeah, the deli weapon.
Oh my
How
god!
come Paula says muted?
Oh my god!
I'm not muted.
He's not muted.
Yeah, your symbol
It's
there
TikTok.
says muted.
It's
It's
TikTok.
TikTok.
Yeah, it
It's
does that
glitchy.
sometimes.
They're
The
messing with you,
ham.
Paula.
Just
That-
like
The ham.
your
The
profile
pig reference.
your profile picture is Brad Pitt.
That's
That I'm
either
what?
that's either the worst prosecutor on the planet, or he did not want that person indicted
You know,
because
when
they
you wanna
say
laugh, I
the
go
grand
to my
jury you
profile
can indict
and
a ham
there's
sandwich.
nothing there.
Think about if you're that FBI agent and you have to go back to work.
I know. They're like,
You
I
got a
can't believe that.
bulletproof
I can't
vest on,
believe.
but a
I can't
ham
believe they
sandwich.
let that guy off.
Or the
You got
prosecutor.
a bulletproof vest, but a ham sandwich.
Somebody needs to
Can I-
interview the guy that was chasing him. Like, what was going through your mind, sir? I
You're
just
probably-
couldn't believe that he gave me all 12 inches. I was so pissed.
He put
It was a
mustard on my shirt.
BMT.
It's like
It was a tuna fish sandwich.
that's the most ridiculous shit. This is Trump's
What-
America, guys, where 12 inches will get you 12 to life.
Yeah, there you go.
Does it?
That's what they were shooting for, like a year, right? Like
Pure
Quick
jealousy.
question: Does
I'm
your
sure Subway
profile
should
come
come
up
out.
automatically, or do you have to put stuff in there?
What should Subway sandwiches? I mean,
Oh, wouldn't that be
if
a
I owned
nice
Subway,
commercial for Subway to come
yeah,
out?
if I owned Subway, I would be capitalizing on this. Like, I would do
For
something like,
real.
please eat your sandwiches, or
Yeah.
or don't
No,
use
no,
them
no,
as a.
not eat your
There's
Eat the
gotta be a
rich.
commercial.
Buy
There's gotta
Subway.
be a commercial angle.
They have to
There's
show
gotta
that
be a
even
commercial angle.
that even the
Nah, do
National
not
Guard.
throw your sandwich.
Oh
No,
my God.
that's whack. Even the National Guard will come after you because Subway sandwich is so good they'll chase you down.
Yeah, well, I've seen the sub. I've
No
been watching
way.
pictures of the National Guard.
You
They're in
could
all the nicest places.
you could also that gentleman that threw it looked like he was in way better shape than the fat boy chasing.
That's
So they could do something like, at Subway, you can eat our whatever 12-inch whatever, and you can outrun the FBI too. I don't know.
God.
I don't know, but
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
I've yet to see an ICE agent that's trim.
Subway, eat fast.
But you know
That's
what,
actually
guys?
pretty
Guys,
good.
Was that
That's
in all
actually pretty good.
honesty, in
was
all
that you?
honesty, and Subway was not going to do that because the orange orangutan is going to complain and try to get them to, not get subsidies and all of that because they can't take a joke.
Right. It's so sad that
Yep.
they would even entertain that. Like, I can understand them grabbing the guy. I get that. But even arresting him, I mean, come the fuck on. Like,
so bad. It's so
And
bad.
charging him.
Like he
Weren't
was
we
Al
talking
Qaeda.
about churches
Like he was
before?
Al Qaeda. They ran
We
after
should,
him.
we
right.
should all go to
Not
Subway,
Al-Qaeda.
buy a 12-inch BMT combo.
God.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I'm
Wouldn't that
running
be
it.
fun?
Can I just say
Keep it on the
something?
bun, not on the run.
Can I say something? Weren't we talking about churches before?
Yes.
Okay. Well, the old priest, he went into town, and he was a Catholic priest, and he lived at the seminary over there. And he went into town, and some young girl propositioned him. He didn't know what she was talking about, so he went back to the seminary, and he asked Sister Agnes. He says, "Sister Agnes," he says, "what's a quickie?" She says, $50, same as in town.
Hold on. So I asked ChatGPT to come up with some of these. Subway, where the only wraps should be footlongs. Oh my God.
Come on, read them off.
Serving subs, not sentences. Our combos don't come with convictions. Deli weapons of mass distraction.
Oh,
Make it a meal, not a felony. Oh, that's fucking
It
funny.
reminds me of the 17-year-old kid. I just read this the other day. It's not all mine. Usually I tell mine, but I just like this a lot. The kid wanted 2 condoms, and he said,
God.
I'm going out with this girl, and her mother's really hot too, so I may get double lucky. So he goes and he has dinner at the parents' house. Doesn't say a word the whole dinner, and he finally turns around and tells his girlfriend. He says, "You didn't tell me your father was a pharmacist."
I don't get it.
Dangerfield.
No.
You Sicilian motherfucker. Like, stay off subject. Make some sub jokes. Like,
Well,
Were
I'm
there
just trying to make everybody laugh. That's
So were
all.
there
I
any
know.
other
I got you.
were there
I
any
got
other
you,
one-liners on
Dangerfield.
that? Were there any other one-liners?
They all
Like,
Oh,
we're
I got
trying
suck.
a
to
lot
make
of
it up,
them.
though. We're trying to make it up as we
Somebody
go,
already said
and you're over
substance.
Here we
here.
go. Throw a sub, get subpoenaed.
Subpoenaed.
I
Yeah, make a
mean,
sub joke. You
think about
don't
what
have to.
Thank you,
what
darling.
would
Crazy Monsoon's going crazy with all the
like
gifts, and thank you, darling.
Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon. I bet you they're making a lot of hay
I
out of it.
bet. No, that's fucking funny. The only
Don't forget
charge.
the other boy that they're getting rid of. He's going absolutely ham since they're getting rid of him. Stephen Colbert.
Not ham. Get it?
Stephen Colbert.
Oh my
One
god.
ham.
Oh, Stephen Colbert. Yeah.
Colbert.
And thank you, Crazy. I appreciate those finger hearts. Now I gotta reset this gifting goal. Yeah, thank y'all. I'm sorry, but that, like, when I saw that video, because I heard about it, and I'm
Was
like,
the guy drunk? Was he drunk?
I don't think so. I think he was just protesting them because he was like,
He bought
He was
a
like
sandwich
an uppity.
just
Yeah.
to throw it.
yeah, dude's wearing like
No.
a polo
Man.
shirt and a fucking.
lot of
I
fat
mean,
people
Yo,
are
he
very
was like
angry.
an uppity. He was an uppity white dude.
You-
Like he looks
Mark.
rich, like uppity white dude, and he was just like,
right.
anti fucking.
If he had been black, they would have pew-pewed that man.
Oh,
absolutely.
don't do
He
that.
was
I need a
reaching.
t-shirt.
Oh man,
I
It
need
was
a
like
t-shirt.
I was trying to get ketchup.
I need a Subway guy T-shirt. With
Oh my God,
Loudmouth
yes.
They
logo
already
on
have
it.
them. I
Yes.
can guarantee you can
And
find
in
it
here-
on
Make them for
TikTok.
your merch.
For the
Make 'em for your merch.
record, that my wife made this, and you can get this in our shop. If you go to my profile, you'll see beacons.ai. That's like my link tree, and it shows all my socials. It'll show the Printify shop. I have shirts, t-shirts, sweaters.
What
Very-
happened to what happened to the bullhorns?
No, we're working on that. So we had one. We tested the sublimation, and it fucked up. It didn't take. So we're gonna have to figure something else
Some
out.
of those are illegal in certain places, so you got to be careful.
Well, see, I'm a rebel. Okay, without a cause.
I am too. Fuck that
And,
shit.
Without a cause.
Without a cause. I got.
Right.
And Dangerfield,
but I think-
Dangerfield. I
Yeah.
like your jokes. It just wasn't relating to the conversation as well. I promise.
There
I
was
don't
no
hate
segue. Oh.
I apologize.
It's
There was
okay.
there was no
I
segue or
I didn't mean to
subway.
be rude.
Justin, did you
I
just
love
make a
I love
pun?
those dad jokes. Forget about it.
Yeah, buddy.
No, we can start using Subway as our code word for weapons.
Paula, for the record,
Hey, yeah.
don't ever use the Jared Subway guy because you know what he is.
Yes, you're right.
P3DO.
That's
P3DO.
He's a Jeff.
Yep.
Yeah, I went to the bank with my Subway and I said, hands up.
Dangerfield, excuse me. I
No,
went on my, excuse
Dangerfield.
me. I went on my bullhorn, wiggly worms all across the board.
Yes. Okay, so we're gonna add more stuff. We're gonna come up with more slogans, but it takes time because you got to do all that stuff in like Photoshop and Canva and stuff. So we're gonna come up with all that stuff. So just keep checking, and we'll do it that way. I thought about doing like limited edition stuff where I would just make a one-off sticker or something, and maybe even sign it. I don't know if anybody wants my autograph, but
Find
I'm just
find a funniest Subway sandwich throwing guy scenario, like just the best pun
I'd buy
you
it.
could do. I think that would be great.
I'd buy
Like I
it.
think I heard one like
This country is a
Ham.
vaudeville act. That looks like the Keystone Cops chasing after this damn man.
Right.
This man
You're
just
right.
full
You're
throttle.
right.
Oh, you done fucked up. You
like a
crossed
fat
the line
boy.
with a sandwich.
It would have been fun, a fat boy chasing a sandwich, but
Oh God.
But he didn't catch it.
that's so. I mean, the way he looked, he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna."
So offended. It was like a
Insubordinate.
It's insubordinate.
It
Oh,
was
shit.
One-liner.
It was more like a tag.
He
You're
said
a kid.
insubordinate.
And they all ran after him.
It's so
Oh
funny.
yeah. The others gotta follow.
all
As
ran
soon as one goes,
That's so fucking funny.
and he's obviously not like any kind of what quote unquote illegal. Like he was
gotta have a
as
GoFundMe.
cracker as it gets. Like he's a
As
uppity
cracker as
white
it
dude.
gets.
Cracker of the year.
He was like a uppity.
Wait,
Nobody wears their shorts above.
Yeah, dude.
Nope.
wait,
Look.
was that sandwich an
Oh,
MVP?
the thing's in the
Former-
way. God
Is he a
dang.
former pitcher?
There-
I mean, look
Boom.
at that.
Nobody wears shorts that short.
Oh my God! Do it again.
And he's pretty fit.
Well, look at that wind up.
Boop!
Damn
Check out my
bar.
calves. Yeet! Yeet!
I'm telling you,
Peak.
that
Peak
was
with
an
khakis.
MVP reward
Peak
from
with
Subway.
khakis.
That is
Oh
so
my
No,
God.
peak with
Freedom
khakis.
subs. Freedom
Freedom
subs.
Ay,
Freedom
Dios
subs, that's
mío.
right.
Well, could you
He got the
is
peak with khakis.
underground subway bad?
Is it what now?
I'm sorry. I was thinking about underground subway, and I'm like, maybe that's not politically
No,
correct.
that's fine. It just doesn't have the
Underground
same.
subway.
It doesn't have the
That's funny.
snap. I
That
know. I
is
get it.
fucking hilarious.
It truly
And they
is.
literally continue to chase a man from a fucking sandwich. This is insanity.
This is America. This is America. And that would have probably been listed as a violent crime.
And guess what's happening tomorrow?
What's that?
Trump is signing an executive order that now throwing Subway sandwiches is a terrorist act.
So what about Jimmy John's? What about a Jimmy John's?
Jimmy.
Oh my God. Jimmy John's.
I mean, I guess there's a good use for Subway sandwiches now.
Yeah. No, I'm going to have to do some merch with that because,
Yeah,
I think you should. You
that
should
shit's
crank
funny.
hurry up, get on it because you know it's people already doing it.
Yeah.
Jump on it.
That's fucking funny.
Like the front could be the Subway guy, and the back could be your logo.
Or the front, find a way to make it look like the guy's running. So on the back, it's his back, and then on the front, you see his face.
Wait, how do we know it's really Subway? Is it? Are we sure that it's Subway?
I don't know if it is,
Oh,
but it's still, it's still funny.
Could have been Jersey Mike's.
Yeah, but we don't want to give Subway a plug when they, come on.
Well,
want
you know
the guy
what?
to
He is now an honorary member of Antifa.
Oh.
That is anti-fascist behavior right there, guys. Can't have that. Can't have that.
Do you think there's a GoFundMe? Or, I mean, come on, there's got to be a TikTok.
GoFundMe.
Somebody's got to be cashing.
If somebody find him, yes.
Go sub me.
fucking awesome.
Oh my God.
Wouldn't that be nice if people started pelting them with food now?
Like
Ketchup,
tomatoes?
tomatoes.
Yes.
things. Wouldn't that be fun? Eggs. Oh, that would be so much fun. It's just the masses start pelting them with food.
I agree.
That Lisa Murkowski, did you guys see that video?
What
she
was
was
that?
at one of her town halls and they wore her shaky ass out. They were
Good.
screaming at her. They were not let her speak. She was trying to. Oh, they went though, and they are all MAGA. They went after her, called her all kinds of traitors and
Because she voted for the bill, or because
yeah, because she voted for that bill. Yes, they screamed. They let her ass have it.
So I was cruising the TikTok streets and I came across a conservative live with people you guys would probably know, but it was like late night and they were like going off. Like they're very upset with the stuff. Really, it's over the National Guard situation. They feel like that's, they're like, that's a bridge too far for them. But when you see them in lives, they defend it. But they're like, well, what's the line? What's the line? And they were like, if they go into a city that they're not welcomed, that would be their line. And I was like, okay, let's see what happens with Chicago.
Only when they are not welcome.
Right.
Only when they are not welcome. I'm sorry, but if anybody is not welcome, that should be a bridge too fucking far.
Yeah.
Look.
No, meaning like if he sends the guard to Chicago over the governor, like if he just says, if the governor says no, thank you, but he does it anyway,
Sent
that
them here
would
to
be
California,
Right.
and Gavin told
That's
them
what
they
I
still came.
Yep, they already did it. Yep.
They still came.
Isn't the governor, though, in charge of the National Guard?
The state guard, yes, but
yes.
the president can federalize them at
Right.
the stroke of a pen.
Emergency situations, yes. But therein lies the problem. He's the one that gets to initially state what the emergency is, and only then afterwards can you get the court to say, no, you're fucking idiot.
Okay. You do know how much National Guardsmen get paid, don't you?
I mean, I don't know right off the top of my head.
Basically, it's peanuts.
matter?
They show up a few weeks a year, and that's it. If they're put on full time, they get higher pay than actually military.
Okay.
Okay, so what we're spending on National Guardsmen in DC and wherever else, okay, could pay to make things better there.
Right. Yeah, well, while he's doing this, he simultaneously cut like $1 billion from the fucking DC security shit. So, like, it makes no sense, you know. Speak out of both sides of your mouths. We're gonna rectify this problem while we cut the funding to fixing the problem. Cool.
Well, we've got hurricane season coming.
Where are you?
Well, we have two panelists. I don't think that have spoken. Lovey and Warrior. Have you guys had a chance to weigh in?
We don't want Lovey to talk. I'm just
Hi.
kidding. Just kidding.
Hello, liberal.
Hi. Yeah,
I
you
had,
just been sitting there so quiet. Go ahead.
I had a Uber driver yesterday that really, I mean, he really tested my patience. And thank God that I'm now 50, that I know when not to even bother. The first thing we talked about the weather, because I was like, okay, and then I got my AirPods and my AirPods died, so I was charging those. And he goes, what do you think about this? You know, illegals coming in this, and we're spending money on this. And I said, what do you think about our billions of dollars going to Israel? And he was like, they're our allies. I said, okay. I said, why are our allies getting free education, healthcare, and house subsidies, and our veterans dying on the streets? He's like, where are you getting this from? I said, the news. And I said, what do you, he's like, well, we shouldn't let our borders open. I said, I agree, you're right, let's close those borders. But we shouldn't go overseas and invade other people's countries and steal their resources, right? And he was like, what do you mean? I said, sir, we can't talk. Please leave me alone. I'm going to enjoy my music. Have a blessed day. And make sure you know, get me to where I need to get.
That's crazy. Did you rate that fucker like a 0
Yes, I
star?
did.
Oh
Yes,
my
I
God.
did.
Did you put
Not
a
only
note?
that, you know what he told me? He goes, I'm a Catholic. We get
Oh
along as
my God.
Muslims. We get along with this. I said, I'm a Muslim. I'm an American. I was raised in the South, North Carolina. I was raised in a systemized neighborhood. So I said, I don't care who my neighbor is. I don't care what religion you hold. And I don't care what you look like, as long as you're not hateful. I said, you're saying it's not okay for people to come here. Is it okay for us to go into other countries? You can answer. And then he goes, well, our allies. I said, who is our allies? I said, no. I said, our allies should not be getting our tax money. We should be getting free healthcare, free housing subsidies, free education. But anyways, he definitely tested my patience.
Yeah, fuck that shit. Speaking of
I
like
had
the
a-
religious stuff, I've got a video, and I think I can play it because it's, oh shit.
All right, let me tell you this real quick.
Oh,
I had a
okay.
heart attack about 15 years ago, and I thought I died and went and saw St. Peter. And St. Peter, I asked him, I says, who are all those people there? He says, well, there's the Jews, there's the Muslims, there's the Buddhists, there's the this, there's the that. I says, oh. I says, what's that wall over there? He says, well, behind that wall is the Catholics. I says, why are they behind the wall? It says, because they think they're the only ones that are going to come up here, so we humor them.
Oh, Eric, that was cool. Thank you. Something's going on with my shit. Hold on. I'm trying to pull up this fucking video because it is absolutely hilarious. You guys might have seen it. I don't know. I'm trying to send it to my computer because it's not letting me copy it over. Actually, I'll do it this way. Yeah. What were we talking about? The Uber driver. I can't believe that somebody who's doing a job would engage in that kind of fucking discussion. Like, that person should not be working at Uber talking.
I put
That's
on my
fucking
AirPods
nuts.
and I ignored him.
That is
Because I was
fucking
like, I don't know
crazy.
what kind of guy he is.
Yeah, I'd have been like, dude, if you're in favor of that, then I have to be afraid of what you're going to do to me. Because,
Hello.
yeah, I mean, like, that supremacist shit. I'm getting so sick of that.
Yeah, I've
Here,
learned just to say hello, goodbye, and not engage.
Oh, I mean, he talked about the weather. I don't mind, but sometimes you have to. I'm a woman, and I am a Muslim woman. I cover my head. I'm not gonna just live in fear because somebody else is a jerk. But I don't set myself up. But the way he was saying, I said, so okay. I said, let's close all the borders, but let's get all our army bases out of every country in this world. And then I told him, he asked me where I was from. I said, I'm from Afghanistan. I said, that's where all empires come and all empires fall. I said, and see, you and I can have conversation, but you don't need to say all those stuff about immigrants. I said, I work with Mexicans. I said, they're more hardworking than any immigrant in this country. And I've worked with all kinds of immigrants from all backgrounds, ethnicities, all forms of jobs. I've worked at corporate, and I've worked at starting, like entry level. So
Truly I say
Nubia.
unto you, whoever welcomes one of these little ones in my name might be letting in a murderer or a drug. Let's get her to a detention center, so we can figure out what's going on.
I shared that with you too.
I was hungry, and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me something to drink. And behold, now I'm all lazy and entitled. You shouldn't have done it. Do unto others as you suspect they might want to do unto you. What is a man profited if he gain the whole world but lose his soul? A lot. He has profited a lot. One soul for the whole world, that is an amazing deal. Why do you look at the speck of dust in your brother's eye but ignore the plank in your own? Because of her emails. Yes. If a man strikes you on the right cheek, turn to him and shoot him. That is the law. If you want to be perfect, go. Sell all the possessions that you have and give the money to a solid mutual fund. By this, they will know that you are my disciples. That you say, Merry Christmas! Christ! Christmas! That's my name in there, and I put it in there because I wanted it in there so we could all celebrate Big Boy Jesus' birthday time! Okay? Okay.
Rabbi, surely you can heal me.
My child, of course I could. But who would pay for it?
I don't understand. I don't have any money.
Yes, it is a sad story, but it does not make me responsible. It is super duper easy for a rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven. The richer the better, really. Maybe get a solid gold house just to be sure. Love your neighbor as yourself. Unless you are better than your neighbor, then tell them that they're weird and you do not want to bake them a cake. You have heard it said, thou shalt not commit adultery. But I say to you, any man who looks upon a woman with lust in his heart should go ahead and do what he's got to do.
Lord, your followers grow hungry, and we have only this fish and bread.
Oh, sweet.
Where did you find this?
I sent that to you too.
Oh my God.
Yes.
That's the funniest fucking shit ever,
I
guys.
sent
Oh
that
my
to you
God.
days ago. That is hilarious.
I think
saw
it's
that, I was like,
hysterical.
oh my fucking God, that is the truth. Like this is their orange sky
That's
daddy.
MAGA Jesus, baby.
Oh my God.
MAGA Jesus.
Like the effort they put into making that clip is thank you. Thank you, whoever did that. That was awesome.
I wish I could copy it.
Yeah. Oh, let me put the countdown back up there and see where we're at. Minute and 20 left. Yeah, I mean the That pew pewer yesterday. Have you guys been seeing like Republican lives going crazy over that? Look how crazy these
I
liberals
never
are.
heard of the pew. What happened?
This trans person had pew-pewed, I think, unalived 3 people and injured 17 or something like that in Minneapolis yesterday. Did a manifesto, released a YouTube video, like timed it with the attack. It's that thing I was reading earlier. I
I saw that. Oh my God. Oh my. So
Yeah.
it was a trans. Was it a Bruce Jenner trans or what? What are we talking about?
It was a male transitioned female. Her name was Robin, and I think her name prior to that was Robert, I believe.
Shit. So now they really gonna go after the community, huh?
Right.
Yeah, but you know what? Most of the pew-pewings, actually 70% of the pew-pewings
Used to be Robin.
are
Her name
from
was Robin. It used to
people
be Robert.
What?
Sorry.
What was the name?
they're from people 25 years and younger. Actually younger than 25 years old.
Yeah,
That's who
Somebody else
do
came up
these
with a
things.
different name. What was the name?
No, she said the same names I said.
Oh, okay.
Robin, and she used to be Robert.
Okay.
Yeah, but okay, 25 under 25 commits 70% of the pew-pewing crimes in this country.
Under 25.
Under 25.
Correct. Correct. That guy. That guy that did the job in Uvalde was only 18 years old. All right.
Okay, so wait, where did this Robin person shoot? Did they go to Congress to get them? Did they go to the Supreme Court to pew them? Why are they
Nope.
always fucking with people who are in other
Right.
marginalized communities and who are sitting ducks? I would be impressed if they were Luigi's and attacked the elites.
Right.
It wasn't a marginalized community.
Yeah, it was the Catholic Church.
Ridiculous.
Yeah.
It wasn't a marginalized community, and he had a manifesto. He basically did not like anybody, right, left, in between, and had an obsession with firearms.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
he was not from a marginalized community. If
You
anything,
know,
he was probably upper middle class.
when I was teaching, I
Well,
used to have the students write about themselves, and that told me a lot.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say she was from a marginalized community. She was trans.
Right.
Well, yeah.
So, I mean, statistically speaking, that's, they're not treated so well.
Yeah, but that's even worse. Why would you go if you are from a marginalized community and go fuck with other marginalized people? Go to the fucking elite. Do
Right.
all that shit so that we can all be behind. I don't like people going into synagogues and
Right.
churches and pew-pewing 95-year-olds and just stop that bullshit, fuckers. If you want to do that, go find the elite. Go to them goddamn golf court clubs.
And it was kids.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I
Two
do not like
kids,
that.
8 and 10, and 17 other people were injured.
Doesn't make sense.
14
Because they
kids and
feel
3
they could
adult
make the
parishioners.
most heartbreak.
Outrageous. Go to the fucking country clubs. Go to the golf
Yeah,
courses and try to find that orange orangutan bitch. Don't be fucking with kids. I don't like that. I hope that bitch is burning if there is a hell. I don't like that shit. All of those bastards always going to hurt children and babies and seniors and people just trying to get to work every fucking day. We gotta stop this
Right.
dumb shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to go out like that and that's the way you want to go, why in the fuck would you make things worse for the people who are trying to make it better?
There you go.
It makes no
Because
fucking
you want to
sense.
give the more heartbreak you create, the better name you make for yourself. The louder the name you make for yourself, because people will always remember you.
But they're not going to
Psychopath.
remember. They're not going to
You're
remember that
psychotic.
person for anything other than being an idiot.
I remember
But if you go
Luigi.
and you go and bump off a fucking executive that has millions of dollars, you will
Right.
be in the history books.
You will be remembered. Yeah, you will be in the history books because it will be something they'll talk about that it was a transition from corporate bullshit to.
Well, there's a lot of triggered liberals in
Like
here.
you guys, like John Brown, the white abolitionist who started he and his sons were fucking up those slaves. That is what you do. You go out with a blaze, but you'll be remembered because you're doing something with righteous indignation. If you're
Right.
angry because you're trans or you can't get this, then go fuck up somebody in the medical field, bitch. That's stopping you. Go get them insurance company fuckers.
Right.
Don't fuck with children.
Now
Let's be
Ukraine,
honest
In
here.
his manifesto,
hold
he
on,
said he wanted
whoa,
to
hold
go
on,
after the
hold
president.
on,
I don't know
danger,
why
hold
you are
on.
so triggered.
Ukraine, go ahead.
You liberals got to stop being so triggered. Vladimir Putin has dog walked all 5 presidents in his 26 years in office. You Amerikanskis have lost power. That's the bottom line.
Hey, Lib.
Okay. Yeah, what's up?
Hey, did you get, I sent you those 2 videos. I said you could play them
Oh
on your
yeah,
live.
no, I haven't played them. I haven't watched them yet.
Oh, okay.
I'll get around to
Like
it.
I say, it's there's nothing like I say that some of the people I sent it to, like I say, they got a blank, and then some of them got it, and then basically, and it looks like they go by the number of followers you got. If it's a huge amount, they get blank. So I sent it to their smaller account, and then they actually could repost it.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
ironic.
it was about Jeff Sachs, right? It was a Jeff Sachs interview.
No, actually, it's a congressman. It's James Trafficant.
Oh,
Like they say,
Trafficant, that's right.
right?
Yeah.
And
Oh, I saw that. I saw that. Yeah.
yeah, I think I sent it to you, Dina.
Yeah, you did. And I watched it too.
I think you reposted it too.
I may have.
Yeah, because he gave, 8 years of his life so he could come out and just say to the American people. Then after all that, like I say, when he came out, then he got banned on the networks after he went all the cable news channels. That's actually what that video is. He was on a news channel. And then there was also a reporter that picked him up and he started posting about it. So, he actually gave his life, because 4 years after he got out of the joint, he had an accident because he went to radio and he was picking up when that national radio host picked him up, and the crowds grew from 15 to 50,000 before that 50,000 crowd. And that guy announced at that live he was going to have him here, but unfortunately he had an accident. That guy said, and I'm not buying that. He said, this doesn't smell right to me at all. And he said, I'm not buying it with an accident, which it really wasn't.
What was an accident? A vehicle accident? What
No,
was
he
it?
was at his farm. He only goes out there with there was only 3 people he would go out there with. Well, actually 4, because I would go out there with the one guy if we went out to his farm. But he never went out there, and he never was out there towards dinner time because Tish would throw a fit. She wanted him home before 5 o'clock for dinner. But anyway.
And it was about Israel?
Well, it was like I say, he went on cable news and he spoke basically, and he told the American people what's going on, and exactly what he said in 2009. He said in 10 to 15 years, it's going to be your children are going to be coming back in body bags. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I sent you the video. Like I say, you can play it on your live because everybody, like I say, have played that.
No, it might get binged.
No, it won't get synced. I said I've been on different lives where the guys have played it. They don't get zinged. It's actually, like I say, it was a news network item. It was it's on YouTube.
Okay.
But that prediction of his has been predicted for 40, 50 years. People have been predicting the same thing.
And saying, speaking about the U.S., saying that, hey, your kids are going to be coming back in body bags is like saying that water is going to be wet in 20 years. We're a violent country. We go to war. That's what we do.
An empire uses all its resources and everybody else's, including the people inside of it. We're all pawns. And we have to feed this empire. It's a greedy, disgusting monster that has no morals. When I hear people talk about, when America was great, when was it great? Why do you still have belief in this system the way it is? Why are we holding on to lies? Not just that we're violent, we're evil. And if you look at the world, Great Britain, all the colonial powers, that's evil. That's why the person who came up here trying to make Belgium look wonderful, Belgium is evil, and Belgium is what it is because of the evil it did in the Congo with King Leopold, chopping people's hands off. Now you want to talk about you all have health care. Well, yeah, but you chopped off millions of people's hands and feet and legs and stole all their resources. Okay, your origin is coming from evil, ugliness. That's what this country's origin is, from ugliness and evil. And until we address that, this is going to continue to be the way it is, and get worse.
Yep.
Hey, Warrior, I give you a follow, and it said like, which is the request, I guess, because
Okay.
I followed you. But anyways,
I'll follow you back.
okay, Warrior.
I think in general, as Americans, because I've grown up here, you know, and I like it when people come up to me and say, "How long have you been here? Where are you originally from?" Sometimes I say, "I'm from North Carolina. I love my fried chicken." And sometimes I'll put on a Middle Eastern accent. And sometimes I'm like, excuse my language, I'm like, get the fuck out of my face.
That's funny.
We are, I think, once as an individual, when we're willing to become uncomfortable and discuss reality, you'll see that your friend circle becomes small. People are going to be like, "Oh, I don't want to hear that. I like my job. Oh, I don't want to post about that. It doesn't concern me because it's not going on. It could happen in your backyard. It doesn't matter if it doesn't happen to you. It happens." The fact that our freedoms are being taken away, whether it's the freedom to have a gun, freedom of speech, freedom of religion.
Pew pew.
Pew pew, excuse
We
me.
never had those freedoms. We never had those freedoms. Those are delusions.
Yes. Yes,
Those
you
were
can
all,
have
that's all
freedom.
delusionary.
You can have freedom to say everything, but you can't say anything against Israel.
But you said our freedoms. We don't. What
I'm
freedoms
saying
did we
in
have?
general, you know, that's what we were taught as children.
But hey, Warrior,
Yes.
do you know AI Hebrew? It's
No,
like
I don't know Arabic. I don't know Hebrew. I can speak about 5, 6, 7 different languages, but I'm only literate in English.
no, he speaks English. I'm just saying his screen name. He has AI Hebrew because he's a Palestinian and he's Jewish.
And
but he's actually a true Jewish person. You know what I
he's
mean?
Orthodox?
I'm going to have to ask him that because, like I say, this rabbi that was up in New Stanton Island up there in New York, he was a rabbi, and he said that it should be one state, it should be Palestine, because the Messiah, if they're true Judean believers and they go by their religion, they know that they're not entitled to any land until the Messiah comes back, and he will give them their land. He says, so they're the ones that shut down Grand Central Station in New York, his organization and the people he orchestrated, plus a lot of other people, but they shut down Grand Central Station twice last year over what was going on over there. But yeah, the Messiah is supposed to designate and give them their land when he returns. That's in the book, Torah.
Can you tell us how Trump is cleaning up the trash when Trump is the trash, Charles? You can't clean up trash if you are the trash. And what cities are you talking about that he's cleaning up?
Oh, you're talking about a comment. I was like, who's Charles?
Yeah, Charles.
Well, hey, Charles, you're welcome to come up.
Yeah, come up and tell us how your orange God is doing, since you're saying he's cleaning up the trash.
Look, I'm gonna get going. I just wanted to say my first Greek word that I learned was cheeseburger.
Was what?
Cheeseburger?
Cheeseburger. Remember John Belushi? Cheeseburger. And then I learned to say the bad word after that. Cheeseburger, motherfuckers.
Is that from Animal House or something?
Nah. That was on Saturday Night Live.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's been a while for me. I used to watch it in living color. Actually, I preferred it in living color over Saturday Night Live back in the day. But I don't know. The Wayans brothers.
Living color was insane. That was the best
the
show.
fucking Jim Carrey and his fucking fire marshal belt. Let me show you something.
Horrible. And you know
Nah,
that a
it
lot
was
of fire,
my
you know a lot of
favorite.
fire marshals protested him doing that.
My favorite
that's
was
funny.
Men on Sports.
Oh
Oh my
God.
God.
Two snaps in a circle, baby.
They would just do snaps in a circle.
Well, you know, it's fun. It's funny because liberals got upset with my. Well, it was either Wanda or Shanae. The impression I do, it you know, they say it's the same as blackface for trans people.
Oh please, come on, that's some bullshit. Just like you had a conversation in here yesterday about people went after some. I said we were talking in the comments about how people are being lambasted for saying Oriental. I still say Oriental, and people say, "Oh, don't say that." I'm like, you've never heard a person say, "Now you go ahead and hang from that tree, Oriental." Let me give you guys some. There is a person who is what you all would call Asian descent, who says he does not want to be called Asian. He's an Oriental. And he explained in detail, I'm going to try to find that video, why when now they are lumping all people, because, you know, they consider Indians Asian. Really? Really? They're
Right.
tar babies like I am, but now you're an Asian? See, that never happened. I can remember when the Orient and the Orientals they were looked at as something exotic, and you know, it was always looked at. They never had a negative stereotype, unless you were in the movies, of course, in the 1940s, 50s. But it was always something of a mystery and of beauty and elegance and exoticism. But I don't understand why people are being lambasted for saying Oriental now. I have to figure out why.
Yeah. It's a common thing all over the world. It's like Europe, Mexico, Canada, they all call us in the United States shitheads.
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT because I've never heard that before, that it was like a slur. It says,
But you can't say it anymore.
well,
And I
it
say
says,
all the-
yeah, I mean, I you know, I don't know that I've ever used it in a sentence, but I wouldn't have
this is what
thought
they
that it was
say.
a.
This is what they say, Alib, that when you say Oriental, it refers to goods from Asia, like a rug or something like that. And that's not true, because I'm old enough to remember people calling themselves Orientals. I'm going to find that video so you can see this Asian man calling himself, I hate the word Asian, I am an Oriental. And he gave reasons why. So I guess it's just, you know, I just don't want YT liberals trying to make us feel bad about saying certain fucking words. And if you have no sense of humor, fuck off. That's why I don't care when people call me jigaboo, N-word, this, that. I don't care. You have to have thick skin. That's why for the other lady, no crying ladies when you come up here. You have to be a bad bitch. We don't want men saying, "Oh, see, she needs to be barefoot and pregnant in the house because she's crying, because she's hysterical." So we don't give them the ammunition.
No, but we don't take the insult either.
She said, "I'm Asian, but we don't like Oriental." When did that change? Is what I'm
So
trying to
well, okay, so I looked it up because I had never heard that either. It says originally Oriental simply meant of the East, denoting Asian countries, but of the East of what? It's very Eurocentric, right? Because that's right. So in Asian countries, in contrast to Occidental, which is the West. However, over time, it became tied to Eurocentric views, especially during 19th and 20th centuries, when Asian cultures and people were exoticized and portrayed as mysterious or inferior. This framing was used to justify discrimination and segregation, especially in the U.S., where laws like the Chinese Exclusion Act reflected such attitudes. And that's what they used in that law, was Oriental. Oriental has been used to lump diverse Asian cultures together and ascribe stereotypes of exoticism, submissiveness, and strangeness. Othering the word enforces an idea of Asian people as foreign, forever foreign, unable to be fully part of Western society. Colonial legacy. Oriental reflects a colonialist lens where Western powers defined and dominated the East, often disregarding its own voices and perspectives. And they say some argue that the term's offensiveness depends on the context. An occasional pushback exists from those who feel the word is not overtly hateful compared to other slurs. Nevertheless, because of its association, is broadly considered inappropriate as a descriptor for people.
So people who consider that who are Asian say that, like this person in here, MY says, I'm Asian, but we don't like Oriental. So they're saying that they don't like Oriental. But I want, like this one guy, I don't know if he was Chinese, but he says he and millions like him do prefer Oriental over Asian, because they don't want to be lumped in with the dark tar babies. Now I can say that because I'm a tar baby. The Indians, who are now considered Asian, a lot of the lighter Asians don't like that because you're lumping them in with those people. So it's just a whole bunch of But what I'm saying is, when you say it now, people come after you. If you say Oriental, like you're saying the N-word.
Yeah, I've never heard that, but I also don't really ever use that term anyway. So I've never experienced it.
Anybody my age and I'm a lot of, who are not political. Now I got you have to be politically correct. We've always said Oriental, and I say Oriental to my Oriental friends, and they love it. So I mean, when I had Oriental, they didn't mind it then. So I guess it's just another thing. It's changed. Like now you have to call certain people theys and thems. People freaked out about that, but now they want to be called theys and thems, but it's just one person. Call me they, right? Call me them. So I guess, I don't know if that's changing. I don't know how long this has taken place, but maybe somebody can come up and tell us. Indians are usually referred to South Asians these days. See, there's a distinction now, South Asians, because they didn't want to be the regular, I guess the yellowy looking Asians didn't want to be locked in with these dark Indian as Asians. And we've never called Indian Asians. So somebody, maybe they can explain that.
Can I interject really quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I served as a U.S. student ambassador to China, Japan, and Hong Kong in the 90s.
We can't hear you.
I said I served as a student ambassador to China, Japan, and Hong Kong. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, I served as a student ambassador for the U.S. to China, Japan, and Hong Kong in the 90s.
Okay, come back towards your phone, because when you put it down and walk away, I can't.
Sorry about that. One sec. Better?
Yeah.
Better, much better.
Okay. So I served as a U.S. student ambassador to China, Japan, and Hong Kong in the 90s. We were trained for days and days and days that absolutely, when referring to a product or a thing, then Oriental was the appropriate term, but that we were absolutely to use Asian when speaking about people.
Interesting.
So, I mean, that's what I have always been taught. But
did they explain why?
That's in the 1990s, darling. Decades before that, it was never an issue to say Oriental. So you're talking the 1990s.
Right, I understand that. But, we had all of the Japanese encampments and all of these other things. And I think that that's where it really started to take up being an issue, is because the way that we were treating them and the way that they were being, oppressed, and that's just my interpretation. That's what I was taught. So
actually, Japanese were called Japs. In the camps, that was in the 40s.
Right, we know that.
I understand that.
Excuse me, and people still use that word. And for you, Army vet, I say what the fuck I want to say. That's just letting you know. I will say what the fuck I want to say. Don't tell me what I cannot say and can say, bitch, because I'm not a politically correct person. So fuck you, jigaboo. I will say that also. Don't come up here telling me, because we're trying to get some clarity as to why they changed. But don't fucking come up here, because see, I'll tell you to crawl up your mother's twat and close the door. Don't fuck with me. So,
who are you talking to?
Somebody in the comments. So Headley, so what we're trying to understand is, why was this change and why did it become offensive in the 90s? That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to find out where the offense came from.
Well, I don't know. My interpretation has always been that it came during World War II, but it could be.
That's incorrect. I can tell you that's incorrect.
So, well, if Oriental meant to the East, it would mean that the word is Eurocentric, based on
Yes.
colonial language. And when you're
Right.
referring to all those people in that way, I can understand why, like, it may be inappropriate because it doesn't make sense unless you're like, this colonial mindset. And
Right.
I think maybe that's where it comes into play. It's like cleaning, some things up. But again,
But everything
I
is
don't.
Eurocentric. We're in a white
Right.
supremacist, racist,
Right.
global everything Africa is Eurocentric. It's acabulon, right? That's not the word that the people who were in there, the Americas, Turtle Island, that's Eurocentric. Everything is based on this centering of Europeanness, right? But to say that it is as offensive as saying the N word is an insult to me.
Yeah,
Because
I
I
mean
don't remember
that
people
doesn't
getting,
make sense.
yeah, I don't remember people getting, being tree ornaments, being say, now you swing Oriental. I don't remember that. So how is it
Right.
so offensive that when you say it, people jump down your throat like they would if you said the N word? That's all I'm trying to find out.
Well, I don't know that I've never heard anyone compare it. So,
Or what somebody just basically said it's like saying colored or something like that. So
well,
I remember I was on that panel and I said that I was like, but I was referring to everybody of color, right? And I was like colored people. And then that one lady was over in the corner. She's like, "Oh my God, did you just hear what you just said?" And I'm like, "What did I say?" I'm like, "What did I say?" Everybody's like, it got real quiet. And then they're like, "You said colored people." And I'm like, "Really? Like, the people of color, my bad." I'm like, because it's like it's like a weird semantics. Like I get it, but damn,
well, I like it when people say the blacks.
the
Drives black people,
the
certain black people go
the
nuts.
black
It's
jobs.
the black job, right? See that stuff because I'm not sensitive to a lot of that, but I just wanted to know honestly because it's kept coming up in this live. Why is it so offensive now? And no one can really give us other than that's not what they want to be called now. But no one can give us a reason, a real reason as to why it's so offensive.
well, I'm a white person, so I clearly cannot tell you that. I just can tell you
Fair.
that's what I was that's what I was trained before we went overseas.
By
So-
by other white people, is that right?
By other white people, probably.
Yes,
Right.
correct.
See? So I'm gonna send Headley. I want Lib to play this video of this Asian man who says he does not want to be called Asian. He's an Oriental, and he gives and breaks down why he and I guess millions of people like it want to be called Oriental instead of Asian.
Yes, ma'am. I believe you. I was just telling you what I was taught.
Right. And I got a feeling there was a lot of white liberals who are changing it and making it seem like it's such a dirty word. And now you have people jumping on the bandwagon saying that, we don't want to be called that because it's like, I'm not a rug, right? And then I had somebody say, well, I don't want to, I'm not going to be called a lot of Asians don't want to be called Asians because now Indians are called Asians and they're too dark to be Asians for certain Asians, right? So it's a whole lot of unpacking to do.
Of course, and I'm sure the Asian, people differ in their complexion. Like, well, exactly. That's the point. It's a term that we use for a whole diverse, complex group of people, and it refers, and it's overly broad. Just like with Native Americans, my tribe, for example, I can tell a Creek citizen.
Yeah.
Just by looking at them, we're a lot lighter naturally than other tribes are, and we always have been. Like, and you have other tribes that are very, very dark, and you have some tribes that are lighter. I'm sure it's the same in the Asian countries as well.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and I imagine same thing, is true in African countries. Some African countries have lighter skinned, black people. So I don't know. Maybe
Hey,
it's.
I have to go. Thank
Sure.
you for having me up. I'd love to come up again some other time. I've come up a couple of times.
I remember you.
Pick up my daughters.
Okay.
And now every time I see you, I'm gonna think Oriental rug for some reason. Like only the goods.
You're gonna think Oriental rug from a European woman.
And you watch,
Right.
somebody's going to clip me saying that and be like, oh my God, did you hear what the liberal loudmouth just said?
He said Oriental.
Oh my
Well, it
God.
doesn't offend me. I'm just like, I just don't do that. I try
Yeah.
to call people whatever they prefer.
That.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not calling
Yes.
Bruce
And
Jenner.
basically,
I'm not calling
it's a
Bruce.
problem that's
I'm not
easily
calling
resolved.
Bruce
If someone
Jenner
does not
Caitlyn.
like to be, if someone does not like to be referred to as a certain thing, then you say, "My apologies. How can I refer to whatever it is that you have an opposition to?" End of story.
Right.
And oh,
Yeah.
by the way, the
Excuse me.
reason I just wanted to give an explanation why some people may call Asians the same thing as Indians is because way back at when they said that there were three main human races. There was the African, the Negroid, the Caucasoid, European, and Mongoloid Asian. And you fell in one of those three categories. Now, that's been totally debunked. Really, totally debunked. But at the same time, when you hear someone calling an Indian an Asian, this is where they're getting it from. I wanted to clarify that. But for your point, Oriental or Asian, whatever you want to be called, if I said something
Right.
that I offended you, my apologies. I'll correct it right now. End of
Yeah.
story. And by the way,
Cost me nothing.
Maverick, exactly. By the way, Maverick, the Chinese people were treated very, very poorly when they first came to this country. They were considered subhuman. And in the
Are you
1940s,
telling that to a black person?
yes, I'm telling that to a black person because they were treated as if they were half human. Okay,
And what was black people?
much
And what were
like
black people treated as?
much like the blacks and the slaves were. Okay. Yeah. So, don't say that they were considered exotic because they too were considered to be subhuman.
Excuse me. Let me explain something to you.
You don't have to because I know my
but I am
history very
going to,
well.
because
And
once
I'm not
again-
offending
once
you because
again,
I'm speaking
excuse me,
specifically
excuse
about
me,
Oriental or
excuse
Asian
me,
people.
excuse me,
Everybody
once
has
again-
a history.
once
You
again-
don't.
Okay.
Once again, a old white tea woman is explaining something about Orientals or Asians. You should
You
not
need
be
to
the
read your
spokesperson.
history.
Excuse me.
Please read
You
your
should not
history.
be. You should
Yes,
not.
because I'm
honey,
very open-minded. I
this is-
look at a
this is-
character,
you're
not the
open.
color of the
Listen,
skin. So
listen,
please
you,
read
you
your
don't
history.
know history,
And
honey.
stop
The history
taking
is
over the
fact that-
live.
the history is the fact that
You're
you are part
voicing
of the problem.
nonsense.
Okay.
You are part of the problem, white tea woman who thinks you can come up here
That
and
is
tell
a very
another person of
racist,
color and get
racist.
into my
So
fucking
basically,
business.
you can't hear
No,
any
no,
other
no,
opinion
no, no.
except your own.
Excuse me, you're not
You can't
centered,
hear
white tea
any other
woman.
opinion
You're
except
not-
your own.
Listen, honey.
Okay.
Go
You
follow-
are very racist.
Okay. Okay.
I can't be racist, sweetheart. That's
Okay.
number
Yes,
one.
Okay.
but yes, you
cannot-
can.
Let's-
There
let-
is no.
I don't want to mute anybody, but I can't hear anybody. And this is just a bickering, arguing stuff, and I'm not sure how
Put us
pleasant
on
it
a
is.
timer, please. Put us on a timer.
Once
Okay.
again,
That'd be great.
Another
I'm
white
gonna-
tea, old,
okay.
dried up woman coming on a panel telling a person of color about other people of color. Mind your YT business. Figure out how you're going to try to end racism in your own culture, since you say you have one, and talk to your YT men, and you try to deal with that. You stay out of other people's of color's business when you think you can come up here and teach me something, and you cannot. Because now you want to talk about how you will accept people for who they are, but it is you and your people who put all of these categories in place. It is you and your people who made sure that we were divided. It is you and your people who went across the planet and destroyed all peoples who were aboriginal to their lands. You have no right to tell me about anything and about having morals and having some compassion and all that other bullshit, because it's you and your people who destroyed this planet, white woman. So you need to understand that. And whenever you're talking about people of color, you need to keep your mouth completely shut.
Okay. Is it my
Dina,
turn?
yep.
Is it my turn?
Go ahead,
Thank
Dina.
you so very much. Number one, she was saying that Asians are exotic, had always been considered exotic. No, the Chinese people suffered horrendously when they first came to this country. All right? They were subjected to dehumanizing caricatures, rhetoric, discriminatory laws, it's not just about one race. It's about how these people were literally dehumanized. That's what I'm trying to bring to the fore. As I've said before, okay, if someone doesn't like to be called a certain name or have a label, then tell me, and that label will be changed. But I will tell you one thing, and Maverick just proved it, racism is not mutually exclusive. Okay, to say that someone doesn't have a voice or should never say anything is beyond the pale. And that's all I have to say.
Okay. Now
Well,
we've
let me
got,
respond to that real fast.
okay, 45
Once again,
second rebuttals.
I can tell that you don't know what you're speaking of. If you think that Black people can be
Oh
racist,
my God.
or any other marginalized person of color can be racist in a global white supremacist racist society, then you are part of the problem. It is
Oh my God.
exclusive to, I didn't make any sounds with you, little girl. It's exclusive to, there's only one racism, and that's white supremacy. It is a system, it is in place globally to uplift anybody who looks like vampires like you. It is not in place to help other people who are of tribes and of all kinds of other cultures to be uplifted. It is one system that's global, and the only people who can show that and showcase white supremacy and racism is people who look like you. We can be bigoted, but we
Okay,
cannot be racist.
and I need to respond, please.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. Go
All
ahead.
right. Thank you, Loud. I appreciate it.
Yep.
Listen, the only thing I've got to say to that is you are the epitome of what I'm talking about. You are so racist and so close-minded that you refuse to hear anything from anyone that doesn't say, "Oh, I don't have a voice." Of course I have a voice. You have a voice. Everybody has a voice. The only thing that I was bringing out was the fact when the Chinese first came to this country, they were dehumanized and it was wrong. We should be aware of that. Now, if that's trying to teach you something, then yeah, you should read a book.
Okay. I don't know if we've resolved anything, but we're no longer yelling at each other, so that's good. And technically the live is over anyway.
And
so
the numbers are going up.
Right. So and I've got people that are coming up here, so let me, you know what, I'll just pull some people in. Let me go ahead and I'll add
Because
some.
a lot of people want to chomp at this bit. Yes.
I'll go ahead and put the extendable timer back up there. Just, you know, so that we have a ending point. Well, Dream, I had accepted your thing, and it didn't go through.
Lovely's trying to speak, but there's no voice coming out. Yes, Paula, you're absolutely right. If you don't understand that marginalized communities can't be racist, then you're part of the problem. You're absolutely right, Paula.
Okay. Let me, Lovey, are you saying something?
Yeah, it was moving.
Lovey, did you want to weigh in on this? No?
I think it's a glitch because I saw the thing light up and it was nothing, no sound coming out.
Yeah, and Dreamtown like had to try like 3 times to get up here. I don't know what
and the whole
that's
screen
weird.
went black, and then I couldn't see the panel. Like it was glitching.
It's been doing that.
Bad.
It's been doing that today. A couple of people had that issue. Anyway,
Well, and when Maverick and Dina were talking for the longest time, it showed the light up box showed the person talking as the opposite one. So I thought it was Maverick, and I was like, "Ooh, you're out of line." But actually, it was Dina that I was saying that to. So my apologies.
Okay,
Maverick.
so Dream.
Oh, I was out of line. How was I out of line, defendant? Dream?
Yeah, because first of all, stop. Could you using the word Oriental is kind of like referring to Black people as like Negro. Like we don't do it anymore. We know better. There's better language, right?
Okay, I didn't know that. And if an Oriental person or an Asian person had told me that, I would have said, my apologies.
Well, sometimes we
I'll call
don't
you
have
Asian.
to actually hear it from the person. We can just read the room or read.
Oh, okay.
Like those are also options. I mean, here's the thing. Like I understand that you think you're just trying to advocate for something terrible that happened to a demographic. But when you start trying to come at another person who has a history, like you kind of misstepped a lot on that one.
How did I do that? How did I do that? I brought up the mistreatment of the Chinese people that came over here. Okay. And I was immediately called racist and said that I didn't have an opinion. So how did I do that specifically?
I think you're twisting a lot of the words, and I just
How am I
maybe
twisting a lot of the
here's
words?
what I would say.
What
I think
specifically did I say?
you're cherry picking and putting things
What
together. That's not
specifically
exactly.
did I say?
Here's what I would suggest. Here's what I suggest. Just pause maybe and take in some information. Just lower your defenses and let it be.
I did. When someone says that I don't have a right to express my opinion or to comment on the history of our nation because of what color I am, I find that extremely offensive.
That's okay to be offended. Sometimes it causes growth.
Growth? I don't need growth. I know that racism is not mutually exclusive. And to be quiet and not say anything is giving to that.
Are you aware of why the Chinese came here?
Yeah, I know why they came
From the
here.
other side of the world?
They were brought here to build a railroad.
To build the
Exactly.
railroads, and because the Southerners were pissed at the black people and didn't want to hire them.
Hello.
And the Union Pacific Railroad, who built the one extension and I forget the other railroad, to join the country end to end, didn't want to hire the blacks, so they imported Chinese. And they would work for less than 30 cents an hour. Okay,
It's
which to
terrible.
them was big money, and they slept in tents, and they were treated like shit. Yes, they were treated like shit, but not as badly as the black people had been treated since 1526.
Say that again. One more
People
time.
think that the black people came in 1617. I taught at Lewis College in Detroit. We did our own research. We found in the Jefferson Library a ledger, and the first ship was a French ship, and it came from what's called the Niger region. Okay, Niger meaning the Niger region.
Yes, yes.
And they used the word Niger. And the slavers didn't know how to spell Niger, so they at the top of each page for 3 years it said the N-word. Okay, that's how far back. And how many people were unalived, whipped, beaten? This didn't happen to the Chinese. This didn't happen to any other group that I know of.
But she wants me to be a racist. But she claims that I'm a
But
racist.
you're speaking like a racist, okay? You're
okay.
speaking like a racist.
That's
I was
impossible.
specifically
she's
talking
just
about the
telling the
Chinese
truth.
people.
Impossible. That's impossible, whitey woman. Once again, you're missing the point. You should
No,
not be
I'm not
opening your
missing a
mouth
point.
to
I
put
am
on
not
it.
talking about slavery or the horrendous things that happened to the blacks when they first came over
Hey,
here.
hold on.
I
Tim's on a
said
call.
I
Dina,
spoke.
Dina, Maverick. Tim is on a call. Dina, Maverick was speaking. Don't interrupt her again. Be respectful.
Dream.
Sorry.
Oh God.
Always interrupts.
Once again, Dream.
Really? Who always
Once
interrupts?
again, I know you wish that I could be a racist and that other people in marginalized communities can be racist. That is not true. There's
Oh
only
my
one
God.
racism, and it's white supremacy, and it's global, and
Oh my God.
excuse me, it's systems, Dina. I can look at
Okay.
you and call you a saltine cracker. That doesn't mean that I'm a racist. I don't have any power to say, now you live over here in this red line district, saltine cracker. Oh, you got a thriving saltine cracker town. I'm going to come in
Whoa.
with my people.
This lady is out there.
Excuse me. I know you're triggered. I
No, I'm
cannot come
not.
into
I'm not. I'm
excuse me.
laughing actually.
You're still cutting me off though, sweetie. So you can't even
No.
control yourself because you want to be centered in your white tea privilege.
Oh,
And
I
what I'm
see.
saying to
Okay.
you is, it is power plus prejudice. People of color, black people in particular, do not have the power to act
my
on any
God.
prejudice that we have. Otherwise, you'd be living in a damn hole somewhere. We don't have that power to redline people that look like you and make you live over here and not be able to get bank loans or get very low interest, low appraisals on your homes. We don't have the power to do that, Dina. We don't have the power to, when you go to the hospital and doctors say to you, oh, you don't really feel pain, so we're going to do this surgery and you're not going to get any pain medicine. We don't have that power, Dina. It's power plus prejudice. No
Tell me when
person
you get
of color,
done.
excuse me, no person of color
My
in the
God.
global
Jeez.
system
I
can
know.
be a
It's
racist.
unbelievable.
Maverick, you're just overbearing.
But Butch,
Well,
you can,
the thing about it
you
is
brought
what
your
I
ass
was
back up
speaking
here.
about is
Truth, and
what I
you're
was speaking.
overbearing.
But
That's why
excuse
you
me, you
can't
brought
get on a
your
lot of
you brought your
lives that I
ass
go
back
on
up here to
because
put
I
on your
want you
cape,
up there because
put
you
on
just
your
ramble
cape for
on and
her
never
like
stop.
you do, and that's cute. But
Oh
don't tell
my
me I'm
God.
overbearing.
I was talking about the Chinese people, about the ill
You're
treatment of the
Okay.
Chinese people, and suddenly I was told I don't have an opinion. Okay, end of story.
Okay, so
Okay,
Happened.
listen,
Beginning of
everybody's got to
story.
calm down on this. And one of my favorite scenes, I was watching Sanford and Son, and when he was in court, and he said, "Cracker ass cracker." Okay, the first time I ever heard that, and I have to take things somewhat lightly when people are talking and they're completely on the other track than I am. You just have to you have to let go. Maverick, you too.
Say it again.
I
Say it
said,
again.
Maverick, you too.
Don't
Back
tell her
off a
nothing
little
because
No,
bit.
she's
no, I
You're
going.
don't.
way too
Excuse me.
strong.
Excuse me.
Excuse
Oh
Dangerfield.
my
me.
God.
Don't tell
Oh
me
my
to
God.
back off of anything. You don't get to tell me to back off of my lived
Oh,
experience. You don't get to tell people and tone police people on
Okay,
anything.
I taught at a black
Once,
college for 19 years.
excuse me, once again, I have
this is
white
really getting
people
funny.
centering themselves about people of color. And we're
which
talking about
is
people of color.
wrong. You know they're wrong.
Diesel,
So
you have
I
to
mean,
stop that, baby.
just
No, it's not about them being wrong. It's even when Dream was speaking to Dina, she wouldn't let her finish. So is
Oh,
Dream overbearing?
no, but you are because you won't let anybody else
But you,
talk.
excuse
And
me,
I'm asking
and
for
here's my
specifics.
point.
What did I
And
say
here is
that
my
was
point.
that
You
was
still talk over
directed
her.
at blacks?
You
What did I
still
say?
talk over
I
her.
was talking
okay.
about the
I
Chinese.
we've got to
But
come to
suddenly
some kind of resolution
it
here,
comes to
guys.
all about you.
The
there is no
resolution is that
I'm
white
sorry.
resolution.
people, white European centered white women and white men should not be centering themselves in people of color talk. Not one
Um,
Asian person came up here to tell us and school us properly, but you brought your white liberal ass up here to try to make us look bad and tell us that we're racist. Bitch,
Land
please.
your plane, man, please.
well, my God,
That's what
she's
I'm
out of
trying to
control.
say. Calm down.
No, I
Right.
don't calm down.
I-
I don't.
that's the best thing to say to a woman. I just want to tell you, Danger. Please, anytime you hear a woman
If you say calm down to a woman,
yeah,
you better look
no.
out.
Hey,
Make sure she doesn't have a pew pew.
You all, everybody,
funny
calm
story,
downs.
like,
Calm downs for everyone. I've learned that that's the best way to
misogyny
deal
aside,
with things.
Dangerfield, your little misogynistic jokes aside, telling a woman to calm down because she doesn't have to calm down when you tell her to.
No, I
and
just
telling
said
a
that
black
to be
woman,
funny.
I didn't interrupt you. Your words are touching mine and it's
Oh
gross.
my God.
And telling a black woman to calm down when she's actively being like the victim of racism toward like by
How?
this like old fucking white condescending dinosaur bitch is crazy.
Oh my
pants.
God.
That is
I love you.
pants.
Uh-oh.
Oh
I
my.
love you, Light.
That's it in a
Oh
nutshell.
my.
It's
Okay.
always some fucking condescending 8.5 by 11 that gets up on these fucking panels and acts like a goddamn moron.
So I'm just kind of can I sorry, Tim.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm really curious. What prompted, because Dina and Maverick were already on the panel when I came in and the conversation was
Let
going.
me explain. I
would
explain.
love to know how
Yeah.
we got here.
Okay, so the
origin
question asked was, where Maverick was wanting to know why it is that Oriental has become, more politically incorrect, right? Whereas it used to be used, I guess, quite regularly.
Yes.
And this was more to the point, maybe even in broader terms of how we, overcorrect shit, and then, it was, I'm not sure exactly what was said, but then Dita had brought up the fact that Chinese people were, in fact, treated like shit. And that's, her point was that if somebody tells me to call them one thing or another, it's, I'll accept that and respect that and just move on. It's, and then kind of just devolved in turn from there. Maybe I missed something, but it's been a
No,
lot.
that's exactly what happened.
Hello?
And isn't that what
So
Could I just
if I
say
could give my
there's
hot
levels
take
to
on it, and then
everything?
I'll go.
Why don't you go now? Because you're not very sociable. I mean, I don't call you
Hush,
names.
hush, 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 hush.
Hush,
Nobody
hush,
cares
hush,
about you.
hush.
Shut up.
Nobody cares
Sweetheart,
about you,
when you
sweetheart.
listen,
Nobody cares
when
about
you
you.
fucking dinosaurs, when you dinosaurs die off,
Dinosaurs?
that's going to be the
Okay.
best fucking day in American history.
Oh my
But I
God.
digress.
Hello.
We all have the internet, Tim. We're on the fucking internet right now, right? We're talking to
Oh
each
my
other on the
God.
goddamn fucking
Who is
internet
this
right now,
bitch?
right? So Dina, this dumb cunt, has the same internet that I do, that you do, that Maverick does, that Butch does, that Lovey does. And on that internet are tons of reasons, Tim, why we don't use terms like this anymore. So if Dina is too fucking stupid to get her intellectual legs stretching up nice and go on the same internet that she comes on here and pretends to be this innocent little white lady who doesn't know anything, then maybe the world would be a fucking better place. But until then, women like Dina are just going to continue to be women like Dina, and the rest of the women like Maverick, black women, are going to have to swallow her goddamn condescending, racist, establishment bootlicking bullshit, and it's tiring.
Let him.
It's
You are
fucking
so
tiring.
full of shit. You really should go take a nap because you are out of your lane. Go
Ooh,
take a
look,
nap, girl.
she started cursing as soon as another cunt came up and called her cunt ass out.
Oh my gosh, that.
Okay.
So basically, you can't.
Diesel
I
has a lot
swear
of
to
background noise.
God.
I'm
But
sorry.
you can drop me now, Tim.
Okay.
Drop that.
Thank you, Pyre.
Drop her,
I was just
please.
saying
Thank you, Pyre. Okay.
there's levels to everything. And
Is that Diesel?
real
Yeah,
quick.
go ahead, Diesel.
Oh God, I only got okay, so there's levels to everything. I would say blacks can be prejudiced, can be bigoted, but racism, like Maverick said, you have to have power, and your group has to have power to enforce. For instance, do we as blacks have nukes? Do we have warships? We could be in the military. We could even be ranked as an officer, but ultimately that military is owned by the white T establishment, the white T power structure. And white supremacy is not simply a white person, a skinhead, a Klansman. It goes above and beyond that. What you're seeing in Gaza, I see the Palestinian. That is a prime example of the worst form of white supremacy taking place, because those people who claim to be Jewish, they're white. They're doing the bidding of the white Western establishment that empowers them over there in the Middle East.
Amen.
So that is some of the worst, which is Ground Zero, which is an experiment for what could be done over here in America, for what a lot of white supremacists want to do to blacks and other groups over here in America. So that's why all I'm saying, time ran out. But yeah, it's levels to it. It's about power dynamics. That's where we should discuss race from. Power, a place of power dynamics, not feelings.
Amen, Diesel. Amen.
I mean, nobody said anything other than that, though. I don't think.
I
That's
think
that's not really what the conversation was about.
No.
Like, I agree with what
No.
you're saying, but that's kind of a different topic, I guess, altogether. Because
That's after Dina called me a racist and said that
You are a
other people
racist.
can be-
Everything you
Oh,
said.
I
was
see.
very
Okay,
racist.
well, in
You
that
still
vein,
haven't learned?
then
You
yeah,
still
I
haven't
guess,
learned after all the
yeah, I
people are
guess that's
talking
fair.
to you? You still haven't learned.
My point was
By
no more name
definition, I
calling.
cannot be racist.
she
No
can't
more
be
name calling. We
Fred,
know who's who.
people. You know what I mean? That's the bottom line. But as far as, like I say, the handle that was up here talking about Asian because she was assistant ambassador to China, Japan. I know what she's talking about, because when you're in China, which I've been going there since 1989, back and forth, I spend quite a few. You refer to them as Asian. You don't say Oriental, because Oriental can be a rug. Oriental is an object. It can be a person, can be Oriental, but they go by like, well, who said that? That Asian guy over there. You don't say Oriental. Well, what's that? The Oriental table or the Asian man? I mean, I'm just saying it's referred to as Asian. That's why she was trained to say Asian.
But she already explained that.
Which is perfectly reasonable. Which is
I
perfectly
mean, why are
reasonable.
you going to start dropping the F-bomb and saying this and that and all this?
Butch, do not tone police
you-
and
so
tell
Maverick,
women how to speak. You came up here, you put your cape on so that you can
Oh my
protect
God,
this
you'll never get a word in
dried up
edgewise,
white
trust me.
woman. I
Chuck,
don't care about that. I don't want to hear about
this
that.
is really ridiculous.
Dream, and she
How
can't
you
keep her
learn
mouth
being-
So
shut.
basically,
You want to be
she can.
censored.
Never listen.
Okay.
because she
You want to be
about
censored.
everything, and she
Oh my
just
Now,
God.
Butch does have a timer.
Oh, very good.
Yeah, Butch, go ahead. You finish. I gave you your time back. Go ahead.
when you, well, like I say, when you're talking, it's people that interrupt and say, excuse me, and they're interrupting, because the bottom line is you don't learn. You know how you learn? You listen. And you control your emotions. And like I say, I think that lady that was over as an assistant ambassador handled basically where she is. She has a lot more knowledge about the situation of Asian countries than someone that has never been there. Or maybe they've been there, but like I say, not when you're an ambassador. You can learn from them. And I land my plane.
Thank you, Butch. Dream, I saw your hand up. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to, Butch. I hear you. I agree with you on the part where you have to listen. Here's the problem. Dina came in with information, and when I said maybe pause and listen, and she said something. Well, if I'm offended, and I was like, well, sometimes being offended causes growth, and her response to that was, I don't need growth. So,
Hello.
doesn't leave a lot of room for a productive conversation.
Hello.
I mean, we're all wrong.
I got you. But like I say, that excuse me on every topic is like,
Dream,
I'm
were
sorry,
you
what was
finished?
that? I'm not trying to cape for anyone. Sister, please don't jump on me. Dina, what's your intent in this discussion? Are you left, right? Hey, I'm just wondering, first of all, what was the first initial topic? Second off, how did it get to the name calling and stuff? Like I said, I'm not gonna cape for anyone. I just explained my point. I'm not sure what type of person what you align with, but what would be the reason for the reason for the back and forth? How did it happen? And
It said that
Maverick,
there were
explain
three
yours.
main human races. There was the African, the Negroid, the
Here.
Caucasoid,
Here, I'm going to rewind the tape.
That's an old way of calling us something.
Because they didn't want to be
That's
this, that.
Here we
I
go.
don't care. You have to have thick.
Let me see if they say
calm down. Sister, calm down. I
had
hear
a
you.
conversation in here yesterday.
That's what I said, Diesel. Calm down.
Let me know when I can speak.
I'm not trying to tell you not be on fire, but hold up.
Okay, well, I was going to play back the tape. I was going to play back the tape.
You're listening to.
Yeah, I was going to play
Tim,
back the tape. Yeah, that's why I'm trying to get it to the point, but it was, it's been a minute. Let's see.
I love that Diesel asked what because I think that was a fantastic point.
I'm like, you've never heard a person say, now you go ahead and name from lecturing Oriental.
Oh my God.
You guys some
Oh,
there is
Jesus.
a person who is what you all would call Asian descent who says he does not want to be called Asian. He's an Oriental.
Fine, he has that
Named
right.
in detail. I'm gonna try to find that video. Why? When now they
Please
are
play it back,
called-
Loudmouth, because
they
she
consider
will not
Indians
shut up. Once she
Asian.
gets started, that's it.
Well, Dina,
Right.
hold on.
Like I am,
Okay,
but now
okay. When you guys cannot talk because the same people are on this panel now are on that panel that and I can't tell if it was the old tape or the new tape. So everybody mute up and let's listen so everybody is on the same page about how we got here. Because I could, Dina, you were talking, and I was like, I don't think she said that. So let me rewind again.
And
background
someone
noise.
was
Mute up,
talking
guys.
in the comments about how people are being lambasted for saying Oriental. I still say Oriental, and people say, "Oh, don't say that." I'm like, you've never heard a person say, "Now you go ahead and hang from that tree, Oriental." Let me give you guys some. There is a person who is what you all would call Asian descent, who says he does not want to be called Asian. He's an Oriental. And he explained in detail, I'm going to try to find that video, why, when now they are lumping all people, because, they consider Indians Asian. Really? Really? They're
Right.
tar babies like I am, but now you're an Asian? See, that never happened. I can remember when the Orient and the Orientals they were looked at as something exotic, and it was always looked at. They never had a negative stereotype, unless you were in the movies, of course, in the 1940s, 50s. But it was always something of a mystery and of beauty and elegance and exoticism. But I don't understand why people are being lambasted for saying Oriental now. I have to figure out why.
Yeah. It's a common thing all over the world. It's like Europe, Mexico, Canada, they all call us in the United States shitheads.
Okay, so I asked ChatGPT because I've never heard that before, that it was like a slur. It says,
But you can't say it anymore.
well,
And I
it
say
says,
it all the
yeah, I mean, I don't know that I've ever used it in a sentence, but I wouldn't have
this is what
thought
they
that it was
say.
a.
This is what they say, Alib, that when you say Oriental, it refers to goods from Asia, like a rug or something like that. And that's not true, because I'm old enough to remember people calling themselves Orientals. I'm going to find that video so you can see this Asian man calling himself, I hate the word Asian, I am an Oriental. And he gave reasons why. So I guess it's just, I just don't want YT liberals trying to make us feel bad about saying certain fucking words. And if you have no sense of humor, fuck off. That's why I don't care when people call me jigaboo, N-word, this, that. I don't care. You have to have thick skin. That's why for the other lady, no crying ladies when you come up here. You have to be a bad bitch. We don't want men saying, "Oh, see, she needs to be barefoot and pregnant in the house because she's crying, because she's hysterical." So we don't give them the ammunition.
No, but we don't take the insult either.
She said, "I'm Asian, but we don't like Oriental." When did that change? Is what I'm
So,
trying to say.
okay, so I looked it up because I had never heard that either. It says originally Oriental simply meant of the East, denoting Asian countries, but of the East of what? It's very Eurocentric, right? Because that's right. So, in Asian countries, in contrast to Occidental, which is the West. However, over time, it became tied to Eurocentric views, especially during 19th and 20th centuries, when Asian cultures and people were exoticized and portrayed as mysterious or inferior. This framing was used to justify discrimination and segregation, especially in the U.S., where laws like the Chinese Exclusion Act reflected such attitudes. And that's what they used in that law, was Oriental. Oriental has been used to lump diverse Asian cultures together and ascribe stereotypes of exoticism, submissiveness, and strangeness. Othering the word enforces an idea of Asian people as foreign, forever foreign, unable to be fully part of Western society. Colonial legacy. Oriental reflects a colonialist lens where Western powers defined and dominated the East, often disregarding its own voices and perspectives. And they say some argue that the term's offensiveness depends on the context. An occasional pushback exists from those who feel the word is not overtly hateful compared to other slurs. Nevertheless, because of its association, is broadly considered inappropriate as a descriptor for people.
So,
yeah, but I have Oriental furniture that I'm trying to sell, and I don't know where the hell it came from. I bought it from Bassett.
Don't like Oriental. So they're saying that they don't like Oriental. But I want, like this one guy, I don't know if he was Chinese, but he says he and millions like him do prefer Oriental over Asian, because they don't want to be lumped in with the dark tar babies. Now I can say that because I'm a tar baby. The Indians, who are now considered Asian. A lot of the lighter Asians don't like that, because you're lumping them in with those people. So it's just a whole bunch of non. But what I'm saying is, when you say it now, people come after you. If you say Oriental, like you're saying the N word,
Yeah,
they will come after.
I've never heard that, but I also don't really ever use that term anyway. So I've never experienced it.
Anybody my
Yeah.
age and I'm a lot of, who are not political. Now, I guess you have to be politically correct. We've always said Oriental. And I say Oriental to my Oriental friends, and they love it. So I mean, when I had Oriental, they didn't mind it then. So I guess it's just another thing. It's changed. Like now, you have to call certain people theys and thems. People freaked out about that, but now they want to be called theys and thems. But it's just one person. Call me
Right.
they, right? Call me them. So I guess I don't know if that's changing. I don't know how long this has taken place, but maybe somebody can come up and tell us. They say Indians are usually referred to South Asians these days. See, there's a distinction now, South Asians, because they didn't want to be the regular, I guess the yellowy looking Asians didn't want to be locked in with these dark Indian as Asians. And we've never called Indian Asians. So somebody, maybe they can explain that.
Can I interject really quick?
Sure.
Okay, so I served as a U.S. student ambassador to China, Japan, and Hong Kong in the 90s.
Can't hear you.
And Hong Kong West.
When you put it down.
The 90s. We were when I mean
that's in the 1990s, darling. Decades before that, you're talking the 19
of the because the way that
right, we know that.
And
I understand was taught. So
actually, Japanese were called Japs. In the camps, that was in the 40s.
Right, we know that.
And
I understand that.
Excuse me, and people still use that word. And for you, Army vet, I say what the fuck I want to say. That's just letting you know. I will say what the fuck I want to say. Don't tell me what I cannot say and can say, bitch, because I'm not a politically correct person. So fuck you, jigaboo. I will say that also. Don't come up here telling me, because we're trying to get some clarity as to why they changed. But don't fucking come up here, because see, I'll tell you to crawl up your mother's twat and close the door. Don't fuck with me. So,
who are you talking to?
Somebody in the comments. So Headley, so what we're trying to understand is, why was this change and why did it become offensive in the 90s? That's all I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to find out where the offense came from.
Well, I don't know. My interpretation has always been that it came during World War.
Mean that the word is Eurocentric way, but
Turtle Island, that's Eurocentric. Everything is, but to say that it is as offensive as saying the N word is an insult to me.
Yeah, I mean that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I don't remember people getting, being tree ornaments, being say, now you swing Oriental. I don't remember that. So how is it so offensive that when you say it, people jump down your throat like they would if you said the N word? That's all I'm trying to find out.
Well, I don't know that I've never heard anyone compare it. So
somebody just basically said it's like saying colored or something like that. So.
Well, I
referring to he was over, but I said people of color weird
when people say
jobs.
A lot of that, but I just wanted to know honestly, because it's kept coming up in this line. Give us a reason, a real reason as to why it's so offensive.
Well, I'm a white person, so I clearly cannot tell you that. I just can tell you
Fair.
that
right.
Correct.
See? So I'm gonna send Headley. I want Lib to play this video of this Asian man who says he does not want to be called Asian. He's an Oriental, and he gives and breaks down why he, and I guess millions of people like it, want to be called Oriental instead of Asian.
Yes, ma'am. I believe you. I was just telling you what I was taught.
Right. And I got a feeling there was a lot of white liberals who are changing it and making it seem like it's such a dirty word. And now you have people jumping on the bandwagon saying that, we don't want to be called that because it's like, I'm not a rug, right? And then I had somebody say, well, I don't want to, I'm not going to be called a That's, a lot of Asians don't want to be called Asians because now Indians are called Asians, and they're too dark to be Asians for certain Asians, right? So it's a
Right.
whole lot of unpacking to do.
Of course, and I'm sure the Asian, people differ in their complexion.
ones?
Like, well, America or Asian countries have. Yeah, I think Oriental.
You're gonna think Oriental rugs.
My God.
Oh,
Oh my
Well,
God.
whatever they prefer.
That.
Exactly.
well,
Yes.
I'm not calling
Yes.
Bruce
And
Jenner.
basically,
I'm not calling
it's a
Bruce.
problem that's
I'm not
easily
calling
resolved.
Bruce
If someone
Jenner
does not
Caitlyn.
like to be, if someone does not like to be referred to as a certain thing, then you say, "My apologies. How can I refer to whatever it
Right.
is that you have an opposition to?" End of story.
No,
And
Yeah.
oh, by the way, the
excuse me.
reason I just wanted to give an explanation why some people may call Asians the same thing as Indians is because way back at when they said that there were three main human races. There was the African, the Negroid, the Caucasoid, European, and Mongoloid Asian. And you fell in one of those three categories. Now, that's been totally debunked.
Duh.
Really, totally debunked. But at the same time, when you hear someone calling an Indian an Asian, this is where they're getting it from. I wanted to clarify that. But for your point, Oriental or Asian, whatever you want to be called, if I said something
Right.
that I offended you, my apologies. I'll correct it right now. End of
Yeah.
story.
Yeah.
And by the way,
Cost me nothing.
Maverick, exactly. By the way, Maverick, the Chinese people were treated very, very poorly when they first came to this country. They were
Yeah.
considered subhuman.
Yeah.
And
Are you
in the
telling that? Are you
1940s,
telling that to a black person?
yes, I'm telling that to a black person because they
Uh-huh.
were treated as if they were half human.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
And what was black?
much
And what were
like,
black people treated as?
much like the blacks and the slaves were.
Uh-huh.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So don't say that they were considered exotic because they too were
Excuse me.
considered to
Listen.
be
Excuse me.
subhuman.
Excuse me. Let me explain something to you. I
You don't
mentioned.
have to because I
I
know
know,
my
but I am
history very
going to
well.
because
And
once
I'm not
again,
offending you because I'm
excuse
speaking
me,
specifically about Oriental or
excuse
Asian
me,
people.
excuse me. Once
Everybody has
again,
a history.
once
You don't
again,
Okay.
once
all.
again, a old white tea woman is explaining something about Orientals or Asians. You should
You
not
need
be
to
the
read your
spokesperson.
history.
Excuse me.
Please read
You
your
should not
history.
be. You should not,
Yes, because I'm
honey.
very open-minded. I
This,
look at
this,
a
this,
character,
you're
not
not
the color
open.
of the
Listen,
skin. So
listen.
please
You
read your
don't know
history
history,
and
honey.
stop
The history
taking
is the
over the
fact that
live.
the history is the fact that
You're
you are part
voicing
of the
Okay.
problem.
nonsense.
Okay.
You are part of the problem, white tea
No,
woman who thinks you can come up here
that
and
is
tell
a very
another person of
racist,
color and get into
racist.
my
So
fucking
basically,
business.
you can't hear
No,
any
no,
other
no, no,
opinion
no.
except your own.
Excuse me, you're
You
not
can't
centered,
hear
white tea
any other
woman.
opinion
You're
except
not.
your own.
Listen, honey.
Okay.
You are
Okay.
very racist.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't be racist, sweetheart. That's
Okay.
number
Yes,
one.
Okay.
but yes,
I
you
cannot.
can.
Let's.
There is
Okay.
no.
I don't want to mute anybody, but I can't hear anybody, and this is just a bickering, arguing stuff, and I'm not sure how
Put us
pleasant
on
it
a
is.
timer, please. Put us on a timer.
Once
Okay.
That'd be
again,
great.
another
I'm
white
gonna
tea.
put them on timers, and now we're here. Now you guys can
Are
unmute
we in real
and
time now?
yes, real time now.
Now,
I
not
know
once.
it's weird seeing
Yeah,
this,
yeah.
and I'm
Once.
over in the corner, like my pyre was like, "What?" Tim
I
looks
couldn't even
amused and
find.
confused.
Now, and not once did I call her the racist. Did I not? Until she called me a racist.
Yeah,
Did we?
I don't think I heard the R word at any point.
Right. She called me a racist.
Yeah, maybe at some point in there.
No,
I
Dina did say it.
did
Thank
she
She
say
did
you.
say
okay?
it because
Okay.
she was telling me I didn't have an opinion because I was white. That's about as
No.
racist as you can. No, she did,
Oh my God.
and you can go back and
Okay,
listen to it. Because
so I
basically,
did.
what I was talking about initially is I was talking about the Chinese people and how horrendously they were treated when they first came to this country. I have been called everything in the
By
book.
people who look
Then
like you.
I have
By
people
people
that
who look
who
like
look
you,
like
Dina.
me. Okay, so basically, because I'm
Your
white, I
people
don't have an
treated them
opinion.
like that,
Is that
not
not
black
racist or
people.
not? Hey,
So stop
Lama,
telling
I'm
people of
sorry,
color they can be
but
racist when your people treated them like
Okay.
that.
I'm going to bring in the
racism is
timer
not
again.
mutually exclusive. Racism is not mutually exclusive. If you're
Okay.
a human being, you can be racist.
Lies. Those are
But it's
lies.
about power dynamics, though. Do you discuss things from a place of power dynamics? Which race has the most power in this world, objectively? Which race has the most power and most wealth in this
She
world?
knows it, but she
Who can
can't
do
be
the
taught
most?
anything because she knows every damn thing.
Oh my God.
Focus on there. No, wait, sis. Let me speak. Let me interject. Dina, who has the most power in this world? Who has the ability to make the laws, affect masses of people on a collective level, but at the same time go unaffected on based on what they're born individually? Who has the most power to do that? Who has the ability to remove to shift masses of people around to make laws that impact majority disadvantaged people? Which race does?
Oh, that's the white people, but it also affects white people, which is why white people are protesting
You
against
just
those
said
in
it.
power. Okay.
They're protesting against those in power for themselves, right? Because it affects them. But when it doesn't affect them, okay,
Are you kidding?
that's where we have a problem. That's where we have the problem. When it doesn't affect them, they don't care. But that, all right,
Okay.
I gotta land my plane. Gotta land my plane.
Now, I want to point out that the argument that was was not the semantics of what racism is or is not.
Right.
That, that's just a semantic debate. And I'm not sure, how fruitful that ever becomes.
Well, it was not fruitful, but Dina wanted everybody
May
to
I
know
jump
that
in
a
here
black
just real
person can be
quick?
racist.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead, Dina.
Okay. All I want to say is this, guys. Yeah, it's the white power. It's Donald Trump is white. His minions are white. And there's a lot of white people out there protesting because of what they're doing to everyone, regardless of skin color. And yes, racism is not mutually exclusive. Just because you're white doesn't mean you can't be racist. Just because you're black, you can't be racist. Just because you're Indian, it is part of who we are. All right. This was not about blacks versus whites or anything like this. This was about a bit of history I was reading concerning the Chinese people when they first came over here and how horrendously this was treated. This was then turned to slavery and how horrific that was. There's no comparison. I wasn't comparing it. I was speaking about the Chinese people specifically. And in the process, completely insulted. So, you can say what you want, do what you
Do you know
want.
a
It
lot of
doesn't
Chinese people
really
side with the
matter.
white establishment?
Oh, so if they do, so what? That's their choice. That's their choice.
I have some time, please. Just
Yes.
a little bit.
Yep.
And do you
And
not see
excuse
that as
me,
a problem
Diesel.
for
Excuse
blacks?
me,
But they take.
Diesel.
Go ahead,
I
Maverick.
have time. I'm getting time.
Oh, Jesus.
I just want to. There she go with her words. I just want to say, Diesel, can you mute, please? We can hear the road. Diesel, you have road no. Thank you. What I'm just saying is, we were having a conversation about the word Oriental and how it changed and became so offensive to now having to call people Asian. A YT woman came up here, and with that discussion, she talked about the plight of the Chinese. And her ending monologue, part of her monologue, was that I'm a racist black person and that black people and other marginalized people can be racist. This is from a white woman who has been centered in the universe with her white man. And you wouldn't need to be out there
Oh my
marching and
God.
protesting white woman and white man if you had voted for a black woman of Asian descent. I
I
land my
did. I did. I did vote for her. I
Okay.
also campaigned for her.
Hey,
Okay.
Lib, can I have a minute? Lib, can I have a minute?
Butch, go ahead.
Dina, here's how
Yes.
it here's how it is. Like racist, you don't call a black person racist because the law. It's like racist is like what the white they created racist because they look down on the black people. So like black people can't be racist because they're considered like if They don't like white people. They're prejudiced or they're a bigot.
Okay.
That's how it is. I mean, that's the terminology. So they can be prejudiced. They can be prejudiced against white. They can be prejudiced against Asian. But like I say, but as far as Oriental and Asian, I have 69 years and like I say, 37 years and going back and forth to China, the Philippines, Malaysia. I have never ever heard Oriental to where anybody got upset. But I'm saying we'd always refer as Asian, or if you said Asian, I don't know, but no one was upset. Friend of ours, we call him Slope. Why do we call him Slope? Because his eyes, even Chinese call him Slope. That's how he got his nickname, because his eyes, it looks like he's sleeping when he's actually awake.
Oh my God.
And I land my plane.
Okay.
Okay, they're prejudiced. They're prejudiced. Very
There you go.
prejudiced. Thank
Okay.
you.
Who else would like to jump in that has not spoken yet and heard the entire thing?
2 seconds. Thank you.
Oh God, again.
YT man.
Hey, Maverick,
Thank-
Maverick,
Dream,
Miss Maverick,
I'm
before
so-
you go.
Wait, Dream, I'm not leaving. I was saying
No,
to
no,
you,
before
Dream-
you go talk, could I just say one thing?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
It'll be real quick. Hey, Dina, some etiquette on lives. Because I hear when other people are talking, you say things like, oh my God, or oh, here she goes. So here's what you do as etiquette on a live. So you can still do those things. You just hit that slash through your microphone and you mute up until their timer's done. And then you get to do all those things. You get to get all that shit off your chest and feel better. But when you don't do that, you impact everyone in the audience, everyone on the panel, because we can't hear. So please mute your mic.
Oh my.
Sorry, Tim.
Thank you. And Dream, I was going to say, you said to her the same thing that Butch did, but I guess it took a YT man or a YT passing man or a male to convince her that Black people and people in marginalized communities cannot be racist. Thank you, YT passing male or YT male. Thank you.
This is your. Sorry, Maverick. This is your timer. Technically, I can give you.
So, Dream, if you need the 41 seconds, go ahead. If you don't
No.
need it, I'll go ahead.
Not
and
at all.
pass it.
It's just hard when you're
Yeah,
trying to listen to somebody and there's constant.
Right. So I guess she's like male centered as well, because Dream, who speaks in a loving, kind voice, she's not overbearing or overpowering. She's not aggressive. She told you the same thing, Dina, but because you kept interrupting her, you didn't want to hear it. You even told her you don't need to learn because you know everything. But when this YT man who came up here and put a cape on for you came to protect you, now all of a sudden you have clarity. Thank you for that.
Okay.
I have something to rebuttal to that.
Okay. 45-second
Okay.
rebuttal.
Okay. Like I say, it's just how you speak to people. That could have been explained to you. I mean, you could explain that, why, what I said to her, because when you start yelling and you start saying the names and all the stuff you do, you gain nothing. All you do is create disarray in the panel, and the bottom line is that's why we have panels. Somebody starts talking and interrupting and stuff, they're kicked. They don't come back. They're blocked. But I'm just saying, you have to just explain. You don't go to insults. You don't say, well, because you're a whitey woman, da, 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 da. I mean, that's just, like I say, I think you're very prejudiced, but that's okay. That's your call.
Okay.
Let me respond 2 seconds, only 2 seconds, and then we can go to the other panel. To be prejudiced is to prejudge. I think that if Black people ran from every white person they saw from now to eternity, they're not prejudging anything because they have a history of dealing with these demons. So I'm not prejudging when I clutch my purse or grab my crotch because a white man is walking past me, because of the history that these white men did to my ancestors. So I'm not even prejudging you, but I don't like a hell of a lot of you.
Do you want the rest of your time?
You can give it to Sky or Paula, somebody.
Okay, Paula, would you like to weigh in?
1 minute. Just curious, do you believe in a such thing as white allies? Because I understand where some of that, the energy you can direct that towards, but if someone's a white ally, and look, I'm not Maverick. Please don't come at your brother now. Don't come. I'm just trying to say, please don't jump on me. Good Lord, I'm with you. I'm just saying, are there some do you think it's possible that you could hurt some white allies? And if you are a white ally, just, sometimes, we don't mean to direct the energy at you. We don't mean it. It's just sometimes people have been hurt and there's trauma. I'm trying to clarify and explain. Oh Lord, have mercy. I love it. I got love for everybody. I got love for me.
Is that for me?
Please, sister, yes.
Diesel, is that
Sister,
for
do you
me?
believe that? Yes. Do you believe that there's white allies in
Diesel,
not alienating
you
them?
have to mute your mic because you're on the road, and I'm gonna get your last 20 seconds. You don't have to explain yourself to anybody who's an ally. They get you. It is the people who are triggered by your truth that aren't your allies. We have always had allies that were of the white persuasion, of the Caucasian persuasion. We would not have been able to get where we are if it hadn't been for them. But these fake liberals that come up here and they're truly bigoted, and they go into the booth after they say they're going to vote one way and vote another because they want to be snuggled up to their whitey men, that's a different thing. Allies will not get offended by this conversation. They will understand the nuances of it. Paula and Dream and what's the other, Rebecca, those people get it, and Jonathan gets it. People like Dina, they are a problem. They are people who think that black people and people of color in marginalized communities can be racist like white people. They are not your allies. They speak like they are, but they're not. And she's a danger. She's just more dangerous to me than MAGA, because she's a fence straddler, but she really still has stereotypical notions about certain peoples and certain groups.
Okay, so I haven't heard yet from Jonathan or Paula. Would you two like to go?
I glow in the dark, so I'm going to go ahead and defer to the people of color on this panel who can address this issue. But Maverick once told me that we don't need allies, we need accomplices. And I just make sure that I have my listening ears on. I don't try to speak up for people when I'm not called for. And I just listen to what other people have to say. People who are actually impacted by things like racism and prejudice when I say anything. I just focus on like the history of this country and the facts behind it. But yeah, no, I glow in the dark. And so I think it's best that I just keep my little mouth shut.
Okay. Paula? Do you glow in the dark?
I'm so white that it's embarrassing. I'm like as white as that paper white up on your flag. I can't even go out in the sun. I'm so white. I kind of flew in on the end of this. I just know that come 2026, we need everybody to turn out the vote, and we all need to be our best selves. We all need to listen to one another and respect each other, do better, and then fuck the MAGAs. Thank you.
But not in the good way.
No.
In the bad way.
Yeah, not in the good way.
Like in the sub sandwich way.
Yes. Yeah. Exactly.
That's what you do to MAGA. You throw sandwiches at them. They freak
MAGA
out.
is awful.
They don't know what to do.
MAGA wants to put the National Guard in every blue city because for the very simple reason that Donald Trump is going to lose the midterms. And he's going to do everything that little snake can do to get his numbers up, and that's by putting in the National Guard and making Democrats defend crime, essentially. He wants us to
if
say...
they have a midterm, Paula. That's if we have a midterm.
Exactly.
We may not have a midterm.
I'm totally like the whole gerrymandering stuff.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Republican Party, they're doing things that they would have. I mean, there are people in here that have been around for a while, and this reincarnation of the Republican Party is not the Republican Party. I don't even know what it is.
Man, fuck Jerry. That dude's been mandering for a long time now, and he needs to stop mandering. Okay? Fucking Jerry.
I just want to say, we're all human at the end of the day. I don't want to, but I get where the trauma comes from. I get it, and it is what it is. It is about power dynamics. I wouldn't care about someone's feelings towards me as long as they can't affect me. But the thing is, how do MAGAs become X? Because I've heard that a lot of white tea liberals and other people who were liberal at one point or on the left got pushed to the right or something. And I'm like, okay, see, I didn't even bother to vote. So, sister, I hope you're not mad at me. I didn't care for Kamala Harris being black, white. I mean, to me, she was a subtitled black person.
No. Go ahead. You are the enemy.
No, sister.
You're the enemy.
Oh my God! Oh God! See, here we go. No, I'm not. I'm an innocent black man. Oh Lord have mercy, sister. Just because I didn't feel nobody was for me.
Don't call me sister. You are the enemy. You are worse than MAGA. You and Dina need to go out on a date. Not the one.
Oh, gee. Oh, I see the Palestinian flag in the background. I'm all ripping for that, and I'm all, for my people, for my community. And now all of a sudden, just because I said I just feel somebody didn't, wasn't gonna do for me and do for everybody else, that I'm the enemy.
MAGA supporter. Excuse me, black man. Excuse me. When you chose not to use your voice, you decided to get what's in there. Now, you don't give a damn about the Palestinians. You definitely don't care about black people because you're driving on your truck. And if you get pulled over by the cops and beep bop skippity stopped upside your black ass jigaboo head, then that's your fault. You decided to do that. See, I call
they gonna save me from police ass
boogers and buck dancers. What you did was you had a choice of the lesser of two evils, and you chose to allow Satan.
Evil still evil.
No, brother. And you should know this if you are a brother. We have always had to vote, and anybody in marginalized communities, for the party that would do the least harm to us. I'd rather have crumbs than crumbs with arsenic in it. Don't try me, because now you are my enemy. Period. Full stop.
Woo, dang.
Can I have a minute?
We were being murdered by the police under Democrats. What the heck? I mean, Lord.
You're missing the point. You're missing the point as far as what was happening. That's going to happen because we're in the American empire. But now you have a person in there who wants to give immunity to these police officers when they beep bop skippity stop you upside your fucking head or drag you off in the woods somewhere and cut your wiggly worm off. And then your family won't have any recourse to get an attorney because he was doing what he was doing in the line of duty because you were so big and black and frightening to him. You decided that this administration that's in there, everything that goes wrong in your life, that's your karma, brother.
Can I speak?
Lord Hammers, all over not voting. Are you kidding me? There's other means we can use to fight.
You are worse than MAGA. If you didn't vote, you have no voice. Why are you here? You did not vote. You did not choose to use your voice. The people who look like you,
Palestinians were being murdered being bombed under Biden.
People. Diesel, people who look like you, unalived for the right to exercise their vote. You chose not to do that. You spit in the face of the ancestors, and that's exactly what you did.
Like Malcolm X said, ma'am. Malcolm X said withhold the vote. Did you not hear a speech by Malcolm where you don't got somebody that's doing right by you? Withhold your vote. Malcolm X. Do you not love Malcolm X? Do you not? Do you not care about what Malcolm X had to say? He said withhold our vote. There's a time to withhold our vote. And the Democrats had to learn a lesson. Maybe you should start doing right by people. Maybe you should stop taking funds from
You're cracking up. We can't hear you. Your MAGA Wi-Fi is not working.
Okay.
Say something, Diesel.
Yeah, Butch, go ahead. Good, Butch. I can't hear you, Butch.
I said, give me the minute or whatever the timer.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Diesel, like I say, you didn't vote because whatever, but like I say, in your defense, like I say, if Kamala would have won, like I say, the bottom line is after her term was over, you would have had another $6 trillion to add to our debt, because that's not going to change. I've seen Kamala speak at about Israel over there and about what she was going to do, but then I seen her also basically speak at the AIPAC lobbyist group on what she said, and it was like, wow, it was like a 180-degree turn. But that's the problem. They own these politicians. Like, for example, Hakeem Jeffries, everybody's, oh, I love him. He's owned. He's not for the American people. Who else? Cory Booker. He's not for the American people. He's owned by the people in this country where they're at. And until these people in Congress and the Senate are eliminated, and that's going to take what Maverick said, it's going to take a turnout of masses, because that's the only thing that they fear. And as long as they can keep the country divided, that's how they're going to keep in power, because they're going to keep you fighting amongst yourself. So what I'm saying is, I know other people that didn't vote because they're disgusted. There's 95 million people in this country that are disgusted. That's why they didn't vote.
Okay. Now, William, you're new on the panel, so you get a minute 15. Go ahead.
All right. I wasn't ready, but I'm ready now. Yeah, so it's looking at the voting. I'm really curious. I want to give my time to the gentleman that said he didn't vote for Kamala, because that's kind of new for me. As far as MAGA, right? I'm a YT middle class guy, right? Married, kids. But looking at why he didn't, I'm just curious why you didn't. Was there something that stood out to you, being that we're of different, I guess, demographics?
I didn't vote at all, sir. Dude, I didn't vote at all because Obama was a letdown, and I'm still in recovery from that. So I just said, we already know where Trump stands. We already know he's the wolf. He galvanizes the racists, the white supremacists. He galvanizes the anti-blackness. So, not voting for him, but sometimes you got to have a little pain. I believe maybe a little pain to make some gains. So what I have seen is there's some some Hispanics that have apologized for their anti-black racism, because now, because of what's happening with ICE, they're like, you know what? Blacks speaking out about racial profiling, we used to take it as a bluff, and we used to think they were just complaining. But now, I've seen videos of them saying, hey, black people, we're sorry. So, Sister Maverick, I'm going to still call you sister, I think it's a good thing. This is a good thing. They're waking up. They're getting their taco wake-up call, as we call it. They're getting the wake-up call. We've always had our Negro wake-up call, but now they're getting the wake-up call. So now, is their allyship with us going to be coming from a sincere place? Are they going to correct their people about the anti-black racism within their culture? Because we have anti-black racism among Asians. I'm hoping for some immigration, for a little bit to have,
Maybe the woman on the panel could help. Why do you think he didn't vote for Kamala?
Because he's a misogynist, anti-black. That's why. So you cannot expect anyone from any other group to not be anti-black. Listen, excuse me. I fight very hard. Can you mute your mic, sweetheart? The traffic is ridiculous. Black man on the road.
I'm doing that.
Can you mute your mic, black man, with 2 bars, with 1 bar left? Thank you. I fight for justice. And sometimes you have to swallow a pill, and sometimes the pill is going to hurt, but it's a pill that's not going to unalive you. I know that Palestinians are very anti-black. I know that they still call black people slaves in their communities, right? But I still know that Israel and Zionism is evil, right? I understand all of that. So you, brother, chose to allow an administration that was going to do harm to multiple marginalized communities, and you chose not to voice your opinion or vote. That makes me think of you worse than a MAGA person, period.
Can I just add on that when we don't get out and vote, that's literally the reason why the Democrats can never get anything done, is when we don't show up to vote in numbers and give them the numbers they need to make progress and change happen. You know what I mean? Like Barack Obama was heavily limited in what he could do because literally after 2 years in 2010, the Republicans swept the midterms, right? Because the Democrats didn't show up. So that's really what gets us every single time, you know? And I think it's important to know that a big reason why I will vote blue is because of the court system, right? The Republicans have been trying to capture the court system since the 1970s, and they've done it, right? They've succeeded. And when we're not going to be able to get anything done as a Democrat Party, even if we do take a supermajority one day for whatever reason, because the courts are ran by conservatives that will rule against anything that we push through. You know what I mean? Democrats are not going to appoint these ridiculous conservative justices. We can always depend on that, you know? But when we don't show up and vote, right, we just make it harder and harder and harder for us to climb out of the mess that we're in.
Okay, let me say this. First of all, I'm tired of black people, black Americans in particular.
He has more time. Excuse me. Jonathan has
Did
more
you
time.
want it, Jonathan?
Oh, I'm done. All
right, go ahead, Diesel.
As I was gonna say, I'm tired of black people being used as a stepping stone for all these other groups to get to where they want to get, and then turn around and shit on us when they get in the bosom of white tea supremacy. So I'm like, maybe they need to learn a little bit of lesson. Maybe they need to have a little bit of hurt. Yes, I'm also aware of how some Palestinians have been anti-black or will call us slave. But yes, like I agree with you. Zionism is the worst, most open kind of white supremacy we are seeing in current times. I've always been up on the Palestinian cause since I was in college. I've known about it, but I didn't know how severely bad they had it until after October 7th. But I'm tired of black people being used as a stepping stone. And a perfect example is, look, during the Obama administration, he did nothing for us, as far as I'm concerned. And Democrats could have had the court, but that old woman didn't step down and she died. What was her name? Greta. What was her name? That Supreme Court judge. Ruth. Yeah, she didn't step her ass down. Like everybody was telling her, step the F down. We could have put 2 justices in there. No, she had an ego about herself. Like, woman, get off. You're too old. Get up and let somebody younger who is in the same mind frame, who's on the same side of the spectrum as you are, take it, because you're
windbagging. Okay, listen. The bottom line is this. Can you mute, please? The bottom line is this.
I'm gonna mute.
Everybody on this panel, I believe, decided that they were going to exercise and stay in the fight. And they decided to cast their vote, whether it was for MAGA or whether it's for liberals. They stayed in the fight. They have a right to be here. You decided, for whatever reason you come up with, Obama. You went all the way back to Obama, blaming it on the black man. Well, because he didn't give you what? A house, a car? What did you want? So a grill in your mouth, a gold chain? What? What did you want? A rap video from Obama? You went all the way back and said, that's why you didn't vote in this system that you are at the bottom of the totem pole in. You black man are a jigaboo, a spook, a coon, a buck dancer in this system. You are a slave. You really aren't human to this system. That's why the police are able to do what they do. But you decided, oh, I'm going to not vote and use my right and at least fight because I'm just tired and Obama didn't give me what I wanted. You, to me, are more dangerous than MAGA. At least they are loyal to their delusionary God. You, to me, are a problem. Just like white tea liberals who pretend that they are for the cause, and then we notice that they're not. So, brother man, or whatever you want to call yourself, I cannot listen to anything you say because you didn't do what the rest of us did. At least we stayed in a fight. It's like going in a boxing ring and you decide you're going to keep your hands to your side because you just don't want to fight the other person because his shorts make you angry. No, thank you. You're not one of them. You're not one of them.
Exactly. And I just want to make something very clear. The U.S. president can't just waltz into the Oval Office and wave a wand to give everybody fucking health care, give everybody fucking, stimulus checks on day one, right? It takes Congress to push that shit through. And then if we pass any reforms like the ACA, every insurance company is going to sue, and then we have to wait for it to be litigated in the court. So, progress is a lot more complicated in this country because of the system we have, right? The system that was created by white supremacy, the system of federalism, right? The court system, right? So it's a lot more
I hear
complicated than what
excuses
people
to
think.
why we can't get what we
Don't
want.
cut him off, please.
Always complicated.
Excuse me.
Oh, sorry,
Don't
sorry.
cut him off. Go ahead, Scotty.
Oh, my bad.
But we also have the filibuster that we have to overcome. And I'm not making excuses, right? I think there was more things that could have been done under the Obama administration. But at the same time, that doesn't mean I'm not going to vote blue now, right? Because of that. You know what I mean? I feel like progress could have been a lot quicker. But at the same time, his hands were tied and he was also very limited. But Trump, though, right now is proving that there really is no excuse for any future Democrat administrations when it comes to getting shit done, because Trump is doing everything he said he was going to do, doing it 10 times harder. The courts are, and the thing about it, though, is because the Republicans have captured the courts, which was their goal since Nixon, everything that they're doing is getting approved by the court. They're getting a green flag from the court to go in there and fuck everything up, right? And so we got to vote blue to capture back the court system in this country, right? Take it back from them, right? And then at the same time, hold our elected leaders accountable too.
Absolutely.
You still have a little bit of time if you wanted it. John, you good?
Well, I was just gonna say though that Democrat voters at the same time, we also got to push our, elected leaders to be a little bit more representative of progressive causes, because all they want to do is give us goddamn regulated gas stoves and two-year tax credits. We got to get more than that in this country.
Right.
Well, let me make the point that the New Deal would never have come without serious injury to the vast majority of people in this country through a Great Depression, which was caused by the robber barons, arguably. So there is a point to make that these motherfuckers have been sitting on the fence for too long because shit wasn't bad enough since Reagan took office. And now we're seeing the worst of the fucking worst under Donald Trump. It's like a kid wants to touch the stove. No, don't touch the stove. But they really want to touch that. Fucking let them touch that stove. Do it one time and then they'll learn. So maybe this is a blessing in disguise because the fucking liberals out there and the common sense conservatives that are out there will look at this and think, what in the actual fuck? And they will stop voting for that shit in the future. We'll hope. But there is an argument to be made that it may lead to great change.
Right. Well, and to add on top of that, I think it's important to know that Roosevelt, too, wanted to fuck the court system up when they were trying to strike down every aspect of the New Deal, right? In the late 1930s. When they were striking down every aspect of the New Deal, he went in there and said, he passed a bill through, or he tried to pass a bill through Congress. I was going to say, well, if you're this certain age, right, you need to retire from the court so I can then pack the court with people that agree with me. Now, it didn't work, but the threat itself worked, and the justices stood right in line and they started approving every single piece of New Deal legislation. And so that right there is an example of the Democrat that kind of tapped the line with the rules to get shit passed through. And that's what we don't see nowadays with Democrats. They want to be nice. They want to play by the rules. They want to stand in line, right?
They're bought and sold.
They want it to be all rainbows and butterflies and whatnot, but we need people that are going to fight. Just like what Maverick said. When Joe Biden was leaving office, he should have added on 3,000 new justices to the Supreme Court. Fuck that bitch up.
I just wanted to add on to what Jonathan said because I could not agree more. And I never participated in I never campaigned in any presidential or anybody else until Barack Obama. And because, you guys, that man blew my hair back when I heard him speak. And he was representing all the ideals that I had. And he gets in, as y'all know, he tried to reach across the aisle. He tried to, get things in a bipartisan way. And every time we thought we were there, the Republicans would just pull the rug out, right? I saw that time and time and time. And now Trump is really showing the roadmap for what we need to be doing. Because we need to get our guy in there, and he needs to deliver so hard that Americans can see what Democrats can do. Thank you.
Absolutely. And what I want to add to that is that we got to figure out who our guy is going to be. We don't need a guy who is a corporatist or a person who loves Israel or a person who's going to fuck us over once they get in there. We need somebody who's going to shake everything up to the point where they're going to be for the people and by the people. We, the people who are the investors.
You need me.
Excuse me. We, the people who are investors in this American experiment. We're not taxpayers anymore. We're investors, and we want a return on our investment. We have to keep telling ourselves that. This is how they treat corporations. They respect the investors. So God damn it, don't call us a taxpayer anymore. So when you see a woman on welfare, she's getting a return on her investment. And when you see somebody who has free health care now, not free, I'm sorry, universal health care, they're getting a return on their investment. When everybody has housing, we're getting returns on our investment because they tax us to within an inch of our life. And we need to start demanding. We don't want any mollycoddlers in there. No Gavin Newsoms, nobody who's going to AIPAC and who's bought and sold. None of that. We got to be strong for the next person we get to put up who's going to fight for us, period.
Agree. Does anybody not agree with that?
I would think you need somebody like me in there because, I'm all of what you said, but you're just mad at me for whatever reason
Go make me some pancakes, Jigaboo. I don't want to hear nothing from you. Go in the kitchen with Aunt Jemima and go make some pancakes because that's who you are to me. I want you to start buck dancing. Go talk to Massa because that's who you are. You betrayed us, period. You betrayed us.
Diesel, I'll put your time back. Go ahead.
I gave Obama 2 votes, and I felt disappointed that whole time, and it was heartbreaking. I was excited when he first got elected, but I started to research some things. This man is not a foundational Black American like me. He's not who has, he was, I don't want to just forever bash him. Obama's past tense, but look at what the Democrat Party did to someone like Bernie Sanders. We should have had Bernie Sanders in there instead of Joe Biden. Maybe things would have been different. But, look at how the Democrat Party shoots itself in the foot over the establishment, over old dinosaur establishments. I mean, my God, it's like, come on, they adhere to the establishment. They make these false promises. Once they get in there and secure the power, then they stop. They stop caring.
Why are you complaining? You don't get to complain. You don't get to complain.
Yes, I do.
No, you're a Jigaboo and you didn't vote. You don't get to change. You don't get to complain. You get to be quiet like you were when you didn't vote. That's what you need to do. Use your silence all around the board. So be silent. Don't complain because you did not invest in this experiment.
Dina, were you trying to jump in there? I haven't heard from you in a minute. Go ahead.
I was, but is everybody finished? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Basically, what I'm concerned about is the military going to places like Chicago and New York and some of these other places, because right now, I'm telling you guys, the country is a tinderbox. And just kind of like cross your fingers and let's see what happens there. As far as the Democrat goes, I don't care who's running against Trump or who's running against the white Christian nationalists. They have my vote because our first and foremost goal should be to get every single one of these fascists out of power, period. I land my plane there.
And throw her into fucking jail. Go ahead. Go ahead, Butch.
Yeah, Diesel. Like I say, you said Bernie Sanders. Well, you know what? We're in this country because of the Democratic Party, because they did everything in their power, because they were still afraid of Bernie Sanders in 2020 after they screwed him in 2016, because the corporations fear him, because Bernie really could not be bought. He cannot be bought by AIPAC either. So the bottom line is, and he's Jewish. But he's really Jewish. But anyways, Bernie was leading in Ohio by 6 to 7 points, where Biden, he was behind Trump 2 or 3 points. And they still didn't want Bernie in there because they were scared to death. So that's where Amy Klobuchar came into the picture, because Bernie would have taken Minnesota. And then the next person that they undermined him was they brought in Pete Buttigieg. Well, the bottom line is because they figured he would get a lot of the rainbow vote, but have a little additional time because I want to tell you, because we wouldn't be in this situation because Bernie would have been reelected in 2024. And if you look at him right now, he's out there with AOC and he's beating the trails. And the bottom line is he would have been just as spry as he is now, and he would have been reelected. Trust me.
Well, he's not going to run, right?
I agree.
No, not now, but I'm saying
Okay,
he
cool. Okay, yeah.
But I'm just saying he would have actually, if the Democratic Party they got Claiborne out there in Virginia because they were scared to death. You remember the debacle in Iowa where they couldn't determine who won? That was all bullshit. That was just because they didn't want Bernie to take the delegates, and they give him half to Pete Buttigieg because they knew once Bernie went to his home state.
I don't like this conspiracy stuff at all.
Yeah. I'm telling you,
It's not a conspiracy, though. That it literally happened.
100% conspiracy.
No, Bernie won the popular vote in Iowa, New Hampshire, Nevada.
Right.
And when he did that, then the other Democrats, the establishment Democrats, all resigned and put their fucking name behind Joe Biden. That's what they did. It was
because Bernie is not a Democrat.
It doesn't matter. He was going to take Virginia until Claiborne come out, did it, and then when they had Super Tuesday, Elizabeth Warren ran under the same platform.
But we're just trying to focus on 2026.
Yeah, but if you don't acknowledge
we know that the Democratic Party, we know that they are assholes. We know what they did. We know that they screwed themselves. We know all of that. What are we doing now? What are we doing now?
Yeah, I mean, if we can't even together as a party acknowledge what the party did, then we're going to vote for Gavin Newsom. That's what the party's going to do. That's what I'm hearing right now.
You're not. So you're.
It doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. Don't vote for him in the primary. If you don't vote for the man in the primary, he won't become the nominee.
But what if our party picks him and he becomes the nominee? Are you not going to vote for him?
We don't. The party doesn't pick it. The people pick it. Except that's not what's been happening.
Okay,
and just like I said,
if Gavin Newsom becomes our nominee, are you guys going to let Donald Trump Jr. become president?
Oh, hell fucking no.
No.
No,
But that's not the point. If Gavin Newsom were to win, we're going to revisit this exact same fascist shit in 4 to 8 years. That's why I'm saying that you're going to have the media telling Gavin Newsom he's the only viable option. He's the only viable option. That's what they're going to scream. They're going to do the same shit they did. They're going to pull shenanigans. And we have to acknowledge that and realize they're going to do it so that we can spread it to other Democrats. Don't fall for this shit anymore. Don't do it.
They're doing it already.
Well, I think the important thing to do is to get rid of the super delegates, right? We should let's just jettison the super delegates and let's
they're
just
already doing it, Paula, with the making him a god because he's mean tweeting. Oh my God, he's fabulous. No, we need some real shit. We need change. Not this bullshit that will kick the can down the road.
I don't disagree.
You think Donald Trump taught us this? Look, Paula, Donald Trump taught us this. That they can give permanent tax cuts to the wealthy. Why the fuck hasn't any Democrat given permanent tax cuts to the working class, the middle class, and the fucking poor? Why didn't we get permanent child credits and things of that fucking nature now that we know that can be done? Right? So we don't need any more Democrats who want to be finstrattlers, who want to be conservative light.
And it can be done without a filibuster-proof majority.
You know, I was just putting it out there that if the party faithful selects him, are you not going to go vote for him?
Well, of course I would.
You know we have to
but
vote for him.
that's beside the point. I mean,
that was my point.
Yeah,
that's for us. That's a non-issue. You have to vote for the lesser of two evil. But what we're trying to do is get rid of fucking all these demons and get some. See, I don't know how old this little boy is, but I really would love for us to leapfrog Mondami or somebody like him or Jasmine Crockett up to that position to really freak these fuckers out on both sides. See, because the established Democrats don't want progressive people in that position. People with real ideas who are really for the people. That frightens both sides. because they
Yeah.
want to play that little private game because they're in a private club where they get universal health care. They get to go and get pensions from every goddamn committee they sit on. We got to figure out, Paula, how to disrupt this bullshit and not continue to fall for the propaganda that's given to us on the left. That's
Yeah.
what we need to do.
Yeah,
I
and,
agree.
and,
I
and
agree.
I mean, because
I agree with that.
yeah, I mean, we pushed a candidate in Joe Biden who told a group of fucking rich assholes, nothing's going to change for you. Your standard of living isn't going to
Yep.
change, and I'm
That's
not going to
what's fundamental.
demonize
He
you.
said,
And these motherfuckers pushed this dude on us.
yep, he specifically said nothing would
Yep.
fundamentally change.
Yep.
It's like,
But we
wow.
have to cling together. Like literally, we have to cling together
Well,
because there are going to be forces that are going to. Here's what's going to happen. Whoever's our nominee, there's going to be forces that are going to try to get as many people in our party not to vote. They'll call somebody
Like
whatever it
childbearing
is.
hips.
Well,
And yeah, so we have to stick together. Once, I mean, we just literally when we select our nominee, we got to rally because they're going to try to peel us off. I really think that's part of the reason why Harris didn't win.
No, I
Because
don't.
we had people saying, well, there's no real difference between Kamala and Trump on Gaza, right? Some people, that was
Well,
literally their reason.
disillusionment causes people to not vote. And if they run another corporate Democrat, I fear that people will be like, fuck it, there's nothing I can do is ever going to change this shit. Fuck this shit. Fuck this system. And they'll move on.
But have
And
you
I
noticed
tell you what, because during the primary, I called a very prominent Democratic podcaster, Tom Hartman. I'm sure you guys have heard of him. And this motherfucker, I was warning people against voting for Joe Biden for this reason right here, because I knew it was going to come to this. He hung up on me and called me a concerned troll. This is a Democrat that had
You didn't
Bernie
like Joe
Sanders.
Biden?
No, I didn't. No, it wasn't that I hated Joe Biden. It was that I saw the right. Yes, it was during the primary. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
And I was saying, look, I'm concerned that if you do this, it's going to be more can kicking down the road. And in 4 years, you're going to get Trump 2.0. And that's exactly what fucking happened, dude. And that's what I said. He hung up on me and called me a concern. I'm so sick of these concern trolls. This is how this party and the media that they do have, this corporate shit. That's how they
Bernie
push
would've
people
won?
into. Yes. I
think so, too.
absolutely believe he would have won.
I think it would have been an utter bloodbath.
I actually think so as well, because he actually was, when he was winning the primaries and there was all that momentum, he was actually leading over Trump in the polls. So I actually do think that there was a good shot that he could have won. I can't say for certain, though, that's the thing. Because keep in mind that the biggest smear against him was that he would have been a socialist. And this is what progressives drive me insane sometimes, because they run on this label called socialism. But all of Bernie's policies, they're not going to make us a socialist country.
But he wasn't.
He's not calling on the government to take over the local grocery store or the supermarket down the road, right? He's just calling on basic investments in public infrastructure and fixing the stupid tax system, right? So progressives need to stop yelling, "Oh, I'm a socialist. I'm a this." No, just run on the damn policies, you know.
And you don't think the Republicans would pull out the socialist card?
They were. The Democrats were doing that. The Democrats were calling him a socialist.
I know, but I don't think he would have won the general election. I think we'd be in the same place we are right now, no matter who.
We can't know, but I disagree. I think that he
had
would
one
have
thing
won.
that Hillary Clinton didn't have, and you all know what that is: a wiggly worm.
Well, that is true. He did have a wiggly worm.
Right.
And guys, Bernie Sanders is one of the most honest fucking politicians, the
And he
most
takes no money.
consistent politician I've ever seen in my entire life. He's
Now
been
listen.
consistent from the time he was in college all the way to today.
I don't like Bernie
Basically,
Sanders.
social democracy.
I don't like Bernie Sanders,
have
and I
never
have my
voted- I
reason
would have
for
never
not
voted
liking
for him.
Bernie Sanders. But I respect that he doesn't take money from AIPAC. I respect that he does try to work with grassroots people. But one thing Bernie Sanders said that turned me off on him, when somebody asked him, should black people get reparations? He said, what's that? Okay, you as a Jewish man don't know what reparations are? You're pretending you don't know what that is? So but if he were in the position to run against the movement, I would vote for him. Because, like I said, if a goddamn jar of mayonnaise was running against Trump, I would have voted for the jar of mayonnaise.
Right, that's not. I'm not arguing that. I'm just saying when the election comes around after we've selected our nominee, we have to not let the right divide us, which they did, and they always try to do, and they
No,
did.
no,
And
Paula,
I'm
correction.
sorry, I'm talking. Which they have peeled off voters. They've made people
Not black.
upset. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead. You're obviously more important.
No, I said not black ones. We voted collectively to save this democracy. The rest of you all were popped off, not us. That is fact.
Oh, can I just say something real quick? What Bernie Sanders basically runs on is called social democracy. And you'll see a lot of the European nations run on the same thing, which is why their healthcare and their educational system and their level of living, if you will, is so much better than what we have here. They invest in their people. That's what Bernie Sanders wanted to do. I agree with you, Paula. I love Bernie. I really do. And I wasn't real flipped about Biden. I thought that he said he was going to be a one-term president, a transitional president. He should have kept to that promise because we are
Yeah.
here because of it.
Yeah. And one of the things they kept saying, and I thought it was kind of ridiculous, was, well, you just elect him and then push him further left, because historically the guy was a corporate Democrat. I mean, he pushed for credit card companies to make sure they got their money. He pushed the crime bill. I mean, this guy did a lot of things in his past. Granted, I was wrong about Biden. He was a lot more progressive than I thought he was going to be. So, he proved me wrong in that, but he wasn't far enough left. He should have packed the fuck out of that court the first fucking day he got in there. This is something that we wanted. He should have done a bunch of fucking things, and he just didn't.
And he should have gotten rid of Merrick Garland, because when Merrick Garland sat on his hands for 20 months
Merrick Garland
before he
sucked.
assigned a special counsel, hey, this is what we have. Delay. So yeah, I'm a little angry with Biden. He was a good president, but I'm very angry for what he didn't do and could have done.
Yeah, I mean, arguably one of the best presidents that I've had in my lifetime. That's not a very high bar, though, because they all haven't been that great. I mean, Obama did good things, but he could have gone a lot further. His ability to talk to people and get them to understand is just unmatched by probably anybody aside from, maybe JFK.
But it's almost as if nothing was done, because look where we are now.
Right.
Literally having people snatched off the fucking streets. So all this mollycoddling, mamsy-pamsy, the things that they have to be very aggressive for the people.
Right. And when it came to that parliamentarian, because they blamed the parliamentarian for a long time on them not being able to push through permanent reforms, George W. Bush already showed us how you deal with the parliamentarian, which is you fire the parliamentarian and then replace them with somebody who's actually going to interpret the law in a way that is consistent with our platform. That's really what they should have done when the parliamentarian was preventing the $15 minimum wage from going through, and also the child tax credit, And so Democrats just need to get more aggressive, and I have hope that would be the case. Gavin Newsom, he's aggressive with trying to counter what Trump is doing, but that's not I think we have to counter Trump, but I think I care a lot about the economic issues. We're never going to get anywhere unless we address these economic issues.
Tweeting
Right.
something you mean is not aggressive to me. That's bullshit. Come on.
Right. Hakeem Jeffries strikes me insane. He's always waving his hands around like he's washing windows, right? Or when he's ever on screen, like he's the window washer.
He's the window washer.
And I'm like, we got to have somebody that will go in there and rain. I like Maverick's joke about Hakeem Jeffries, but I'm not going to say that one because I don't want to be racially insensitive. So
no, you can say he's a fucking rat on a rat video. All he needs is a gold grill and a gold chain, and he and Cory Booker can do a damn sit-in from the '60s on a Capitol stage. We have to stop with all this bullshit that is no longer useful, right? We have to get really in a revolutionary mind, and it scares me. Like Lib said. that we're gonna get Gavin in there and everybody's gonna feel
It's
fuzzy wuzzy and then
manufactured.
shit gonna be done, manufactured, and in 4 years we're back and forth with this ping
Yeah.
pong and we still don't have any fucking health care or
Yeah,
housing.
4 to 8 years, because it's possible that he get reelected. But again, like nothing will change. Disillusionment will affect the entire country all over again. Like people are done with that. We're just fucking sick of it, and that's why Donald
MAGA
Trump was
person the other-
elected.
yeah.
Because people are sick of politicians and this same old shit. He was an outsider, quote unquote. He sounded like a dumbass. They're like, hey, I could go have a beer with that guy. Sounds like my dad. Fucking.
A MAGA guy
I
the
mean,
other day. A MAGA
That
guy
that
the
I
other day.
think.
Sorry.
No. Sorry, Jonathan. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, a MAGA person the other day said that they're excited for J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio to run together on the next ticket. I said, oh, great. We'll have our first LGBTQIA ticket in American history.
Hello, Miss Marco. We know about
That's
you down there in
funny.
Florida, girl.
Now, Jack in the Box, go ahead. You said you
Hi,
had wanted to make a point. Go ahead.
Because yes, and a lot I agree with Maverick very deeply. I think she and I know each other at that point.
Yes.
But what I kind of wanted to add on to this, or what I see from the like privileged YT side of what I felt, and why I disagree with like, oh well, we have to let people feel a certain amount of pain. I think that also then lets a certain amount of people. Now, yes, there are some people who get cushy with stuff. But there's also some people that when their backs are pushed into a room, whether you're a minority group, but like regardless of what that means to you, you turn off your mind, and like that's a big thing that cults use. They tend to look for people who have at least two major things going wrong in their life. It can actually work against you where it can inspire greatness. There are people who break the mold. There are people who are born into very extreme cults who break the mold. That is possible, but that's not generally the norm, and that's not how they prey on those kind of individuals. That's why I kind of feel like even with the Biden discussion, I don't like everything that he did, but I also was working with a lot of groups that were trying to push more things, more progressive, and we viewed this as just like a Band-Aid kind of thing. It was never a stopping point. Now, I do agree that, yes, sure, maybe you get into Gavin Newsom, and yeah, there's some people who'll be cushy, they'll get out of it, whatever. But I do think that the thing that we have now that's different than other times, because we've talked about history a lot and we've talked about different movements, and it's always important to look back at that. But one thing that we have all now, like I'm currently in Nevada. I was raised in California, spent 7 years in New York, and now I came to Nevada specifically for this election so that I could qualify to vote. I was worried about it. Obviously, my groundroots effort did not work as much as I wanted it to. I can't go into much of the music festival counting that we're going into now, but there are movements here that we're pushing stuff. There are a lot of people that are very genuinely mad where this wasn't the landscape that we feel like represented what actually was going on in Nevada. Again, that's a whole different topic. You can call it a conspiracy. I'm just saying that there's movements around it, but you don't hear about them. The cool thing that we do have now, we have, and even on this app, we have to censor words. We have to do all that. We might have to move to another app if this one dies, all of that stuff. But what we do have now is I think we all talk more honestly, where I learn from people like you. I try to share the information that I'm hearing, and that is something that I think they do try to disrupt with propaganda and stuff. But that is a kind of connectivity that we have not had before as a country. So I do have hope. I do still think it's a marathon, not a sprint. But that said, we are having a connectivity here, and that gives us all belief that, oh my gosh, there's other reasonable people. I think, Maverick, you said you're in California. I don't know what states the rest of you are in, but we're all over the place, whereas before we would have never all gotten to talk together. I think we need to hold on to the hope. That doesn't mean we turn off and we're like, oh, the hope will save us. No, we got to do the work. But that's a big thing that we didn't have before that I really think is really, really important.
And that's why we want to get rid of it. We have been galvanizing and getting people to go out and march and protest and things of that. And it's just a groundswell, and they don't like it. That's why this is going to go away soon. It's sickening.
Yep. Dina, you were going to add in? Go ahead.
Yes. And it's just anecdotal, but it's also very hopeful. I live in a city, primarily white Christian nationalists, MAGA to the hilt. We just voted in second term our Black mayor, who's a Democrat. The white Christian nationalists that were running for the school board, they were all voted out. And the state representative in this area is so upset. But believe me, people, all I can say is people are listening, they're watching, and they are getting involved. I think as far as talking to MAGA, forget it. They have to feel it, and they're going to feel it. They're going to feel it very soon. We haven't really felt the effects of the tariff yet, but it's coming, especially with the de minimis exemption no longer being in effect starting August 29th. We're going to feel it, all of us. But it's those people who voted for Trump, who stood behind Trump, that's going to feel it the most. And you know what? I'm not going to shed a tear.
Yeah. And well, it kind of reminds me of like the opioid crisis, because until it affected the white communities, it wasn't a problem. But then when it started affecting white, wealthy children, now we got to sue this pharmaceutical company. We got to do all these things. We got to cut this off. We got to do that. So the fact that what Donald Trump is doing is going to fuck everybody up almost equally, white people too. Maybe that will wake some
Mostly
fucking
white
people up.
people.
Yeah,
But
maybe
mostly
that'll
white
wake
people,
them up.
because they're the ones on all of these assistances is mostly white people on that.
Right.
That's true. That is
I
true.
think also, I think the unfortunate thing around that is that in terms of, because the level of cognitive dissonance is so high that like, you can break people out of things in that way.
Right.
That tends to be first, though, there's an insane doubling down. And then so I'm not hopeful about it just because, and again, I'll frame this as a belief just from like research. There's research to back it, but in terms of that, there are different people. I don't personally in my life have strong confidence around that. I have stronger confidence around when people feel like their needs are met, they're able to look out and care about other people more. I think that's a more successful thing. That doesn't happen to everyone. Obviously, the billionaires, we see them just be their greedy little selves. Okay, like I'm not saying this is a blanket thing, and I'm not saying, oh, let's go save the white people, you guys. That's not what I'm saying. It's not what I'm saying. Let me
It's
be
always
nuanced
about
a
the
little
white
bit here.
people.
Let me be nuanced a little bit here.
It's about
But
the white people.
because also like we also see, like the school pew-pewings that happen. We don't see the white people do that much about it. I'm sorry, I just have not seen. I've seen a lot of white people instead go. They doubled down into this kind of insane cognitive dissonance that has been so trained. And I'm not making excuses for them. I'm not saying, oh, we have to feel sorry for them, but exactly. And there's such again, what do we have? We have I just heard this recently. I haven't done much research on it, but we have the Neanderthal DNA, which is less social, more aggressive, sorry, we just do, sorry, but
That's
like,
true. But when
sorry, not
I'm
sorry.
racist.
It's just a scientific fact.
Yes.
If you take offense, then just kind of look at your life. Because if you're not taking offense to this, then I'm not describing you, and I'm glad that you've done better in your life. But if you are taking offense to what I'm saying right now, really think about why, because what am I calling out about what you've maybe done in your life, even in a small sense? Did you bully someone? Did you stand up for people? Did you protect people? Did you, you don't have to, you can recognize, and I don't know, this even goes back to the point that you were saying about like, someone didn't understand reparations. That's insane to me, because like, again, and again, I have a grandmother who, not Jewish, but was in that landscape in Germany during the 30s, 40s. And so I know it's not history being pushed on. It did actually happen. She lost friends. It was very sad. It was so destructive, and that's horrible. I'm not discounting that. But again, in context, compare that with chattel slavery. We're talking about 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, whatever, versus 400 years. Like I do not understand this conversation around, no, but we just can't do reparations. So kicking down the can, it's kicking down the can, and everyone gets more mad. Like it's literally like if you play Monopoly and 400 turns, someone doesn't get a turn, and then it's like, oh, but you can join the game now. Like, can't you? Like, really? Like, it's so dumb. So dumb. Ugh.
Like
Anyway,
you're
that's my-
refreshing, Jack in the Box. You're refreshing and
Again, Maverick, I love you. You're the best.
Two young YT. You guys are the future. Who get it?
Hey, we try, but like at the same time, still, like because if it makes sense, you get it, like this is not hard math, okay? This really
Well,
isn't.
maybe that saying is true that us old people, the older generations, have to just fucking drop unalived so that you and the younger people can take this and steer this ship to hell, maybe back on course. Because it's really if you think about it, look at all the politicians, they old as fuck, most of them.
Oh no, and yeah, and there's Nancy Pelosi hanging on again,
Yeah,
and I love a lot
475.
of, as a
Yeah.
lawyer myself, I love a lot of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, what she did. I
Yes.
don't, but what you guys just brought up about her hanging on, yeah, I was like, what the heck are you doing? Like, it was so infuriating just because then you don't know who's going to get to fill that seat with a bunch of liars and a bunch of that hurt a lot of other people. That said, there's a lot of, I fall into an in-between line with that, in that, like, for example, I don't know how old you are, Maverick, you don't have to say on live, but like, I love listening to you. Like, I learn a ton from you, and I don't want your voice to be silenced just because, like, oh, but you're over a certain age. Like, I want you, you're an important voice that, you know, I learn from, and that is important. You know what I mean? Like, that's where it becomes a hard divide. That said, these old white people, they're hanging on. No, yeah.
But listen, well, I understand what you're saying. I'm not an ageist either. But I believe that if you're in a nursing home because you have dementia, your fucking ass should not be still getting a check from Congress, right?
Agreed.
We believe that if you are, and I believe that a president should not be 75, almost 80 years old, where this bitch don't know if he's got his diaper on or not. We have to have some limitations in a lot of ways. We maybe should have some term limits, right? So that other people can get a chance in this experiment to get involved. But right now, when you have career politicians, people being in there for 40 and 50 years, that is outrageous. We need to rethink that. The Supreme Court justices, no, bitch, you don't get lifetime appointments. You get your ass off there after a certain amount. Let's do 25. 25 years is considered life when you're doing a prison sentence, right? Let's do 25 years. Let's call that the life sentence. Not literally that somebody is sleeping and sitting in their diaper on the Supreme Court. No, we need to change a lot of things so that this country can really work for we the people. We have to change a lot of things, guys, because it's set up right now not for us. It's only for the elite. It started that way.
Exactly. And then also on
Right.
top of that, again, even if you just like what I have to say, don't necessarily just trust a YT person just because they're young. You don't really know what everything has to be put in context of what they've learned, how they've just decided to lead their lives. There are some people who, sure, they're just grifters, they're just getting paid out by people. I don't stand for that either. I think that's disgusting that they're doing that. I've even gotten offered money. Oh, like, take the money and run. I'm like, no, I don't. You know what? But I also wasn't starving on the side of the street. So like, would I have done differently for a second just to get a little money and then try to get away from it? Because I would have felt horrible from my own morals about it personally. I don't know. I cannot play that both ways. Like, I can't play my life multiple different multiverses ways. That said, though, there are some of them that, like, it's so ingrained they truly believe it, and that they can be young like me. So it's kind of like we do got to watch the space kind of thing.
So,
Not
Jeff,
necessarily you
how old
guys.
are you?
I'm 30.
Okay,
but I look young. I keep getting told I look like early 20s.
Yeah,
So,
but
youngish.
Jonathan's 23. So this is you guys' world. Anybody 30, I'll say up to 45. This is your guys' world. You have to really figure this shit out, because these people 50 and over, and even in 60, it's time to. That is so cute. I love it. Ha! What the fuck? That tomato? What the fuck?
Do you guys not know who that is?
No, I don't.
That's you.
No.
Oh, no.
No, that's Andy. That's Andy
because
Dinger.
Andy's in the comments being ridiculous.
No. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that picture that I took. It was of a sticker that I made.
Don't forget, y'all.
And I think it's on my other computer. Oh no, here it is. Okay, let me show the actual picture.
He's a MAGA.
Hold on.
A tomato. Look at him.
Let me.
But again, Maverick, like, regardless of what age group you're in, you don't have to again say that on live. But like, I still, we learn a lot from people, and it's when we have the empathy and willingness to listen, and there is value in that. But sure, like, these people who are just holding out, especially white people who are just holding out, we don't need more of a voice. We've been loud and terrorizing enough. T-rising. Sorry. But so I'm not talking about those people. That said, I always want to listen to you. I always want to learn from you. Like that's like separate conversation from these other people that we're talking about. Just to be clear, that I really do appreciate you being here and being strong and being
running
brave.
for office, Jack? You should be running for office. I want you to.
I can maybe try. It's just well, we'll see. Like again, because that takes cuddling up to people, and the lawyer in me, I'm not. I think a lot
But you don't need. Listen, but we don't need you to. We need you to be a complete, full-on bitchy cunt if that's what you want to be. That's what we need. We don't need this fake, phony shit anymore.
Jonathan, I think you had wanted to add something, and then I'm going to end the live. I got to get out of here.
Well, to what Maverick was saying, yes, these people are so. Oh, sorry, my grandma's calling. I'm helping her in the bathroom.
Okay,
Give me
go
one
ahead,
second.
we'll be back to you.
But I guess what you're
wait.
saying, Maverick, yeah, that takes a lot. Where I'm used to being like,
Wait,
I'm
what
a
did-
lawyer.
what did
where
Jonathan
I don't know
say?
if you've heard the rules of. I don't know if you've heard
Did-
the rules of like improv or
He's
theater.
coming back.
You're supposed to
He's
go
coming back
yes
real fast.
and versus like lawyers, we go no, and here's why you're wrong. And
Right.
so that doesn't. It's not the most charismatic approach. I try to say it.
We
Yeah,
need
so-
real. We don't need charismatic. We need real.
Agreed.
We need people
Yeah.
who can go out there
Okay.
and say the word fuck and don't care that people are getting upset by words.
I don't know
I'd
you
rather have,
mean- yeah,
I'd rather
no,
have a
but-
cursing maniac than somebody who's going to smile in my face and
Okay.
stab
Well,
me.
I've got it. Okay.
Well,
Go ahead, Jonathan.
I was just going to say real quick that I don't think that, Congress is full of a lot of elderly people. And it's a big problem. And that's because a lot of these elderly people are so entrenched in the system with their corporate donors. And I honestly think that's what we need to address more. But it's just like, I see Dianne Feinstein, who's literally on hospice, who's practically voting in these fucking Senate committees. And I'm just like, what the fuck? How did we end up with this? You know what I mean? Why does nobody say anything about how abnormal that is to have people that can barely function, right, to be literally voting on committees? Why can't these people just relinquish power? It's just insanity. So I definitely think younger people need to get involved. Because I think we have a much better vision for the country than a lot of these elderly folks that are so entrenched in the system that it's like they don't have to worry about tomorrow because they're not even going to be here tomorrow.
But that's the truth. Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay.
And again, still, I'll just repeat: do not trust every young person. There be some
That's true.
crazies out there.
There's some idiots out there as well.
There's some of us that are nice, and I'm still learning every day. I still read books. I'm
Okay.
still always going to be deconstructing several things. But again,
All right. I went ahead and just ended it. I said I had to go, and they just kept talking, so I just went ahead and ended it. So thank you, YouTube. Thank you so much. You all have a great night. We'll catch you guys later. Peace.